Worlds is the biggest. We've played the majors, we've played the regionals, but nothing can really compare. This is the big deal.
Being the best after Worlds is obvious. You are the best team in that moment.
Get up, get loud, it's game day, and we're back on Championship Sunday.
The biggest name in America and in the world of Rocket League. Defense and iBuyPower, not things you usually talk about at the same time. He's carrying it. Granova, they can put it in! iBuyPower are the RLCS champion.
Any team that wins the RLCS World Championships absolutely goes down as a legend. Marky Dudar, Season 2 World Championship, it doesn't matter who it is.
Flip side looking to do a bracket reset. Rolls himself in. Off the back bar, goes in! They take the championship!
There's so many moments throughout the years. They're all incredible and amazing.
Two European titans here fighting for the title for the first time in RLCS history. Northern Gaming, one of our dynasties here. Barry P carries it high. One goal can still tie the game, but Devo will let it touch. And Northern Gaming has done it when they could not for the last few seasons. The world champion here in Los Angeles.
We went to Season 4 in DC when I was 14 years old. Here I am, 5 years later, 19. I'm ready to compete.
By Turbopost in the midfield, currently belonging to Gale Force Esports, and every single reward that reaps. Now two players caught by the side. Metano's got to get there. K-Corp wins.
Anything you want to say to the people who have been cheering you on?
Thank you for the support, and voilà.
There you go. All right, guys, give it up one more time for your champions.
Season 5, of course, with the 0-second goal and the amazing final.
Justin's 0-second goal in Season 5 in London. I think that was the most iconic.
Justin's 0-second goal, that's probably the greatest moment in RLCS history.
It's there. Justin keeps it alive. Turbopost is there. Bounces into the corner. Energy still around. Justin is there for the shot. Justin! This is Rocket League. Next goal is the RLCS World Championship. Turbopost with it up high. Gets the flick. Turbo!
My previous favourite moments from the RLCS World Championships, firstly has to be that Cloud9 lower bracket run back in Season 6. That was incredible.
Switchy pounces to himself.
He gets
Flip
it.
reset. Can he do it? Switchy
Does it go in?
Torment finishes it off.
It would have to be probably Season 6. Cloud9 taking that. Still talk about it to this day with Torment on our team.
It gave me the confidence that some of these players were beatable. Like I watched K-Corp and Turbo win so many years, it felt like they were like unbeatable.
They are about to do the unthinkable. They've done it. Cloud9 dethrones the kings of Rocket
always say with vitality, like playing and winning Season 7.
Killer has the demo. K-Dop around. Very big down. Very big scores!
In Season 7 in Jersey, I was cheering for Team Vitality. At the end, K-Dop asked me like to take a picture of him with like the trophy. It was a cool moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Season 7 Rocket League World Champions, Vitality!
Season 8 only losing by a single goal. Really good memories. I've won it before, but I always wanted to win more. Like, I'm still really hungry. I think I'm already a legend, but that just cement it even more. Double legend.
What is it about Rocket League that every time we get to this stage, it delivers? Very P. He's got past two players. Looks for a bump. Garrett G clears line. Justin! LRG do what they could not do before!
What is it with you and these Game 7 goals?
Winning Worlds one time, it was such a short celebration that it just made me want to do it again.
Everyone wants to become a legend. That's what they play for.
We've seen legends rise and fall, iconic moments made, and the World Championship continues to deliver exactly that. 2.5 years since we've been in this moment, and my goodness, is it the biggest moment, with expansion regions being added to the RLCS, and again, people making their mark. This is the First Touch pre-show. Dazarin, T-Bates, Roldiz, Rise, and Stumpy. We are here in the Dickies Arena. Doors have opened, people are rolling in, and it's time to go to work.
My goodness, the Vibrant. It's an honor to be on this desk, opening up Dickies Arena for the 13,000 people today as we're going to crown a world champion. We got like 2 contenders, we got a coach and a player on the desk.
I mean, hey, listen, man. We used to doing the same thing.
Yeah,
We're not
man.
used to being up here no more, so...
Check off the shade.
On
the stage.
How you feeling right now, Rise?
I'm feeling confident, you know. I think Moist going all the way. Not phased.
Bold prediction, not sure I'm with you, but you know, we'll see what happens.
Oh gosh, we're getting started already with the bold takes. I mean, it's the First Touch desk for a reason. But let's kind of go and talk about how we got to this point, right? We're in the arena. The elimination matches today, no one is safe, but let's see how things shake out as we take a look at the Swiss stage, because again, we played these matches out all the way into the wild card. Stumpy, teams had to fight to get even into the groups.
Yeah, getting those 3 wins before the 3 losses is vital. You know, you need to be able to squeak through this incredible competition we've seen, but so far we've only said goodbye to 8 teams out of the 24 that arrived. Thankfully, we've got 16 coming through, going to be playing in this arena. We had some awesome matches in there as well. K-Corp and Semper going through in top, and then V1, Dignitas, and Renegades managing to get through in the 2-1 or 3-1 wins. And then right at the death, it was the club, Optic, and finally Space Station Gaming. Amazing games through that, but that all led into our wonderful groups.
Exactly. We switched into the group stage. Things definitely started to heat up, and we saw performances kind of being built out. As we take a look at Group A, Rise, I mean, even you played against teams that came out of the wild card, so to speak, but you ended up making it out pretty smoothly. I mean, even though they had a little bit of a warm-up, how were you feeling in that group stage?
We felt really good. Unfortunately, both teams we played had ill players, so you could call it a bit of a Mickey run.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. No, not in a bad way, not in a bad way, you know, like, they have been ill.
What's a good Mickey run?
I mean, we won't touch on that just yet. We'll have a look at G2's run later, but I'm
First off, I'm wondering, Rise, I know you see BDS down there. They're looking like they're back in the form.
Yeah, they look good.
Uh-oh. Moist good?
I think Moist look good. What do you think?
Yeah, of course I think Moist
A
look good.
BDS at Moist level?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Wow,
they're
okay.
up there.
They're up there. Okay, they're the upper echelons. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I love that we're seeing, you know, Moist and BDS both going 4-0. BDS only allowing version 1 to have a single goal. They look unbelievable. But version 1, you know, they're playing tomorrow. They've got whoever wins out of SG Endpoint is huge. It's a big chance for them to, you know, really get this crowd going for them, because North America, there's so much support.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of support, and we like we say, even when you look at that like bottom half, right, where you see even my general. You see the 4-0, it wasn't that bad. It was a close series.
My goodness.
It was a close
They lost.
Shameless, the bar.
It was one goal game.
Shameless.
Okay, it was one goal
Still
game.
taking that copium.
Oh my gosh. Then V1 move on, and BDS, I think, stunned them and a lot of people because
They
again,
stunned me.
Didn't it stun you?
Not at all. People just overreact to all that. One bad London major. Oh, they can't play on land. Not that nonsense. Of course they can play on land. They won the fall major for a reason. It's the RLCS 2021-2022 season, not the London major season. Of course BDS was going to perform on land right now. They let Seiko take over the front, hold Monkey Moon and Extra following up. It was expected from me. Well, can we roll into Group B, please? Get me out of this sticky group. It's about time we looked at where the real action happened. You got G2, we got FaZe. Man, we had Falcons end up dropping. They got their wings clipped yesterday, Raul.
100%. I think we just properly knew how to play against them. We went over a replay review. We weren't as intimidated as most teams are against them. Respectfully, they are a fantastic roster, and I do expect them to make the playoff bracket, but we game plan perfectly for them, and the boys were confident.
And then can I say something? G2 Fury, the best matchup I think so far from the wild card to now. The best game. The Fury, and the way they bounced back after being down a little bit. They had G2 on the ropes, but of course, when you got, I'm not going to call them a machine, but they move like a machine.
Oh, God.
Not like this
again. My God, G2, they got Atomic Man in the middle controlling the flow of offense, and you got Naps. He's not retiring, by the way.
You can't just call every team you root for the machine, bro. Like,
well, as long as Atomic
the last
there,
machine broke down.
Don't worry about that.
It became scrap.
But then we have K-Corp and Dignitas and the club and Optic on the bottom half. Falcons and Fury are waiting. We could have an all-international top 8 come Sunday if Falcons and Fury do end up winning. But Dignitas could also be the Sam Steph in a way. The club,
the Sam Killers. They can take on, from CJ after going very well versus South America. It's exciting to see. Obviously, that's our first matchup today. We're getting to that in like 40 minutes or something. But we got a lot of time to discuss and to really get angry at each other before then.
Yeah, and I think it's very impressive too, just kind of getting a note on Dignitas as well. I think, like, again, basically says a long season. Dignitas in the spring, not necessarily in that form, but they have shown up. And the match they played have been pretty close as well.
Yeah, Dig has been looking exceptional. Fury has looked exceptional so far. Teams that have lost, they're all playing pretty solid. I don't think anybody here so far at Worlds, maybe Falcons, I guess, but I think FaZe was really just playing on y'all's game yesterday. I don't think anybody else has been like below par. Everybody's been playing exceptionally so far.
I mean, Roldis, what happened? Was it you? Did you fix them?
Is it the role different?
Like the FaZe matchup, like we watched it. You guys dominated Falcons. That was the best you guys have looked ever.
Was it me?
Was it you?
All I was doing was standing back there and screaming. Like,
I mean, you look locked in.
You were going to do that on the stage or off, no matter what happened. So.
I mean, the rest of it was up to the players. I just give them the game plan. We go over the replay reviews, and we set the game plan together. And then I just remind them constantly throughout the game what they need to do. Remind them if they ever lose track, lose focus, bring them back up to par, and they take care of the rest, man.
I mean, what's that dynamic like, though? I mean, it's First Killer, AJ, and Typical. I mean, for us, I mean, we don't really get a chance to like talk to them a lot, but you spend more time with them than anybody else. So what is that like?
At first, it was like it was kind of like 3 solo players just like doing their own thing. They were just vibing out. But as we've been progressing through this entire tournament, they've become more of a unit and more of a team, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. That's exactly what I hoped for joining. I knew I could bond them together, and now you're seeing the phase that I think everybody intended to see when they grouped up together.
Everyone expected to see.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we wanted for so long. I always harp on at FaZe because I said at one point, there are 3 solo players that just so happen to be wearing the same jersey. Like, they were only just happening to be on that same team. But finally, whenever we see them win, like when they won a regional, they were playing together. It was First Killer being so unselfish that he was being able to like demo, get past whatever it was, not being top of the scoreboard.
Right.
And it's so genuinely lovely to see that they're just all playing as that team unit. No one is the big man at the front. No one's having that ego to be, okay, I want myself to be at the top of that scoreboard. I love seeing it. So you're killing it, King.
Thank you.
Love seeing you do well, and I also love seeing our top plays because, again, there have been a lot of team plays that have happened and individual highlights. So let's take a look at those. We'll start at number 10, which I believe is the play from First Killer here. Ooh. It's Typical with the pass. First Killer with the spot.
That's not the roll.
That's
notebook.
A top flotter, shotter. Typical with the vision, and that's a big bang for my boy FK. Oh man, that's beautiful. The vision, and then for Typical to take his time right there in that play, and then Typical again. Oh. FK to it was the reverse. Typical to FK, and now FK to Sip. And then the Ghostbuster. I knew they were chanting his name. My goodness, Sip was eating yesterday.
Typical in the Ecto 1 had a very highlight performance, but also there are other teams and players that did well, like Joyo here. This is Joyo
my goat.
versus Simper. Rise, take me through it, man.
I was just watching, you know, I was in the back. You see me back there?
Oh, I do.
Just watching him, bro. Let him 1v3.
Oh. That angle is ridiculous. That's so tight.
Over all of them, bro.
Eyes on
Joyo. Number 7 is Extra. Extra flying high BDS against V1 here. See, look at this.
Yo, it was really big for Extra to really make a goal like this, get his momentum, get his confidence up. He was a little worried about his performance initially going on, but now we know Extra's back on the stage. He's back playing at Fall Major champion level with a shot like that.
Another moist highlight here. Vatira, look at this.
Look at this save.
1, 2,
three.
3.
Jeez.
I'm not done yet.
Again,
Rise, where are you in this?
I'm just watching.
Good man.
I'm flipping around in there. I'm lost.
This last Vati go to work. The best defender in the world, no question. That's a 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. As a roll number 5, but of course, the best midfielder in the game. He's got to have a clip up in here. 1, 2, skip to my loop. 3, 4. J-Nap, shut the door. My goodness, top left corner. Look at that, it's Atomic. Nobody in the world can move the ball like him. Said his teammate. Naps never stopped moving forward. It was all day, every day. He had nothing but confidence in his player to get the ball to him. Of course, I would have confidence in Massimo too.
I mean, you gotta have confidence in Massimo. He is definitely one of the best playmakers in the world.
Oh, there you go. There you go, Rise.
I did something.
That is such a ridiculous scoop.
And then Vatira got the flip.
The Globetrotters.
What were the comms like? What were the comms like right here?
I tried to score. I flicked it too high. And then Joyo missed, and then Vatira just recovered it all. I was just watching again, bro.
It's just the conveyor belt just going in and in.
Yeah.
Actual Globetrotter.
Yeah.
2. Skip to my Lou. Top right shelf. And then this is Yan.
Oh, this was cracked.
Fury versus G2.
G who? Look at that.
Where's the midfield, Bates? Where's the midfield?
Unbelievable. Yan just doing them.
There's non-existent. Listen, if you go 1v3 G2, you got to have a top 3 play. Yan, one of the best offensive players in the world. Chicago, you're up too slow. Now get there fast. And Atomic, where you at?
It's KV1 here. Reset against FaZe for the club, who, again, like we said, we're going to see later today. Gets the flip. Look at that. Ooh.
And that control, man, you got to respect this control right here off that soft touch. Just to control his car and get the flip underneath that.
It's the instant reset as well, like using it straight away after Astromic passes.
That's solid.
Amazing.
That's an awkward flip as well.
Individual play. Speaking of individuals, we got to talk about the general NRG.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Top
No, that's goal of the tournament.
You're not saving that shot. My God, what's the speed on that? Oh, they need to pull him over, give him a ticket, because he was going absolutely fast.
That was half of their goals that series.
You would get this loud over that.
Come on.
I mean, it was a fantastic goal. Yeah. Like, we can't disrespect it. It was probably the goal of the tournament.
Yeah, 50% of their goals so far, though.
That's right.
That's right.
It's either greatness or it's nothing. So they were great there. They were great in that moment, and those are our top 10 plays. Hey, listen, when I saw that, because I think I was casting that, I saw it, and there was a part of me that wanted to be like, oh, they're back. They're back.
Wait, do you not have that part? Are they not back?
No, I still have that part. That was close. Don't trust me.
Okay, good.
Pick a bracket, maybe? Later? I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, now we got to talk about our next topic, which is drawing the line best from the worst and worst of the best as we take a look at the groups. Again, to kind of go through it and look at our performances here. Once again, we have Moist, BDS there, already qualified for playoffs, V1 and Simper there. Best of the worst of the best. T-Bates, what are you thinking?
In Group A, the best of the worst. Oh, we're doing like, in Group A, the best of the worst. Ooh, I'm going to go with SSG. SSG is the best team in Group A that's in the lower bracket right now. I think they're a team that could probably make the run. Out of all of them, V1 looking a little shaky, personally speaking. They're lacking in offense, more so than they did even in London, which is quite impressive to me. But I'm going to take SSG. Rise, Raul, Stumpy, what you thinking?
I think if we're going, to the lower semis as well, is that on the table?
Yeah, lower semis is on the table. Yep.
I think V1. V1, obviously they were shaky against BDS. BDS just made, quite frankly, a mockery of them. They were unbelievable. But V1 finished incredibly at the Spring Major. They just had an off day. That happens, as you know, that happens as a competitor. Yeah. Sometimes it does not work out. I think V1 out of that, they'll be the ones making it through.
We talk about worst of the best here as well. You got Moist, you got BDS. Bro, I'm gonna leave this one for you. You got Ryson right next to you. I want you to look him in his eyes and tell him.
What is it?
If he's the worst of the best or the best of the best in this group.
Oh, well, he's 100% the best of the best in this group. You know what I'm saying?
God.
Look, I'm looking at that group right now, and BDS is the only one contesting. Yeah, and Moist got that 100%. But the best of the worst, I gotta agree with T-Base. I think SSG got it. Arsenal's been dealing with sickness for the earlier part of this entire tournament. I think he's well over that sickness. We saw him do a backflip yesterday, so I think he's feeling all right now. So,
Raj?
I'm going to have to agree with my boys Bates and Raul here. Arsenal, you get the lowdown right here. Arsenal told me and Joya yesterday that he's feeling a lot better. So
good.
It's looking good for SSG.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for me, I'd probably have to say the same thing with Space Station Gaming. Like, I feel like, obviously, if Arsenal came out a little bit stronger, was feeling much better, had a chance to, like, lock in, that team would be much further on. And they may even won that series against you guys, Rise, to be honest.
I don't think so, but...
You know what? So we got the worst of the best. So I want the worst of the best for both of them. So both sides combined, Group B and Group A. That's talking about Moist, BDS, G2, and FaZe. Ooh.
Wait, so the best of them, or the worst of them?
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at Group B, by the way, so we can take everyone can see exactly how that group looked. Obviously, we know G2 and FaZe ended up making it through, and of course, Falcons, Fury. Oh yeah, this is hard. I mean, I think worst of the best. No, best of the worst. I think I can figure out. It depends. What's the cutoff for best of the worst? Is it quarters or is
no? It's all of them.
It's all of them. It's all of them. Oh.
He's thinking. I'll go first. I think the best of the worst is still the Falcons. I think it's still the Falcons. I understand they lost. They got 4-0 by y'all, but they almost had y'all in game 1 and 2. Game 3, y'all slapped them around. In game 4, they finally start playing Rocket League games too late. So I think they're still the best of the worst.
I think, for me personally, I think the best of the worst has to be Furia. I think they had y'all on the ropes.
Y'all, I don't get paid by G2. Don't put y'all.
Listen, you was on their broadcast earlier this year, so I don't want to hear none of that. Y'all, okay? Furia. Furia is the best of the worst. They had y'all on the ropes, and I do believe Furia, they have the mentality to bounce back from that loss that they took against G2.
I'm going to have to go with Falcons. Agree with T-Bits, yeah. I think the club are very underrated. I think they had you guys on ropes as well. Obviously, then stuff happened. But no, I think Falcons are definitely the best in that lower bracket. K-Corp though, can't underestimate them.
I know, that's what I was looking at too.
That's my team. K-Corp, that's what I was going for. I think K-Corp, they had a bit of an iffy one. They lost right at the start, and now we have to see what they do today. But I've got them going through to the top 4. I think they're going to be incredible. They just were not playing to their level. We've seen a couple of teams like that. There's so much pressure here. I'm not expecting everyone to be at that peak. K-Corp, they've got so much they can grow up into. I'm excited to see them. But I wouldn't be surprised, if we then see Falcons go through, see K-Corp go through. On the other side, Fury go through. It's going to be terrifying for all of them.
Yeah, I feel you with K-Corp. I probably wouldn't have them as my best of the worst. I would probably go Falcons still, even after the FaZe loss. I think that they have a high chance of bouncing back. But for K-Corp, they have a tough challenge here because it's the World Championship. You are playing your absolute best, and they're going up against Optic and then Falcons right after. So strength of schedule for them is kind of rough. But did we do worst of the best between? Oh God.
Do it between all 4 of them.
Between all 4 of them?
All 4 of them in the upper bracket. Worst of the best.
So that's Moist, BDS, G2, FaZe.
Yeah.
Worst of the best. I'm not going first on this one.
I want Raj to go first. You play against them.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Who's the worst of the best? This one, bro. You are not going to like this one. G2.
Oh.
G2.
Go on. Why?
I just don't think they look that good.
What?
I just don't. I mean, look. I just don't think they look great.
I think they've got
BDS looks better than G2.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Look at the series they played yesterday, bro.
That is true. That is true.
Against a V1. But you got to think, G2 also played against Furia. I think
no, they did. It was a close series, but I mean, G2 is supposed to be best to watch at
G2. Okay, I just need to know everybody else. Stumpy.
G2.
Oh my God.
G2 worst of the best.
Yeah.
We've said that other teams have got more to grow into. Sure, there's more they can grow into. I don't think they're going to do it.
The Bezos.
I'm saying BDS. BDS for me personally, even though they had like a clean series and it looks like they're in form, I still want to see them take a bigger challenge. I don't know.
A bigger challenge than a top 4 team in London that has been making it to the top for the other lands
I mean,
as well.
it was a good sweep, but just because they had one victory win, I can't just
sweep. They held them to 1 goal. And you're saying they're worst of the best.
But guess what? The NRG had 1 goal.
Oh, NRG.
Now you bringing NRG into the conversation.
Justin scored 1 goal.
We need to keep the consistency here. And V1, they both played V1. They were both playing 1-goal games. BDS and NRG might still be on the same par level, which I don't really know what that means.
What?
Interesting.
Oh, my God.
Interesting. Raul.
Oh, man. Well, it's not Moist. It's not FaZe.
Pick wisely here.
Ooh. FaZe.
Oh, God.
I'm going to go BDS.
Oh,
I'm going to go BDS. Nah,
wow.
Simply due to the fact that we've been scrimming G2 a lot, and they actually do look good, really good in scrim. But again, it is scrim.
That's scrim.
And then against Furia, Furia was on the bounce back, but G2 was able to close it out. They also got Coach Popovich, Sathu in the background to always make the adjustments and the game plans. And I still don't know about VDS.
I can't.
Still.
How?
Okay.
B1 are such a good team. They're one of the best teams in North America. And they get wiped off the face to beat Earth. And yeah, you're like, no, BDS are rubbish.
You talked
You're all
already.
delusional.
My turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. Listen up very closely. You're all wrong, and here's why.
Uh-oh.
It's Moist. Let me tell you.
What?
What?
I'm playing. It ain't Moist. The best of the worst for me, I would have to go with boom, boom, ain't Moist, boom, boom.
It's like a chess player.
So I'll say either BDS. I'll say BDS probably, but it's like picking hairs. Cause BDS, I think V1, you bring up the goals, but V1 doesn't score. V1 doesn't score. V1 doesn't score the ball. Like even in London, they shot the ball like average like 5 shots a game.
They sit in that.
They sit in that at counterattack. They don't play offense. So holding them to 0 goals, like every single one of their games usually goes 1-0 or 2-1 or something. They're not scoring, so BDS holding that. That's to be expected. Like, I'm sure, like, not BDS sweeping, but I'm sure, like, V1 being low scoring.
I get what you mean.
That's fair, but low scoring with one.
G2 beating Furia, that was the best series, bro. Furia is definitely a better LAN team at this point. I think V1, based purely off of their offensive prowess, the ability to make you sweat, ability to put you in backs against the wall. You got to play your best game against Furia. You can get away with mistakes against V1. NOG almost got away with those, but it is what it is. Moist, I mean, y'all the champs. And then FaZe, y'all clip the Falcon swing, so.
I mean, that's a good logic, bro.
That was a good argument, but I still disagree.
EU logic. Boo, tomatoes.
Well, we got more things to disagree on. I'm assuming this next topic will do that as well with the MVP race, where we're going to go and we are going to talk about our most valuable players. So we're just going to go down the line, say your MVP, give your reasoning for it.
We can give reasoning after, shoot.
Okay, we can just, okay. So say it first and just back to back to back all the way through.
Starting with me?
That's right.
Seiko, for me. Seiko on BDS was the man at the front. He was the tip of that spear that was just destroying version 1. Sure, they're a low-scoring team, but to get like, what, 5-1 first?
Say that, no rationale, the word.
Save the reasoning.
Oh,
just say the word, say the word.
Seiko.
Sorry, I was in shock from what you said.
Good. That's on me. I'll take that. I'll take that.
All right, Rise.
Joyo.
First killer.
I'm gonna go first killer.
Joyo.
Joyo, first killer, Seiko. Those are all good shouts. I can't really be mad at any of them. Joyo, it's hard to put any of y'all in the MVP conversation right now just off the fact that y'all just do what y'all do. You know what I'm saying? And like Semper is really a little ill, like SSG was a little ill, so I'm like, yeah, I expected to win that.
It's the sticky run.
It's the sticky Mickey run.
Yeah, the sticky
Mickey run. So I mean, I don't know necessarily. I can't really vibe the Joyo too much, but I can see it. But of course, Championship Sunday, that'll change everything. I'm sure y'all make a great run. FK, talk about your boy.
I mean, listen, we all know the skill, the individual skill that FK provides to FaZe Clan. He can 1v3 in any given moment, and he did do it a couple times against Falcons, which is a highly rated team that everybody rates super highly. But I think the biggest thing for me that has changed, and this is because I'm behind the scene, is the way that he's changing into a leader. I just see it just he's in front of my eyes. He's just developing the leadership qualities that I've always wanted him to have. He's backing up his teammates. He's getting the intangibles that you always talk about, T-Vase.
Oh, gosh.
And I told him, as soon as he gets those intangibles, a Garrett G mixed with First Killer, this skill, unmatched player.
I mean, you can see it on the pitch as well. We were saying earlier, when First Killer is not trying to be the big man, he's like leading the other two. You can see how FaZe changes entirely. FaZe is not where they are without First Killer. Very, very few people, if anyone, can fill an FK spot on FaZe. He's been incredible this whole tournament.
And then the Seiko pick, see, I want to ask both of you specifically, because you've been watching and you've been playing.
Yeah.
From my perspective, Seiko's been playing more of his endpoint role, where he's more up on the front line, attacking the ball, and then but now he has better teammates. He has Monkey Moon and Extra behind him, which allows him to have a little bit more trust, and it seems to be working. That's why I think he's averaging like 530. He got like 16 goals already, something like that. Like, he's been absolutely phenomenal, but they're just letting him roam like he was in the fall. Is that what's happening on the pitch in scrims, or is it something different?
We haven't actually played BDS in scrims, I don't think.
What?
Oh, we played them on like the first day. But yeah, Seiko's definitely gone back to more carry.
More carry?
Like, yeah.
And then Monkey Moon and Extra just filling in?
Yeah, I think they just took a step back and are just chilling behind him, like me.
That is watching?
Yeah,
in the background of the highlight reel.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I was there.
I made it.
What you think, bro?
Nah, I think it is like a Seiko point of view. Like, you want Seiko to be up front. I think we all expected him to be the high-flying mechanical guy that's creating a bunch of goals for BDS. Even though Monkey Moon can fill in whatever he needs to be, and he's always going to be extremely fast with the ball, positionally correct at all times. But Seiko, you want Seiko as comfortable as possible in these games, and I think that's exactly what they've done this tournament so far.
And does that make them a world contender? A world championship winning team?
Contender.
Contender.
Oh, man.
They can contend. They can contend. But yeah, that is going to be our MVP conversation, so to speak. I do want to move on and talk about something that's happening today, which is going to be won on the main stage. We got the Beast of the East versus the Best of the West, Stumpy. 1v1 show match happening later tonight.
We've wanted to see this for years at this point, you know, having these 1v1 LANs, no matter where it is, have a 1v1 LAN. And we're doing it here at Worlds. After today, they're going to be sitting just 2 players on that stage in front of 13,000 people. There is nothing more intense. There is nothing that is going to be a higher adrenaline moment than these players facing off against each other. I am so excited to see, because as you said, it's best of the West, Beast of the East.
Yep.
I don't know who's taking it. Both sides are phenomenal. MENA and EU teaming up, South America, North America teaming up. I am so pumped for it.
Who's playing who? It's Daniel versus yours.
Yeah.
You got
Jack
Yan
Jack
versus
KV1.
and Yan versus Turk.
Yep.
Ooh.
They are filthy matches.
Yeah, they are disgusting matchups. I can't wait for that Turk Yan matchup, me personally.
And they're all best of one? They're
All best of one.
all best of one?
All best of
All
one.
best of one?
Just get it done. See if you can win in that moment. Just win.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Let me tell you, it's really impressive for ones to even be on this stage. It's like kind of like it's legitimizing all the ones work that a lot of these people put in. Rise, I know you don't play ones, but
I used to.
Back in the day, nobody remembers that. Back in the day. Before you reach prevalence?
Like when I was coming up, I was still playing a bit of ones.
Okay. But what I was saying was, it's really nice to see it on the stage. I know we're going to have Johnny and everybody down there hyping it up, and it's really nice to solidify and legitimize that. It's kind of like we've been doing a freestyle, and the RLCS grows, and we're touching more and more game modes. 2v2 eventually will come, but Beast versus the East, Best of the West. Who's y'all's favorite going into that?
Probably
it's basically first to 2, since they're all best of 1, so it's first to 2.
Yeah. I'd like to lean towards Europe and MENA. I'd like to go for the East because, you know, we've got just...
Shocker.
Yeah, shocker. I can't believe who you're going to go for in a minute, Bates. It's going to really blow our minds. It's going to be just so much fun to watch. I truly do not mind who wins, purely because it's the first time we're seeing it. It's on this stage. If you're thinking, oh, I'm not really into 1v1s and, you know, I might watch, I might see if I'm around, just sit down, watch these 1v1s in the highest stakes we've ever had, because if you don't, you will regret not seeing them live. There will be clippable moments. There's going to be just insane, you know, all of that adrenaline flowing through their veins. You have to watch it if you can do it. is going to be the best ones we've ever seen in our lives, and it's at the RLCS, at the World Championship. There's no stage bigger than this.
What you think, Rise? You with Stumpy? You with your European co-patriot?
Yeah, I mean, ones are sick to watch. The only worry is obviously.
Rise.
Close.
Sorry. I got you in the end.
No, thank you.
Ones is obviously crazy to watch. The only worry is that the nerves get to them, and if that happens in ones, you're just going to turtle up, and it'll be bang to each player, back and forth. So hopefully people like take it seriously, and yeah, it'll be great to watch.
What you think, Raul?
I think I'm gonna have to side with the either one of the South American boys, which is Yan, or the Mina boy, which is Turk.
Oh, you
I think one of them two is gonna win. I think it's one of them two. Yeah, I think they're so composed, and they always take their time, and they use ones as a mechanical, just freestyle, like just practice field. So I think we're gonna see that. That's gonna be a high-level mechanical matchup, and whoever wins that, I think, takes it.
I mean, I'm with Dan. Dan all the way. Dan the man. We got Laniel on the stage playing in the
He's only gets to play one game, though.
Okay, so I got to pick somebody else? Is that how this works?
How it works is, for those of y'all at home, and
on this day.
And on this day.
How it works is we have KV1 v Abjack first game, I believe.
Right.
Then we have Daniel v Yoris second game.
Right.
And then we have Yan versus TRK.
Right.
Beast, best of the West versus Beast of the East.
The way you made it seem like was the fact that they were all playing like as a team. Like the East and the West were playing as a team.
So that would be a 3v3, which is the main event that we've got.
Yeah, I understand that, Stumpy.
No, well, the way it is, it's like the West versus the East kind of in a way, the Americas versus the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And so like it's gonna be like a total up the points in a way. Like if the West wins 2 of the ones games out of the 3, then they're the better ones area. You know what I'm saying?
But we're seeing all 3 regardless.
You're seeing all 3
it's
of them
be
individual games.
Yeah. So I mean, I would still go with the East.
You're going with the East?
Yeah.
I'm going with the East.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's across the pond, though.
Okay.
East is Mina, Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Wait a
Just making
second.
sure.
Wait a second. KV1, Abjack. Who wins?
KV1.
Abjack.
KV1.
Abjack.
I'm going to go with Abjack. Okay, so that's 3. That's 3. KV1, Abjack. And then we have Daniel, Yoris.
Jorius.
Yoris.
Daniel.
Okay, 3v2 again. 3v2 again.
Daniel, and then we finally end up with Yan versus TRK.
TRK.
Oh.
TRK.
TRK.
Yan.
Okay. I said TRK.
Oh, okay, yeah, y'all do have the East winning. Y'all do have the East winning. The way it looks to me, KV1 will lose to Abjack, then I have Daniel winning, then I have Yan upsetting TRK in one of the best ones matches we'll probably ever see.
Yeah, and that happens all at the end of the day. After the last match is done is when we get into...
Who's on the cast?
I believe it's Johnny Shogun.
Ooh.
Yep, Johnny Shogun.
Who else would it be?
Who else would it be?
Imagine doing it here and then being like, right, Johnny, you get the back seat, mate. You can watch from the audience.
Maybe we'll get a Fear appearance in here somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, is he here? We got to find out.
He's here.
We got to find out and see.
Got to see. But we'll see what happens at the end of the day. Obviously, we want to get back and dial into what's going on Friday with our 3v3 matches. And to do that, we have pick'ems where the desk all picks who's going to win a series. We're all going to talk, put in our votes. Since there's 5 people on the desk, majority rules. Can we bring up the group bracket, please, so we can get the pick'em started?
This is going to get intense.
Yeah.
There's going to be arguments, but just remember we're all friends at the end of the day, okay?
Depends.
Okay.
I love you all.
Predict me?
Until I don't.
Maybe we're friends.
Well, in the middle, I love you all. Whatever happens, guys.
Until I don't.
Okay, where are we starting, Dabab?
All right, we are going to start with SSG versus Endpoint there, lower quarterfinals. How you feeling? Stumpy.
It's got to be.
How am I feeling?
Uh-huh.
Terrified. I love Endpoint.
Oh, yeah, you got
I love Endpoint with all of my heart. Pete and all the boys watching from back at home. Just mute for a minute.
Oh.
This SSG, they just look phenomenal. They had, they were ill versus Moist. I think Moist win that regardless, but they were ill. They dropped down. They are just the better team. They've been, top 4ing all over the place. They are out of this world. Endpoint, it's damage control. I think it's going to be a big series, but I have SSG.
I have SSG as well. Endpoint just aren't cut out for line, it seems.
aren't cut out for LAN, it seems. I think Endpoint lacks in a couple areas. The fact that they lost 3 overtimes to Semper back to back to back, like that's something that like it sticks out in your mind. You got to be able to have a clutch gene on LAN. You got to be able to finish. Archie's averaging like 511 points or something like that, but it won't be enough when you're playing the LAN boys that are SSG and LAN. And when this crowd gets into it later,
oh
yeah,
Daniel himself is a crowd favorite, let alone SSG. So yeah, I think, you know, I said I love you until I don't. You should have said that line to Endpoint because you don't love him picking SSG, and I'm picking SSG right there with you.
All right. So
that's majority anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Normally we would call for a vote, but we got the majority already. Space Station Gaming is what the desk have one in that one, so we'll fill that in. And then we go and talk about Renegades versus the General NRG.
This one's easy.
Is it?
The General. It's the General. So that, we already got 2 from General.
Just the head's turning towards me.
Yeah.
I genuinely, not just saying this to be inflammatory, there is absolutely a world where Renegades can win that. And I think that there is a very good chance that we don't see NRG just going through, you know, as we would expect them to go 4-1, something like that, 4-0. I'm going to put my hat in the ring and say Renegades. I think they have looked so strong. I think that Fever has looked better than any individual player on NRG this tournament so far.
What?
Ooh. On NRG. Right? I think that, obviously, Kami has been a beast. He has been phenomenal. That team is not working as to be first killer. That team is not working without Kami there. And CJ, he is putting off his time on this desk because he wants to compete at this level. You know, I spoke to his parents a lot throughout this week as well. They are so supportive of him here. I'm saying that Renegades, although they're not the favorites, I'm going to take them here because I do see that that can happen.
I think Renegades want it more, but I think they just don't have the prestige that NRG do, if you know what I mean. I think NRG are just, they're not built to go 0-2. They can't go 0-2.
Well, I made a prediction bracket before we even came here, and I had NRG taking 1 series this entire event, which I got some slack for. Garrett G came into my Twitch chat and was like, "Thank you for giving us only 1 game, Rodez. I really appreciate it." So I got to give him here. Shaquille O'Neal signed an also NRG jersey and gave it to me.
So you got paid off.
We got to give NRG, the General NRG, one series.
NRG.
You got paid off.
Unbelievable.
That is incredible.
All right. So that is it for Group A. And then we're not filling in quarters.
I mean, we might as well. We got time.
I mean, if we got time, then
we got loads of time. We got 18 minutes.
We might as well got the time to go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
V1 SSG.
The rematch. Wildcard rematch.
See, this is tough.
This is where it gets more interesting. I'm going to go and land your baby once again. SSG over V1. I'm not seeing the offense from them. SSG's just too good of a LAN team. They're healthy now. They're ready to play. RC baby, you already know what he can do. You saw what he could do when he was sick. He was still scoring double touches. Imagine what he can do now. Come on.
All right, listen, we're going to speed this one up a little bit. Stumpy, V1 SSG.
V1, Com thrives in front of a crowd.
Rise?
Wrong. SSG.
Wrong.
I like
How many
that.
series has V1 won in front of a crowd? 1?
No.
Yeah,
no, 1.
And I believe we have the majority, but roll this.
Yeah, I think you are wrong here, Stumpy. You got the crowd favorites versus the villains of the entire tournament in front of 13,000 people. SSG.
SSG is going to make the
Give me the General.
There. And we got Simper against the General NRG.
The General, no question.
No, I'm starting with you.
Yeah, I told you I'd give him 1. I'm not giving him another. Listen, the jersey can only go so far. Semper takes it through the sickness.
I'm joining roll, Semper.
Exotic flu game, Semper.
What? You guys are out of your mind!
Yeah.
What?
How? Chat, we need some fraud diz is in the chat. Fraud diz. He got paid off by Shaq. It wasn't enough.
What?
That won't be happening.
Goodbye, the General.
Get that group out the screen. go to Group B. Okay, we got Optic and K-Corp here.
Optic don't stand a chance, K-Corp.
They don't. K-Corp.
I'm going K-Corp.
Give me the blue wall.
Well, I guess majority rules, but give us the blue wall. Blue is better than
green. You weren't going to go Optic anyway. You weren't going Optic anyway.
There's no way. Were you going Optic?
No way.
Costello!
Bravo!
Oh, Costello.
I love Costello more than you, but even I'm not delusional. Come on.
All right. This is kind of a little early one because talent predictions, blah, blah, blah. The club Dignitas.
I think that the Dignitas have been playing really well. I think that the club's been playing really well. I don't know. I might be capping when I pick this, and I might change my prediction in 10 minutes, but I'm going to go with Dignitas.
I think Dignitas have looked good, but I don't know. There's something about the club. They just want it. They want it so much, the club.
I think
the club.
I think Rise and I are on the same wavelength, bro. We picking everything. I got to go to the club, too.
I'm joining T-Bates. I think Dignitas. They
Wait, why I got to decide?
There's a 2-2 split about it.
Host vote.
Oh, he don't like deciding.
Is he going to be boring?
Don't be boring, mate.
Let's go, Dig.
Yeah.
He's boring.
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, that's the fun pick.
Nobody
How
wants
is that the fun pick?
Because it's apparently Jack.
Nah, the fun. Nah, the fun
mean,
pick would be the club, and you have the Fury of the club, part 4,
Yeah.
game 7
Always
once
goes to
again.
7.
That's
Always
right.
goes to 7.
The Babylon, where we going?
All right. Fury or Dig? T-Bates.
This is not hard.
Oh, it's pretty hard because Dignitas' form so far when they play Falcons was pretty good. When they play Falcons, that's the best Dignitas I've seen in months. And that's saying a lot because well, it's not really saying much at all.
Yeah, I was gonna
Because Dig's playing pretty mad, but Falcons playing really good. That's why I thought Falcons would have beat y'all yesterday in 7, but of course, y'all playing exceptionally. But Furia, contestant G2 playing at that level. I think that Dignitas runs the gauntlet on Sam, though.
You think so?
Are you serious?
And I think Dig beats Furia.
Out of your mind. That team literally almost beat your team that you're rooting for, your favorite.
It's a new day every day. If Falcons played the same like they did against Dig, they would have swept y'all. Relax.
Blasphemy. I don't care what you're saying. You're delusional one year, out the other. I'm taking Furia
I'm
all
taking
day.
Furia. Furia's just...
I'm taking Furia.
Go ahead.
I'm taking Furia.
Well, once again, that'll be more points for Bates on the desk. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Put them in. And then to fill out or finish the group stage, Falcons, K-Corp, how we feeling?
That's a series.
That is an unbelievable series.
That is a series.
Wait, who hasn't gone first yet? Who's not gone first?
Lamar.
Falcons.
That was quick.
Okay. Rise.
Falcons.
Stumpy.
I've got K-Corp in my top 4. K-Corp.
You just swept them.
Griffin.
Falcons in my top 4. I gotta go Falcons.
Oh, man.
I think they'll bounce back.
Dang, bro, I didn't have time to talk about it. Oh, well, Falcons, K-Corp. I will say that if K-Corp plays in that same form where they're just giving these free goals like they did against Fury, I believe.
Yeah.
If they get these free goals like they did against Fury, they're going to get absolutely slaughtered. It's not even going to be a competition. The K-Corp that was in London form, that's the K-Corp that we need to see. If anything else, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should talk about it a little bit. It's elimination matches today. Again, lots of pressure for a team like K-Corp. I mean, put in this position, having to run the gauntlet. Do you think that there's a chance here to bounce back, Stumpy?
I think so. As I said, I think there's still a lot of headroom that we're going to see K-Corp grow into. Something was just up. They were not playing to their potential. As Bates mentioned, in London, they were one of the best teams there. They had an incredible
And in the wild card, actually. In the wild card, they looked absolutely unbeatable.
3-0. Very few people had them going through 3-0. They looked unbelievable. And I think that wild card, although it's dampened now because they've had a couple of matches out of the wild card, I think that still gives them, at any given team, a really big buff. So, yeah, I think K-Corp have got a lot that they can still do. I think Astral looks fantastic from what we've seen, but the performance they gave in London, where Astral was back at that conversation of one of the best in the world, we have not seen that for a very long time, and I've been very clear about that. I know what Astral can do, we all do, and yet they just weren't performing. Nolly, as again we mentioned before, London is the player that has made it that K-Corp are able to perform at that level. He is so confident as well. I've seen him a few times. He's just like, yeah, we're vibing. We can do this. We can get this done.
And then on the other side, Fury, Kaio and Card upping their level of antes. Ever since Gamers 8, they've been playing a full roster. It was a Yan show in London, but ever since, it's been a whole entire team unison, and that's made them so good, so great. Is they're going to take that same form to end up beating a Dignitas or something like that in the Falcons. I mean, as long as Ahmed's on this game, as long as Ahmed's on this game, that team goes as Ahmed goes. I understand that everybody hypes up TRK for good reason, but Ahmed is the engine. He's what makes the Falcons fly. If you clip his wings, they fall down to the ground.
Yeah, we did clip them wings, but I'm not sure if they can repeat the same success that we had. So we'll see. I don't think they will. Some of y'all delusional think they will, but
whatever, bro.
Yeah, like I said, against K-Corp and Falcons World is you ended up playing against them FaZe and Falcons. So do you think in terms of the playstyle, is it the playstyle that's going to be the biggest thing for K-Corp? Obviously they're a different team compared to FaZe, but even offensively, like Stumpy, you making a point of like Astro being very offensive, one of the best players offensively. Is he going to have to step up in order for K-Corp to try to take that match or make it much more closer? Because it definitely seems like Falcons are the favorites going in.
Yeah, I think all three of them individually have to step up, but I think in order for K-Corp to be successful, Astro does have to take it to the next step and has to take over the game. They have to do everything in their power to enable Astro in that offensive approach and make them as comfortable as possible with enough space on the field. Because once the Falcons get control of that field, it's pretty much wraps. You have to take control of the field.
See, I disagree with that. I don't think, like, with what you said, I don't think Astro, I think Astro played well in London, but I think he nerfed his teammates so much by just taking the ball off them.
Wait, you think that Astral was not the man at the front and that was the right decision?
He was, but he was doing it too much.
But so that wasn't the right decision?
I think it was his decision. I don't think if you asked the other two, they would agree. Because I don't think they would want to get, like, Itachi's a great player, Nolly's a great player, and when we played them, it seemed like Astral would just take the ball off them all the time.
Well, we'll end up seeing that's the matchup for tomorrow, but let's take a look at the schedule as we lock in and talk about the matches we are playing today. Ending off the day will be the General NRG taking on Renegades. Again, before that one, we'll have Endpoint versus Space Station Gaming. Second matchup, Carmine Corp taking on Optic Gaming. But of course, our first matchup of the day is the Club versus Dignitas as we get set up, T-Bates. The Club making a run for Sam, going against Dignitas with looked in form.
Well, the Club don't have to go up against the refs, hopefully, this time. Let's talk about Raul, the FaZe fans, but then you got Dignitas. Let's get it going.
So, to introduce the teams and get things kicked off, we're going to send it to the floor to Sean Stackhouse.
Live from Fort Worth, Texas, we welcome you inside Dickies Arena. And for the first time in 2.5 years, welcome to the Rocket League World Championship. Our first matchup today is an elimination game. Let's meet the teams.
I'm very confident we're facing the Club. They're a good team, but so are we, and we're always confident ourselves.
Estou ansioso para jogar contra a Dignitas, porque nosso playstyle parece pouco no ataque, e as mecânicas vão ser lindas de se ver.
KV1's great, so is Astromic, but Lost for me is performing really well, especially with the mechanics.
O melhor da Dignitas é a inteligência e a mecânica deles. O nosso plano para vencer a Dignitas é jogar muito mecanicamente e mais rápido que eles.
They're looking quite solid right now, but I still think we can break through them. To all the haters, I don't really care what they say. Obviously, if they think I'm going to lose, it doesn't really affect me, so just watch.
A minha mensagem para todos é que a The Club já mostrou que pode ganhar de qualquer time nesse mundial.
Just watch out, we're going to beat you.
Bora, The Club!
2 teams enter, but only 1 team survives and advances. Please welcome the Club and Dignitas.
Club and Dignitas getting ready to take the stage as this crowd has erupted when seeing them come out. The pressure is going to be on.
Dignitas, you got Scrub Killer, former world champion MVP, the youngest world champion ever. You got Yurius, the mechanical young player, and you got Abjack, the captain. They call him Mini Gary G. But on the other side, you got the Club. They've been playing absolutely phenomenal. Someone KV1 lost and Astromic really representing the South region proudly so far.
Coming in as that 3rd seed from South America as well after Fury's incredible performance at the Spring Major. They have earned that spot themselves. They are not here just because of what their region did. They are here to represent themselves. They are on that side in green, and we are so hyped to see. And look at KV1, the man who is going to be taking on the 1v1s at the end of the day as well.
And you know why? Because he's the smartest player and one of the most mechanical players from that region. KV1 up and coming, and we want to talk about it, the 3rd seed from the region. The 3rd seed? Unbelievable. I can't believe it, Raj.
Did you see how cold Lost was? Coldest man in the building. Got the puffer jacket on, he's ready, bro. Lost is ready. Lost is locked in.
And then you got Astromic over here sitting in the middle. He's the captain. He holds the 2 boys together. And the mechanical young wizard himself, He really busts out the plays and he allows and creates the space for KB1 to make all the mechanical plays that he needs to do, kind of like the number 2 play we saw in the top 10. But then we got Mr. Icy all the way at the end, if we can get to him shortly. Mr. Law, the best player on the team so far as the wild card, and then at now, he has been performing admirably. He, along with his ice on his wrist and on his chain and on his neck and his puffer jacket, is absolutely cold unit, and I expect nothing less from him in this matchup against Dignitas.
And he got a call out from apparently Jack in the pre-interviews. He's like, look, everyone's talking about Astromach and KB1, but keep an eye on Lost. To earn that amount of respect from your opponent is an incredible thing to do.
Club already sitting down, getting ready to get locked in, but we take a look across the stage at Dignitas.
There they are.
They're getting set up. You see Jory is there. And imagine, being on this stage for him, definitely a big moment. And he's sitting next to 2 teammates that he's went through a lot with.
Being able to come on this stage as well, repping the black and the gold, which is obviously our theme, as well as for Dignitas, it is something that is incredibly hard to imagine. He has had a lot of ups and downs with this roster. He has been side by side with apparently Jack the entire time. And to his left is Scrub Killer, that previous world champion. Season 7, he lifted that trophy. Season 8, he nearly did it again, lost out by a single goal. He is here to become a legend twice.
There's just something different about this roster. They've been through so many ups and downs through this season. They're looking good at this World Championship. It's scary.
If there's any 3 combo that can bounce back from all the implications that they've been, trials and tribulations that they've been going through, it has to be this roster. You have the leader of SK sitting in the middle seat, but it's this man, Abjack, who really is kind of a leader. I talk to him so much, and he just holds his team and himself so highly and accountable for everything.
And there's very few teams that I've known who won as much as Dignitas. I'm gonna keep harping on it because I believe it's the main reason why they made it this far to everybody's expectations. They are here at 8 a.m. They were on the shuttle bus with us, coming in early every single day ever since they lost. They've had their game and their mindset on, we want to win the World Championship. We're here to win it, and the preparation from 8 a.m. all the way till we got to clock out at 11 p.m. That's how long they've been here every single day.
They've been here, they've been ready. Everybody has been grinding as we put the pressure on Rise. I want to talk to you specifically about this matchup, the club versus Dignitas. Play style-wise, what's the difference here?
I think the club are full mechanics. They're a bit like us. They just go into the air, and if you don't stop them, you're going to lose. Dignitas are a lot more reserved. They started the season like that, with a lot of demos, a lot of bumps, a lot of fast plays, and they've kind of slowed it down. And I think if they go back to that play style, they are contenders. Like, they are scary.
Ro, what you think about that?
I agree 100%. I think they have to utilize their mechanics. You got Joris, you got Abjack, and SK. I think SK is more of the laid-back filler type of player, but with Abjack and Joris, we saw them in the 2v2 event where we were just like, bro, this team could be actually ridiculous. And if they could get back to that 1-2 combo up front, dangerous.
Is there a matchup in this? Is there a particular player-to-player matchup that we're looking at in this for like the fans at home?
Joris lost.
Yours lost?
Joris lost.
No question.
No question. No question.
No question. Well, we'll see if you guys have questions as we get the Verizon fan vote on your screen. Use hashtag the club if you're going with the third seed from South America who've been playing this far. But if you're going with Dig, hashtag the Dig in chat as it is time to go to work. Almost really. We're getting players in, they're getting loaded in, but of course, it's also time for the desk predictions. Who do we think are going to be able to take this matchup here? The club versus Dignitas. Stumpy, I'm looking at you in your beautiful eyes.
First one. Okay. I am so impressed with the club so far, Rise. I completely agree with what you said. They are underrated going into this. They are the third SAM seed, and look at what they are doing. They have done a phenomenal job so far. But for me, Dignitas, they have just got that grind on. I've seen it with my own eyes. You said, you know, Jack is on the same bus as us. I said to him, oh, you're up early. He goes, no, normally I get on the bus before you. He's normally on the shuttle before we even leave our hotel. He is a phenomenal grinder. He's one of the smartest players in the game right now. I think he's going to go big, and I think that this is Dignitas' to win.
I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to have to stir the pot a little bit. Lost is genuinely, like, crazy. I don't think people understand it yet, but the club. I got the club.
I like how Rise just like he hears all what Stumpy says and turns away from him. I disagree 100%.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Rise. 100%. I think it's the club. I respect them too much. There will be no implications, so they will take this one this time.
I was at the club last night, but unfortunately, I had to end up leaving. Now I have to put on my black. I have to put on my black, and yo, of course I'm wrong with Dignitas, man. Come on now, Dignitas. When they so far from what I've seen at the World Championship, they're playing more of a unit, more of a team unit rather than an individual talent. We all know the capabilities. We all know the 1v1 prowess, the 2v2 prowess. They're arguably one of the best teams in all 3 game modes. But now they're finally putting it together. The club, they had to go through a little bit of trials and tribulations against the face of the referees. But that won't be the case nowadays. It won't matter. Dignitas, ultimately the better team. They're on form, and they're taking out the Sam 3 right here, right now.
They said he left the club, but I'm stepping back in.
That's what we like to see, baby. Come on.
Put the club on the screen because they're gonna take this one.
It's time to go.
I think it'll go the distance as well.
I agree.
But let's see what you guys thought.
I can't see
the Twitch chat.
Oh, that is big.
They're rolling with base. 75% in favor.
Me? Come on.
I remember seeing that. I remember seeing that FaZe versus Falcons yesterday.
I remember seeing SSG Moist.
Yeah.
I remember SSG Moist as well.
Yeah, it was like the same thing.
It's poor.
Well, listen, we've been waiting for so long to get to this moment. Players are ready. This crowd in Dickies Arena is ready. And to get things kicked off, we're gonna send it to Zach on the stage.
December 2019. Garrett G finally lifts that trophy. Turbo Pulsa wins a record 4th World Championship. And 2020 is ready to usher in the NRG era. And then the world stopped. A crippling pandemic brought the world to its knees and everything was shut down. So we did the only thing we could do. We continued to press forward. We continue to compete, continue to entertain for all of you, esports' greatest fans. And we are here now to make up for lost time and to once again crown a world champion. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. This is finally the World Championship, and this is Rocket League!
We waited, and we waited. This is our reward. Whilst the rest of the world was forced to stop, Rocket League developed, new faces came forward, new formats were brought in, and as you're going to see over the next 3 days, new challengers have stepped up. I am Shogun, joined by Yummy and Chamako. And Yummy, are you ready for this?
This is the biggest privilege of my life, and the privilege to be here in front of 13,000. And of course, the privilege to see South America Chamako performing on the big stage here for the first time. Number 3 seed, the club.
The club that feels like a Cinderella story. These guys, I mean, a lot of people were not counting them to be here. They do not get past the wildcard. Oh, and Jorius certainly was one of them. He definitely doesn't think these guys can make it out of the group stage.
You wanted to talk about the club. Jorius shut you down instantly.
That's so big as well for Dignitas, because this is a team that didn't get a chance to perform in full in front of a crowd. Over in London, didn't make it to the crowd. There have been so many questions about Dignitas as to how they perform under pressure. This is the biggest time where that question is going to come to the forefront.
And it's the biggest name in Rocket League. Dignitas, the organization, took back-to-back world championships. The only team to do so, now with a completely fresh roster. Apparently, Jack, Jorias have missed the crowd. They've not been able to do it in the last 2 majors or in fall, of course. Now they have the chance.
If you're talking about new rosters, you have to talk about the club. I mean, because Astromic has been changing rosters throughout the whole season. And now he's here with KB1 and with Lost, which you talked about Lost a few months ago. No one will know who he was, but he's here now making his name for himself.
He's the reason they're here. He's the reason they're in the main stage and has been fighting hard in his region. And it's great to see that even under such high pressure, Lost has been able to perform.
Yeah, Lost really has had the most significant blow-up of anybody from that wildcard stage, but right now Dignitas
piling on the pressure. The club needs to get out of this particular position. This is the play that you want on it, though. KV1, who will be featured later on in some 1v1s. Right now, his team are very much up against it.
And if you want a player at the other end to be on the ball, it's going to be world champion Scrub Killer, and he's fed Jack perfectly.
Jack doesn't need much. Jack is so good, so accurate, so powerful. You give him a chance, you give him a little bit of space on the net, and he's gonna take it. And now, 2-0 lead for Dignitas early on in the match.
And that's the danger for with Dignitas. We saw in the wild card a glow up from them from beginning to end, and it was all about confidence, finding space. If Jorius and Appjack are finding the goals, they're going to be dangerous.
And Scrub Killer is one of those players that, as much as you almost want to disagree with him when he tells you how much of he is a world championship player, the results speak for themselves. He's had rough league plays in the past, and then the moment he gets to, let's say, the Season 8 World Championship, it was like a whole different player taking to the field. Is that the same Scrub Killer we are going to get for the next 3 days?
You might be able to argue it. He hasn't been able to get in front of the crowd yet to show off that brilliance.
Well, so far, showing very good. The guys from Dignitas really want this because early on, I mean, we have seen on the wildcard, we have seen on the group stages that the club likes to start fast. They like to take the early games. And so far, it seems that Dignitas is the one winning this match.
And I think Dignitas won it because they were meant to be a world's contender at the very beginning of the season. A lot of people had them as the favorites of Europe, and then they fell apart. This could be their chance to get back into it. But the club, they're fighting hard in the midfield now. There hasn't been a goal for a while, and they're finding one right now. Lost!
We were talking about Lost. We were talking about this guy, specifically him, and KV1 as well. What a great pass. He's showing you the abilities, the skills he has in 1v1, and then giving it up to Lost, who makes it look easy.
Scrub, I appreciate you jumping there, pal, but yeah, still absolutely no chance. And now with 2 minutes left, 1 goal is all the difference. That's why they've had to change, and it's straight in. Lost wins the challenge, 2 each. And I think I can hear Johnny Boy screaming from the backstage.
Yeah, get good at the kickoffs, right? That's Johnny right there. No one went on that, no one, absolutely no one, and that ball was so slow that, I mean, you will think at this level someone will get there and save it, but, I mean, we have a tight match now.
And we see there, the 50 was what made it for Lost. And that's what he's so good at. He's not making these huge mechanical plays, but he's one of the best readers of the game. He knows where to challenge from. That gets them a goal. It's tied up. Dignitas will be sweating.
The script being followed so far. No easy matches to start us off. Is it free? Astromic gives the club the lead in a match that they were 2 goals down in.
All 3 members of the club, all 3 can step up when it really counts, and all 3 have now put them on the board.
And if you know that, you have to make those clears. You have to get the ball out of the way. Joris had the chance. I don't know, maybe he didn't have enough boost, but couldn't get it out.
So do wait to see if that ball can go away. If you're Dignitas, as much as we have been hyping up what the club were able to do to get back into this, the quality of the goals that they conceded were poor by their own standards. They need to sort that out. This is a team that held off Falcons for 4 minutes of overtime. And yet in this one, it has completely fallen apart. Just over a minute left here. Can Dignitas start putting it back together? Because you know if they end up losing this, we recycle that old question. What do Dignitas look like under pressure?
The mentality has been questioned all season for Dignitas. A loss here after being 2-0 up would be a problem. The club still looking to strike the iron, but Dignitas almost found the counter.
And Dignitas still challenging that ball, still getting very close. And there you go, Jorius keeping the ball right on the blue stone. Scrub Killer now taking his chance against Astromic. Lost, fast, quick to that ball and was able to get the clear.
Big demo, double demo. Astromic takes his time, realizes he needs to get a bit of angle to work with, especially with Lost finally on the respawn. Solid half volley, but this is where Dignitas need the ball at the moment. Passing play to apparently Jack!
You're kidding me, Jack! That is a mistake on this level of stage that you'll be running through your head if you can't get this next goal. 18 seconds left if Dignitas want to survive.
They need to get the clear right outside now, and they have to do it now. Jack with the ball, maybe he has a chance to go with the dribble, past 1. Lost on defense, the ball, clearing the center, but Scrub Killer taking his time. Joris now with the ball, going high, going for the pass to himself. Jack has a chance, rejected, still on there. Scrub Killer
to Jorius, and Loss able to get it out of the way. The ball will touch the ground, and the club starts strong in this first match.
And you start to wonder, how? How did that go so wrong so quickly for Dignitas? They came in, got the 2 opening goals. You're looking at it thinking, all right, finally, they have a crowd buff. We didn't know whether or not they had that. And then 3 exceptionally soft goals to give up, Yummy. What do you do to bounce back from that? I want to see them talking to each other first to start off.
Well, early in that game, I felt more like the club were hanging back. They were a little bit scared. They were nervous, as you would be, of course, in your first time in this stadium. And that allowed Dignitas to spend most of the time in attack in the midfield, where they never had to panic. Once the club sped up like their game plan, Dignitas started worrying, jumping everywhere, and not being able to find the defense.
Right, but I mean, I think I know why Dignitas, allowed the goals. Maybe they were a little bit nervous, but why didn't they keep up with the offense? They were doing so good in that first minute. They were, attacking very well, getting the pass and getting the shots on net, and then all of a sudden, no more offense.
Look how cool this is, guys. Look behind us. Dickies Arena, full of Rocket League fans. If you have joined us since Season 1, you have seen us go from strength to strength. If you're joining us over the last few years, you are just as deserving of enjoying this moment as everybody else. We have waited for this so long. Everybody believed that this esport could make it to this kind of level. Now can the club keep up their own level and take down the European giants?
Speaking of belief, we've got now an entire region believing in the club. I think the entire world starting to believe in the club as well.
I do. I mean, if you're asking me, I'm here. I'm their cheerleader. I'm waiting for them to, win this really fast. I don't want to, 4-3 something. No, 4-0. That's what I want.
I really want to speak to you, Chimako, about that as well, because when South America first were introduced to the RLCS, there was a lot of, they're very entertaining to watch, but not necessarily championship contenders. Now that you've had the chance to follow them for the last few years, and they are right up there. Teams like Furia, now teams like the club, who are really taking the fight to a team like Dignitas that is narrowly off target. That one's going to be wide. How are you feeling about your region, and how proud are you of them?
Is this a good moment? Yeah, maybe.
It's fine.
I don't know. Jorius still has a good chance to attack, and Renegades is looking for the pass. Maybe it's Killa, but why a second touch? To answer your question, I think the region had a lack of defense, and they have improved on that heavily, like a lot. Still, some issues here and there, but they're looking way better. And when you have those mechanics, that eagerness to attack, to make offense happen, with a decent defense, then yes, I mean, you can make anything happen worldwide, I should say.
This 21-22 season, the format, all of these international lands have pushed a region like South America so far forward, especially in that defensive half, in their skill. We know that South America is a region of the future, and they could prove it now.
Well, this is maybe the first ever World Championship where... Rodriguez! What a read!
He's buried that one. He's buried Astromic as well. What a read. And that's the first goal on the board for a while for Dignitas.
If you're going to get very, very strict with Astromic, I mean, the only way that Jorius could get that one was on the left. I mean, there was no way for him to go right. So Astromic, a little bit of a bad read on that play, bad decision making, but still very good on Jorius.
The only thing that I do want to give to Astromic on that play is that because the positioning of Jorius, it actually you get shielded by the ball. The nameplate goes away. You fail to see where the car is anymore. So that's going to be my little bit of copium for him, but at the same time, you do not want to see those plays going past you. You don't want to give Dignitas the impetus to get back into this series, because the last game was not how they planned the start of this tournament to go for themselves, as Astromic wants to go over the top of Scrub. But Scrub Killer, one of the greatest goal line defenders we have ever seen, as we see more damage being put on the back line.
Astromic doing so much work that forward half as the pressure mounts for Dignitas. Low boost on the board. There is an opportunity, but once again, the steadfast Scrub Killer able to find the challenge and keep them out of it.
I like to see this Astromic. This is a guy that likes to push hard. That was a bump, right?
Yes! Yes, it was!
An amazing bump at the time.
Everybody say goodbye to Lost and wave at him on his way. He was off to go and see Astromic. Dignitas, another 2-goal lead.
Surely it can't happen again.
It was apparently Jack who gave all the credit to Lost in the pre-game interview. It was apparently Jack who had all that respect, and it was apparently Jack who took him out of the game.
I mean, if you respect him, you gotta take him out of the way, right? I mean, you don't want him near that goal line and make the save.
Especially with Lost's ability to not only get those saves, but transition the ball immediately afterwards. One of the best that we have seen. Not removing himself from the play. Dignitas having a bit of a moment on their own backboard.
Dignitas moment.
It was fine. They didn't concede off it. They got that one out of the way. Is now Lost. Oh, that was so close. Scrub Killer narrowly avoids being wiped out. This is a good opportunity here for the club. They're looking to press forward until Dignitas escape.
And Scrub just being very aware of the surroundings. You know, he was going for the ball, but also avoiding the bomb, doing everything right, and that shows you. I mean, this guy is here for real. You can say whatever you want about Scrub, but his skills talk by himself.
Jorius has found a lot of confidence here. We're seeing him go for those solo plays that made him a devil. Rise talked about it on the desk. Throughout Wildcard, he was the one that made a difference for Dignitas. And so he gets scared as apparently Jack looking for the goal, has Jorius in support. They won't find it with 1 minute left.
Yeah, I like the play. Oh, wait a minute. Lost. This is what they were trying to demo him earlier on. I like the play if Dignitas were either looking to get back into the game or if it was 0-0. But hey, you've got the lead. Don't take unnecessary risk as Lost called into action on the goal line. Dignitas back to Jack, who is again leaving it. Dignitas have really taken the sting out of this game.
Really safe plays.
You want to see it, especially after the way the last game ended. Put that to the back of your mind. Get yourself the first game win.
Much more control, Dignitas now. I mean, in defense is doing so much better. And in offense, I mean, just as good as they did in the previous match. But that's what they need. I mean, just better defense. Don't get crazy. Don't allow the net to be open. That's it.
There it is, number 3. Apparently Jack provided the other 2. Gets himself on the board for this one. And a much better idea as to how to play the time and how to play the scoreline. This is a team, Yummy, that goal line defense, all 3 of them, you would bet on any of them to win in those kind of situations. Yet they seem to be a team on occasion that don't want to play into that.
It is very odd to see the club maybe need a bit more midfield presence. Dignitas with all their 1v1 skill. What I like from that goal is apparently Jack getting them through, getting Dignitas this game win. He's the player, apparently Jack, who often comes off a series and says, I didn't play great. He'll always take the blame for his team, but I always feel like when he says that, he's one of the best players on the pitch. It's that perfectionism.
It is. I mean, we were talking about that on the desk, you know, like how he comes here very early, how he wants to make himself better every single time. And whenever his team loses, he takes it personally. Like, it's on him. And he wants to make everyone better on the team. And that's, I mean, it shows right now on this one. I mean, he didn't take all the goals, but if we're going by score itself, you know, he's up there, you know, carrying the team, basically.
Also got to look as to the potential knock-on effects of this, because 3 of these players will be on later on today for our 1v1 show match. Ooh, I cannot wait for that. That is going to be absolutely exceptional. But for the time being, it is tournament lives on the line. Win this, and you will move on to the next round. Lose it, and it is the end of your season. 10 hard months of work gone.
And when it comes to both these teams, it has been a struggle. Dignitas obviously struggling throughout the season as it went on, but the club, every single time things go well, they get a player stolen from them. Yan first stolen from them, Math stolen from them, had to rebuild their roster over and over.
They have, and one thing that they also get stolen is those first wins, those first matches. They do get to do very well in the first or the second match, but afterwards it seems like other teams get used to their playstyle and adjust. And one thing that we haven't seen from the club is adjustment. They haven't been able to adjust very well as the series go along.
They're going to have the chance to do it. That's a brilliant shot. It was a little bit too good, though, off the post. Try to just tuck that in behind the goalkeeper. Now Scrub, his own opportunity. He's going to go for the bump. No, his Stromic narrowly avoids, and Lost was the target man on the middle side of the field. And that is something that I would like to see from the club. Been very good behind the ball, but as Dignitas kind of found out against Falcons, there's only so much you can do when you're behind the ball. Leaving Lost in that midfield, I like as just a new option.
And with them stacking the net, so much here. They are opening themselves up to the bumps coming out from Dignitas. Dignitas playing this incredibly smart, playing to their strengths of solo play with a bit of a backup, and that's giving them a few of these early opportunities.
And now, Lost with the chance, he's going for the backboard, and Scrub is not able to take it away, but Jarius let the ball dance on top of his car and was able to get the clear. Jarius again, going, trying to get their pass, but there's no one over there, so he's forced to go to the carry. Astromic getting the clear. Now, Jack on defense, he's gonna take it away, maybe with the solo play. His teammates were not there to help him, so he was forced, to go for the 50.
Massive swing game here. Chance to really take control of the series. Especially the way the last game was sort of dominated by Dignitas. Really made their opportunities count as we get the pass to Lost! Oh, off the post again!
The thinnest of margins. But that means that they are playing for those thinnest of margins. They respect the Dignitas defense, that they are trying everything they can to pass them. Haven't been able to do it just yet, but they will have their opportunity as Lost gets intercepted again.
Keep looking for those passes, but so far Dignitas is on top of the passes every single time, not allowing for easy shots from the club.
Big clears coming out, the back and forth as well. But it's apparently Jack with boost with a flip reset. No! It's saved out by Astromic. Dignitas don't want to stop here, and there's a bounce, a free one. That's going to be Lost to take it the other way.
The player that they needed in that position is the player that provided Jarius off the backboard. Oh, the bounce didn't agree. Now Scrub Killer's opportunity. Astromic pre-jumps. Knew we had to get there in time, and you can already see KV1 is now loitering on that backboard because they do not want that option to stay available.
That's the area they've had to defend against this Dignitas roster.
Exactly what I was thinking. I mean, we all three were thinking the same thing. They need to defend that backboard, and they were not doing it so far.
My question to you would be, has Dignitas infielded? Even once? None that I can recall.
Yeah, I think one in the first match, maybe. One goal from apparently Jack. But that's it. I mean, they haven't done so much. So yeah, you're right. I mean, better defend that backboard than the infield.
Obviously, that then provides the typical Rocket League thing of, hey, you're now providing the backboard defense as we get Jarius. He's got rid of one. But he was still up against KV1. But when you do start to defend that backboard, then the infield pass becomes more available. There's just never the right answer. There's no such thing as perfect positioning. It's just perfect prediction.
The Dignitas are one of the best passing teams around in Europe as well when they're on form. We've seen already the club send a couple of members up to the backboard.
Yes, and oh!
See if they can recognize that Scrub Killer has a little gap. Can't find the opening.
Still, you can say whatever about the defense right now, but it is the best defense we have seen in all the series. We have a 0-0 score with 120 left to go.
We were talking earlier on, Chimako, about how South America's defense had to catch up. There's ever been a game to prove it. This is the one! Hold off the pressure and wait for that golden opportunity.
No boost left on Dignitas.
A little bit late from Scrub, and a hard shot. I mean, he was rotating back, he was trying to get on net, and he wasn't expecting the shot right away. So it took him by surprise, and now the club has the chance to win this match.
What a turnaround from South America as well. From a team that doesn't have a great defense to now being a team that has the club who have won consistently throughout this event off their defense.
The club have proven themselves resolute. One of the strongest mentals that came to this World Championships, had difficulties against FaZe, still played their hearts out. Now they look to try and push themselves into our top 8. Good challenge. Scrub Killer, very brave to let that one bounce down. Not only recognizing that it wasn't on target, but also that nobody else was going to get there before him. But the club putting that pressure on. 30 seconds left. Apparently Jack, good stop. Now it goes up the wall. Can't get the read on it, and Jarius and Scrub are facing the wrong way. Here comes the Astromic. Backboard. Has he got the second? No, they haven't, and Jarius gets rid of it.
Running Jack trying to get it out of the way in the open. No, there's no open net. Astromic is back there. I mean, these guys are serious in their defense so far. They're not gonna let it happen. They're not gonna let them tie the game so easily. The guys from Dignitas trying to get the clear, trying to get it all the way, but it's so hard so far. Lost with the clear to the side. Scrub against the wall, and excellent clear by Lost. The club now 2-1 lead in the series.
The club on top. Such a smart play at the end. It's 30 seconds remaining. That's when the hands start shaking, but the brains keep on ticking. Astromic was touching it to the side. KV1 finding bumps, shutting Dignitas down.
For a team that have been criticized for not being able to adapt on the fly, the club certainly adapted in that game. New strategies, really patient defense. They didn't just launch anybody for the sake of launching them. Instead, wait for their opportunity, and if there is a team that does make the occasional mistake and give you a freebie, it is Dignitas, so why not wait for that?
I feel a little bit attacked with that one, you know? They don't make adjustments, they're right there, right? Well, they are also a counter-attacking team. They like to counter-attack, they like to wait. So in this case, they said, okay, let's put everything on defense. And then at the end, right when they had the first goal, they were attacking very, very good. They were very aggressive. They were on the orange side of the field. All three of them, which is something that we don't see very often.
Well, what I really liked about that as well is that you see the way that they were attacking. It was almost a half attack most of the time, taking shots and making sure that they were always landing on the floor. There was nothing where they would go into the air, have to recover on the opponent's backboard. It was always, hey, Dig, you have to worry about this, but I'm going to prioritize my recovery and stealing your boost. You can do the rest of the work. See if you can manage it. Now for Dignitas, let's see what they've got. We're trading games back and forth.
We head into game 4, and Dignitas have to dig deep, find that space. They want to get that first goal in a while.
And this is the place where the club usually stops. You know, they get 2 wins against a very top opponent, and then they don't get any other. So this is the moment. They have to prove themselves on this match.
Here we go. Game 4 underway. Goal 1 in the net.
Appjack just doesn't miss. He's reading the play. He sees KV1 completely taken out. And he knows to go for the shot. Lost to the Stromic. Thought that ball was going forward.
Well, we gotta say, Scrub had a very good bump in there. I think KV1 was on top of the ball, and then when he got the bump, no more, and an easy shot for Appjack.
And again, it's those early goals that seem to be the difference makers. We've got ourselves 30 seconds to this one. Dignitas getting the lead. Neither team able to sustain game-to-game momentum. KV1 clears. Apparently Jack wiped off the field. Scrub Killer takes over from that position. To Lost with KV1 in support. But if there's anything that you do have to do against the club, it is pre-jump, and pre-jump as quickly as you possibly can, or you're getting wiped off the field.
And we're seeing this from the solo players from the club, how much ones practice we've got from all 3 members of Dignitas. They've been able to shut them down, but can they shut another one? Multiple members of the club hanging around, but they did send all 3 forward, so it should give a small respite here for Dig.
You see how KV1 was out of position, but that's out of respect because he was expecting Dignitas to actually make a contact with the ball and get it out of the way. So, you know, we can criticize that a little bit, but again, these guys are not taking Dignitas lightly.
At this sort of level, when you get these demos as a Stromic, looks for Scrub Killer! Put him out of position! One each!
I put him on a pedestal. A Stromic with the bump. So smart over Scrub Killer. That is a play that's very difficult to execute when you're nervous, when you're on that big stage, to abandon the ball, go for the bump, and put yourself out of position.
Right, and Lost, he had a lot of respect again for Scrub because Scrub didn't fall for the bump. He didn't get the bump at any moment, but still, you know, Lost was very careful watching where he was landing to, so he could take it out of the way and get the goal.
Those of you that may be new, wondering why we're going on about this, it has been the off-ball plays that have been such difference makers. Play the ball once, land, steal boost, look for goalkeeper, rotate back. Keep doing that, recycle the plays, and get yourself another lead. Dignitas looking to do exactly that. Off the backboard, Joris, no angle to really play from, so instead, just get one hit, get Scrub Killer and Jack back into position, and maybe even wipe out another player on your way back into the rotation.
We haven't seen that many demos from Dignitas, and I was wondering...
They're trying. That's the weird bit. They are trying their hardest. They're just not happening.
There you go. It's then corrected. That's it.
Well, we also are missing those passing plays just for now, and we're seeing it's because they are pushing just one person forward, keeping 2 players back and hoping that the kind of individual brilliance will come out. Hopefully that does begin, or maybe we'll steal the change up from Dignitas, but for now, it is allowing them to play a safer game, one where they're not going to get counterattacked so easily.
They definitely learn. I mean, they are making the adjustments. And the previous match, that game number 3, was only 1 goal game, and that's it. So they know the value of those goals in this series, and they're really to KV1 again, another chance maybe. They're keeping it there.
I think it's the 4th time now we've seen the woodwork come into play. It is not exactly choosing sides.
I love Lost, by the way. The fact that he goes for that as 3rd man, the confidence he has, the ice in his veins.
Just another bump.
More chances as well, but bump coming up from Jorius. He almost found the second.
Come the big play of this. How well can the club avoid Dignitas' bumping plays? Because as you mentioned, Shamako, Dig are not connecting on many of them, but they're forcing movement.
Well, and the thing is, I mean, they're not demoing that much, but they are connecting even in the air sometimes. So they're going for the bumps, and
yes.
just a slight bump in the air makes a world of change.
I mean, we saw it for the goal that the club got. Oh, he can force him out of position. Apparently, Jack will want to see that one again. Turns back around. Needs Scrub to move infield so he can be played into. Instead, Jorius back on the halfway line. Another demo. Who's going to get there first? Dignitas 2, the club 1.
Demolitions left, right, and center. It's going to be apparently Jack this time. And unfortunately for Astromic, he went for that early jump, expecting that fast shot from Jorius.
Yeah,
a big fat 0 on the boost.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bad measure. Like, he didn't get it right. Obviously. Now we got Skrakila on B2. That's worth it to say.
Okay, World Championship Scrub is here, everybody.
I'm loving it. I'm loving Dignitas now. We're starting to see them warm up mechanically, and they're one of the most exciting teams to watch when they are.
Stromic off the wall. 30 seconds for them to get this goal back. Otherwise, Dignitas will tie us up. 2 games each. Oh, what a hit! What a goal! Jorius with the brace! Brace for Jorius!
How do you defend that? I mean, is there any way? Because KV1 was on the air. He was, trying to get adjusted for anything that happened, but obviously not everything.
You know what you do to defend that? You put the controller down, you look over your monitor, and you clap and say, well played. That was outstanding.
And one to get them the 2-goal lead. We've seen the fight back and forth. Dignitas now want to tie it up.
And it looks like that should be enough. Dignitas putting the clock to nothing. A cheeky own goal to give Jorius another one. That will credit him with a hat trick. And this is the sort of game that really proves why everybody talks about Dignitas so much, why they've been one of the most almost frustrating teams, because you see games like this, and you're like, why is this not all the time?
Also, a strong own goal there. We've got to point that out. He was put under pressure by Jorius on those final seconds. And Dignitas, a real statement game here, 4-1.
Well, you can call it a statement game. I mean, but this doesn't win the series, okay? You're gonna keep moving forward.
He's got the copium out already, guys. They're handing it out of the stadium, left, right, and center.
And I said at the beginning of the series. I mean, this was an important match for the club because we have seen they make it. They win 2 matches, and after that, it seems like they turn down the volume. They turn down, the power. I don't know. Something is missing right now. So they were doing so good. The first few matches were so close, and now all of a sudden, they're 4-1.
It gets to that pivot point too here, where it's 2-2. The next one, whoever can wrest control, because it has been back and forth, could get themselves onto that next day.
Sorry, I'm looking at the crowd around here, and I'm not missing out on this opportunity, especially now that we hear a timeout has been called for the club. So I'm going to do a quick fan poll over in this one. If you think the club is going to take it, make some noise! I get the feeling this next one's going to be a little bit more quiet. If you think Dignitas is going to take it, let's hear ya! I was wrong.
Okay.
I was very wrong. Wow.
That shows just the fan power of Dignitas. Thank you, Dickies Arena. Thank you, Texas, and we get to find out.
That felt so good after 2 years.
Exactly. And this is EU being cheered on by the North American crowd for the first time. I really feel like it.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think it has just become a universal language. Hype is the universal language, and Rocket League will bring it in spades.
Well, then you must speak the universal language very well, Shogun.
I was ready for an insult on that one. You completely caught me off. Shamako, let's get you involved in this, because you've seen the club, you've seen how they go through. What do you expect them to change after this timeout has been called?
I think they're going to lock down on the defense a little bit more. I think that was the problem. They got a little bit overconfident. I was talking on the first few matches how much respect they were giving to Dignitas in the first few matches, and it seems like on the fourth one, it went out of the way. Like, okay, respect, what is that? So they got to lock down a little bit more on defense, try to go for those kind
counterattacks again. But one thing I can tell you about these guys is that they always play like they have a chance. They never really quit. And I mean, they're young, but they have a fire, they have a spirit, and we're gonna see it on the next match.
I'd like to see them a bit more active in the defense as well. We're seeing them kind of stack the net, stack the backboard, and all of a sudden with the change up of direction we're seeing from Dignitas, it's giving them a lot more open chances.
Shamako, you mentioned earlier on how the club do like to counterpunch on occasion. But in order to do that, it seems like the club have been quite happy to leave somebody goal line. Dig have noticed that now. Dig are happy to send Jarius, Jack, Scrub, any of them. See if they can put a demo on, and that is not only leading to goal-scoring opportunities for Dignitas, but it's also disrupting the third-man rotation. It is harder to get rid of the ball when you are approaching from an angle that you didn't want to approach from.
And we get a few demos from the club right on this match, and maybe that's something they're gonna try. I mean, get the players out of the field, and maybe that way they will disrupt the defense's rotation and get something going.
Oh!
Fake.
Oh! Oh no! The post disagrees.
He'd read them so beautifully. The club, a fake in the air is very difficult. When it comes to communication on land, to pull that off. And that's the first real sign of life here, but it goes the other way. What a save by KD! Oh my God! How is that not a goal?
Don't ask me. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. Those are the zero ping saves that you can do here in LAN.
That's the sort of plays that only happen in LAN. Apparently Jack taking over. Can he now provide? As Jarius wanted to find KV1, wasn't prepared for the pass. Scrub Killer wants to go the whole way. Seen a couple of the plays by himself. Here's lost yet again. Player that they want to get the transitions, and you saw the respect that apparently Jack had. Did not want to launch forward, but the KV1 had to avoid being bumped. Scrub didn't really play that all too quickly. He's still on the chase. These bumps and demos have become crucial to both of these teams' game plans. The more in motion you are, the more offense you have, the more range of motion you have. That means you can keep up that sort of pace. Makes you less likely to be the one that's getting demoed and more likely for you to be the demo-E, and Dignitas and the club both aware of it, trying to keep that momentum.
And it's been Dignitas trying to keep up that pace as well, and have been doing a good job of still putting the club on the back foot.
They are. I mean, right now it's been all Dignitas. They have controlled the ball very well. Even with those demos, I mean, they haven't struggled too much. And every time there's a chance for the club to attack, it's only one attack. They haven't allowed like multiple attacks. They get the clear right away and then start building on it eventually.
Now, to be fair to the club, that one attack that they had was really fun to watch. We'll see whether or not they can put another one together of Dignitas. Have used the timeout that the club gave against them and have improved their own strategies. Apparently Jack, not the best first touch. Will he pay for it? KV1 back to his teammates.
Out of nowhere, Sneaky, it looked like he was lost on the pitch, but no, he was in the net. He found a little gap. And the club in the lead again.
Yeah, he was going for the bumps. I mean, he wasn't going for the goal. He wasn't going to score. And then when he found nothing to bump, he decided, well, the ball is here. I'm going to take it in. And that's it. I mean, and we have talked about how important those first goals have been in the series. Every time a team has a lead, they usually keep very tight to it. Except now, of course, because I opened my mouth.
The club are very good at keeping a lead, but we have seen what Jarius and Abjack could do with a little bit of space. KV1, he had to try and make a touch. He couldn't get the angle he wanted, so it went straight out to Scrub.
Yeah, the most unfortunate thing there for KV1 is the fact that the ball was starting to come downwards. It's very difficult to keep the ball elevated after that. Go off the wall. KV1 looking to try and put it right. Hasn't got any support around, at least early enough. Here's the pinch, and a good one of that. Put some pressure on. Lost. Sees nobody on this left-hand side. Decides to go down it. So phenomenal is KV1. And Lost. And Astromic. All of them just finding their angles to work with. As there is the grouping of blue cars. KV1 has to cut rotation to buy his team some time.
Almost a triple commit on that one. And at least they communicated to each other. They didn't all go for the ball at the same time. Dignitas was not able to take a chance and get the clear right away. They have been doing it so well before, but on that one, on that situation, I don't know what happened to them. Maybe they didn't have enough boost, but they, at least they take control and nothing happened to Dignitas. Oh, the pass and the shot a little bit too wide. Couldn't get it for the club.
Great pre-jump from Lost. Another attempt, but maybe a bit of a mystery.
And Dignitas, I'm impressed that they even saw that one because KB1 the club have not been going to the infield all that often. And yet still, Dignitas recognized the danger of it. Both teams happy to stick with the game plan. Apparently Jack bumped out of the air. Don't think he was quite expected to be the one that was sent. As Jorius back down to Jack. Is that going to cause a mistake? No, KB1, so much power to the half volley. That's how you do that.
Last minute here, Astromic, another infield. In the pass back again to Astromic. Astromic was not ready for that one. Couldn't get any power on it now. Dropkilla taking the ball.
He also had Dignitas down his throat, and he had to really go for a quick pass. The club still maintains some pressure as Jorius is low on boost, but over the top of Astromic, the clears from Dignitas have been solid throughout this series.
Off the wall, Jorius misread it. Needs the support of Scrubkilla. Back to Jorius. Past one, but that's an awkward bounce. One that always will favor the defense. Last few seconds. Bump, Scrubkilla moves in. Can he find the set? Astromi has to clear. It was a delayed attempt there by Jorius, where the touch was good enough. Apparently Jack sees the ball taken away. If for Scrubkilla, off the backboard, nobody can challenge. Apparently Jack could not finish it.
Inches away from securing match point, inches away from their dreams, but Dignitas, they have to do it in overtime now.
Is it the first overtime of the series? I think so. Watch it, watch it, watch it. It is in! Astromic getting the goal! The club now, for the first time against the top team in the EU, has a 3-2 lead.
Astromic astronomical here.
Overtime for the club does not stand for overtime. OT stands for our time. The club, double match point. Dignitas need to win 2 in a row or they are out.
Wow. I mean, again, this is a team, the club, that should not have been here. They made it because Furia found a third spot for South America. Then they were all, being labeled as a third seed from SAM, who will not pass wildcard. And they're fighting again here against Dignitas.
Thanks, King Khan. Thank you for giving us this.
Club making the most of their opportunity. I'm sure they've heard Furia this, Furia that. No, the club have come here to make their own statement, and what a statement they have made. And here's maybe a statement that should not surprise you. Dignitas have called their timeout. They've got 90 seconds now to talk about this, or Brazil is moving on.
A lot of people have been talking. A lot of the players have been talking, and every single one that I've heard has said the club are underrated, that the club are going to be absolutely massive, and they've broken that curse, that 2-game curse, where they couldn't finish out a series from there.
Right, underrated, not anymore. I think that's out of the way, and the way that the desk was talking about them, we had, I think it was a 3-2 vote on the desk. The fans maybe still, need to be educated a little bit more, but the guys from the club, say something. Can't, I'm right. Okay, so yeah, they are here right now. Now, we're talking about Dignitas. They have been in this spot way, many times before. I know they're tired of people talking about how good they could be. They are here. They're gonna come and show how good they really can be. So this is the moment, the moment of truth for Dignitas.
For many people that aren't necessarily in the Rocket League sphere, Dignitas is one of 2 teams that will come to their forefront in their minds. Now they've got to prove it. The badge is with them, the history is with them, but they are against a team that cares not for history, is rewriting it for the club, who could be 1 game away from being 1 series away from top 8.
Their mental game, I think, has been questioned more than anything else, and we just saw Coach Nick on the mic. Hopefully can resurrect Dignitas from the ashes. Will they rise and get us to a Game 7?
We're 5 minutes away to see that. Let's see if the coach has the tools, has the skills to get these guys on top, or if the club will be too much for Dignitas.
Astromic chooses against taking the first-time shot, realized that if he got the angle wrong, would have put Dignitas straight on the counter-attack, a counter-attack that they've gone on anyway. Answer back from Dignitas.
Lost was lost on that one. he was lost. You were thinking about it. You were thinking about it.
No, I wasn't. I was looking at Jorius, but I was also looking at your disappointed face.
Well, he was way too upfront on that one. I mean, it was obvious that the ball was going over him. So I don't know what he was expecting, but still, I mean, an open net for Dignitas, they're gonna take it.
You got to give credit to Jorius, though. Yeah. He looked really awkward. He made a lot out of it because of his mechanics. They almost even find a second goal.
It sounds like a cliche. It kind of is a bit of a cliche, but the last game, especially in front of a crowd like this, is the most difficult one to get. And when you lose that opening goal, it takes the wind out of your sails a little bit more. The club need to make sure that the bleeding doesn't continue. They can't afford to drop a second goal, especially not this early on. Scrub Killer almost finds the set. The club recognizing the danger. As Jorius delays, now comes in. It is a bit of a double commit, but Jorius at least had his back turned. Drop out, KV1 loses the challenge. All of these challenges seem to be going sideways rather than anywhere down the field. Lost misses it, KV1 cleans up.
Of all the players to miss, of all the players to make a couple of mistakes in a row, it hasn't been lost. Not at this LAN, not in the third split, not in the third regional where they almost took down Furia. He has been solid as a rock, and this is the first crack we've really seen.
And Charlotte was talking about, getting that last game, winning that last match, and how hard it is. The club has not been in the Game 7 so far in the wildcard, so you don't really want to get there with all that pressure. You want to make this statement right now.
Good clear by Lost. Only as far as Scrub Killer. Off the ceiling. Can Scrub play it? Not far off, still a second touch. Might be able to get it over to Jorius. KV1 delays, also gets the bump. Astromic, he's on the break, runs out of boost. Still can try and play for the setup, especially after that miss. Where's the extra player? No, the club's sitting too far back.
Jorius looking for the clear as well. Dignitas, for the first time, stuck in defense and Lost. Gets the flip reset. It was a cheeky demo attempt, but Dignitas managed to survive.
Very good use of the flip reset from Lost. I mean, he could have gone all the way to front, but he was completely defended that way. So he went a little bit to the side. Obviously not going to make a goal right away, but keep control of the ball.
It's all about playing the position. Astromic can't find the ball, at least finds the car, and hey, a little bit of duality. Lost, time on the ball. This is pretty good for Lost as we get another one. This is where you want to see him as well. Bit of time to play. There's another one. Might as well go straight to Jorius. Almost got him as well. Forced Jorius to jump. I think the crowd liked that.
I've not seen anything like that before. Astromic going beast mode. And now it's being returned. Scrub Killer. Abjack's looking for one as well.
I love it.
That's 7 demos in the matter of 30 seconds.
I completely love it. This is like, okay, the club can play demos. We can do the same thing. Dignitas right now, they were really trying hard, to get those demos. And it worked. I don't know if it's going to do anything for the game, but it was fun to watch.
I feel like we've just heard the birth of a new Rocket League chant. Every single time that we see a demo, just the crowd goes mental for it. Here is Lost. Going as far as apparently Jack. Good block. KV1 pops the ball up high. Demo on one. Jorius bumped out the way! 1-1!
At the end, demos really works. I mean, you were doing it for fun until it wasn't fun anymore, right? And you get the bump on Jorius as well. Oh, that was a beautiful play by the club, and now tied match, 91 seconds left.
The club more like the Warriors. How are they finding these bumps? Dignitas getting caught flat-footed again, and KV1!
Just did not land for Lost. 80 seconds. Lost wants to take on 2. Lost in the wildcard was always capable of taking on 2. Minute and 15. Scrub Killer, good challenge from him. First one in is Lost. More bumps being attempted. It's over, Jack!
And the crowd, goes wild on that one. You were just saying, Lost in the wildcard. No problem taking on 2, maybe even 3 on that play, and now getting the lead.
It doesn't matter if you're 3 of the best 1v1 players in the world, because when 3 of you connect in the same spot, they cross each other's paths. The club looking for the series win.
1 minute away. From wildcard to top 12! Off the crossbar! Lost looks to move in. Chooses not to take the shot. That's so incredibly disciplined by the club. Knowing that they cannot afford to get caught in the counter-attack. They know Dignitas will bite their arm off if they give them a slight opportunity. KV1!
2-goal lead!
How good were they contesting that ball every single time? You know, a good 50 and then lost, just sends the ball right away to the net, and KB1 is over there to speed it up a little bit. 3-1, 38 seconds. Dignitas need a miracle right now.
If you needed a favorite player, and if you're from South America, it might just be lost. Now it's KB1 keeping them out as well. A 2-goal lead. The club looking to make history for Sam.
Apparently Jack turns to Jory.
Good pass. Oh, baby!
Off the post. 20 seconds left. Dignitas, keep the pressure on. They need something off this play, but Scrum Killer not in position. 15 seconds on the clock.
They don't have the time.
It is impossible. It is impossible right now. The club is going to win this. Crowd knows it, and the guys from the Dignitas trying to do anything, but it's not possible. Lars will put it on the net just for fun, and now the club wins this match.
South America, stand up. The club move on. Dignitas are out.
The club were not here before the World Championship at London. Furia had to send them all the way here, and now they've sent themselves to Saturday, one step away from Championship Sunday as the #3 seed from Sam Chamaco. I can see it.
He's just waiting for the camera. He's just waiting for it.
Very good.
They look exhausted. I don't blame them whatsoever. And guess what? They do it again tomorrow.
They do it again tomorrow against Furia, and that's gonna be like, I don't know what to do. I mean, I was thinking about this moment before, and it's like, it's so likely, but at the same time, what if it happens? It's gonna be amazing, but at the same time, heartbreaking. I can take it.
And that is just the perfect way to go this World Championship, because between Furia and the club, they went to 3 Game 7s in their final regional. Furia got them here, and now, unfortunately, one of them has to be knocked out.
It guarantees at least, well, one South American team is making it into top 8.
Beautiful.
Very well deserved for a region that really made the world take notice throughout the season. From an interesting sideshow to a real contender, Chamaco, how proud are you of your boys?
Can't be any more proud. I mean, and I haven't done any of the work. It's all of them. It's them, you know, just being so good, so passionate about it. This time doing the homework, doing really the homework, like going for the replays, getting their coaches, listening to them, improving on their defense, you know, taking note of everything that everyone has said about the region for so long. Like, oh, you guys don't defend, you guys don't have a very good offense, you do only mechanics, that's it. Well, they have taken note, and they are here now for real.
You think about Season 7 when Sam entered for the first time, didn't get a series win, didn't get a game win. They go into Season 8, they finally get that first series win on the board, and then, as we know, everything shut down. They didn't get the chance to prove themselves. First time back, and Sam have well beyond proven themselves.
It's one thing, though, we basically test you at all levels for our new format. We test you online, we tested you at a smaller crowd, sometimes even no crowd if we go back to the early stages of London, maybe even the start of LA, all of fall. But there's nothing that prepares you for taking that walk, going on that stage, and playing in front of a crowd like this. That is a make or break moment in every single player's career. They did it. They made it.
They made it. They made it. They're here now. And for anyone that is doubting them still to go against Furia and thinking, well, they're the 3rd seed, remember what Jomi just said. They went to 3 Game 7s and all of, in the same day, in the same regional, and 10 overtimes. It was 10 overtimes in between Furia and the club.
Well, the moment I've been waiting for. Let's head down to the stadium where Joel has the interview with the club.
Thank you so much, Yummy. Dickies, please give it up for KV1 and the club. Now, we have the first series done here in the main arena. How did that feel? Walk us through that game.
Primeira série aqui nessa arena lotada, como está se sentindo?
Eu acredito que seja o sonho de todo mundo, né, estar aqui e ainda mais conseguir uma vitória. A gente sempre lutou por isso e tenho certeza que esse é o melhor sentimento que eu já senti na minha vida.
It's a dream to be here. I'm sure this is a dream for every single player, so this is an incredible moment.
Now, you guys did have a timeout. What was said during the timeout? Anything specific?
No timeout, o que rolou com vocês ali? O que vocês falaram?
Tipo, acho que foi mais pra gente se ajeitar mesmo e, tipo, a gente voltar no eixo e conseguir, tipo, trazer essa vitória realmente. Porque a gente tava meio desordenado, né? Aí com esse timeout a gente conseguiu dar uma respirada e voltou ao foco.
Things were a little bit messy in the beginning, so with the timeout, we just got organized, we talked about things, and fixed everything.
Was there any point in the match that you felt like, this is yours, you got this? Was there any point in the match where he thought, it's over, we have this one, we've won?
Teve algum momento nessa partida que você falou, já era, isso é nosso?
Como assim, pra perder?
Não, pra vocês ganharem.
Acredito que depois da save que eu fiz, tipo, acho que quando tava 3-1, alguém chutou e eu consegui defender. Naquele momento, meu coração, tipo, pulou e falou assim, será? Aí, naquele momento, eu comecei a acreditar que a gente tinha ganhado.
When it was 3-1 and we got an incredible save, I knew that was it. We were gonna win, there's no way.
Dickies, please give it up one last time here for KV1 and for the club. Our first series of the day complete. Now, next up, we got K-Corp versus Optic.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right, any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
my moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. The shots that y'all are taking, one too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall, antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it 'cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild. Rocket League edition.
Six games have been played in Dickies Arena in front of the crowd here, and the club have advanced over Dignitas. Dignitas' run ending here. What a performance, and the passion from this team. The third seed out of South America. How about it here? Get up and get loud. It is game day, and it is a special one for me and for everyone here in the Rocket League family. Welcome back to the Rocket League World Championship. I got a Bates, Gibbs, Gregan, and Johnny Boy here. Bates, you think they're going to let you back in the club after the betrayal on first touch?
Listen, they already have accepted me back in, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just playing. I was incorrect. The club actually played quite admirably, really took advantage of all Dignitas' mistakes, and boy, did they have plenty.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes are so common on a big stage like this. You see these players go out there. There's a lot more pressure on the line, and we saw uncharacteristic whiffs, especially from Jack and Scrub. Joria seemed to play all right, but when it came down to it, they made some major errors which led to the club punishing them, but club looked really good out there.
Yeah, but game one, I think Dignitas really wanted that. They were up 2-0, but club battled back and took that, and obviously, like, if they win that, who knows what happens here. But Dignitas, it's basically been the tale of their whole season. They look good at times, but they can't put it together the entire time, Johnny.
Yeah, they had their moments, definitely, but the club just had way more, and the way that Dignitas defended just simply wasn't enough. I think if they brought out their defense that they had versus Falcons, this would have been a real, close series all the way down to the wire, but the defense just couldn't hold on. And you can't be giving away free goals against the club. They're known for their offensive firepower. They're going to create goals. They're going to score on you, no matter if you're making mistakes. And if you're making mistakes, they're going to score a whole lot more.
You said Dignitas had their moments. I think one of those moments was the end of Game 6. They popped off on the offense, but KV1 rose to the occasion. 2 insane saves there to make sure there was no chance at the comeback at the final second.
And I think that's because they started playing with urgency throughout the series, a little bit slow at times, and what we saw is they got punished for that when the demos started to come through. It's a lot easier to hit a slower target than it is a team that's moving fast. At the end there, a little bit of speed, a little bit of rush play, and they started to look better. So for them, the adjustment should have been a little bit more speed.
And there was just small problems. Game 5 even. 0 seconds. Apparently Jack has a chance at a shot.
Oh
he
my
just
gosh, I don't know what happened
It
there.
hits the floor, and that's...
I don't know what that was.
That's Dignitas. The entire
You could tell he's worried about hitting the crossbar because he really got over that using the understanding card.
It was empty.
He overcompensated so much.
It was so empty.
But if that's happening, then all I know is that in that moment, Jack is visualizing crossbar, and he doesn't like his open nets, so he must have been panicking.
Well, that is another team here whose run does end for the season. Let's take a look at Group B, how things stand after the conclusion of that match. The club advanced in 6 games over Dignitas for an inter-regional elimination match coming up tomorrow. The Furia versus the club. We're guaranteed a SAM representative in top 8, but it's only going to be one of them. That one is going to be brutal. Meanwhile, up above that, we've got another battle. The next match on the docket, Optic Gaming taking on K-Corp. The wall is blue, or is the wall green? We get a rematch here of the wall battle.
I mean, it's going to be a great game. I think the most important factor here is who's going to go out onto that stage and play the level they can reach. So much pressure going on the stage, and we've seen underperformance from both sides in this tournament so far. Right now is the most important time to bring out your peak.
Well, we've seen them play before, but it never mattered as much as this one.
Beat Carmine, we're going to go in just slow play. I think last series we let them get a lot of opportunities when we shouldn't have. We are looking for some revenge against Carmine. I think we all want it.
The Optic won't have their revenge. They will just play on stage for the first time, and that's it. They know we beat them kind of easily, so I think we have the best confidence out of the 2 teams.
I think they're all really skilled. Astral, I think he's just like one of the best mechanical players here. He's able to score a bunch of ridiculous goals.
I think Optic's strength is probably the mechanics. They can come from nowhere where you don't expect it. Now we have experience with London, and we know what we have to do. If we put everything on the field, I think we are the best.
Carmine, wish you guys the best of luck. Green Wall's here to stay and make an impact.
It's time to find out once and for all which wall will stand tall. The blue wall faces the green wall. Please welcome K-Corp and Optic.
A wild card rematch, 2 2-0 teams at the time. K-Corp at that time absolutely dismantled Optic Gaming. It was 12 goals to 4 in a 4-0 sweep. But Optic Gaming, we keep talking about them being this team that no one really cares about, but they're still here. They're in the main event, and they can get their revenge right now.
And being solid on this stage is so important, Johnny.
I'd be surprised if we see a different result. But the one new factor that we've got here that we didn't have in the wild card is the crowd is 10 times bigger. I think it's like 20 times bigger this time. And we saw a lot of love for both teams in the previous matchup, EU versus South America. I've got a feeling this one might go a little bit differently.
And I think going into this matchup, it's going to be interesting to see the K-Corp and what form they're in. The last time we saw him play against Furia, it wasn't the same team as Wildcard. It wasn't the same team as London. I'm talking specifically about that young man right there. I didn't see the Noli that I've seen the moment since he's been on the K-Corp roster. He was out of position. He was out of boots. He looked a little slow. I want to see a little bit different this time.
Yeah, he tweeted out, you won't be seeing that Nolly ever again. From now on, he's going to be playing at the performance we have seen him capable of this season. And of course, to his right there, Itachi, with the Moroccan flag behind him. I think this is something a lot of people might not know about young Itachi here. He is an African representative here, moved over to Europe when he realized he'd have a chance to perform on the top rosters, and he's here today on the big world stage representing Morocco.
And it's such a big moment for all the players here, and especially Itachi. It's been a long road. He had to move to even compete at the time, and now with the expansion, he'll be playing with a bunch of other people as well. But Astral coming in, when he played against Furia, we talked about him in London. He looked like one of the best players in the world again, but against Furia, 0 goals. He didn't look the same either, so K-Corp definitely wants to do better here.
They've got to. I mean, I think they need a strong start just to settle the nerves and to get back to their wildcard form.
Yeah.
If they get a bit of a slow start, even just a couple of mistakes, then that could really shake them and get them into the kind of vibes that they had against Furia, where they were significantly less effective.
And mistakes on this stage mean so much more. You think about them for longer, especially in timeouts between the games, and it plays on your mind. But on the other side, Optic Gaming, they're going to be feeling confident right now.
And here's a green wall miss when the best players in the game were in Texas. Optic's based in Texas. I don't know if the fans travel to Fort Worth or not, but missed one of the best in the game, one of the best defenders in the game. The green wall and Optic Gaming goes as he goes, and misses on form and misses on top of his powers. The green wall has a better chance than they did earlier in the wild card.
A 3-2 wild card team had to go up against G2, and obviously they looked fantastic. So Optic didn't fare too well here, but they're still alive, and that's the thing you got to keep saying. Optic is still hanging around. We got Landlusion coming out, going for those demos. Number 2 in demos per game of all players here.
Was it him who played the Mark? So surely not today. Surely we don't see Mark Aleutian. If we see Mark Aleutian, I'm not a believer. I'm definitely a believer in Typical's card choice, but Mark, nah, didn't work out.
They got to be confident going on stage here. I think any of the teams that are narrowly scraped into the world stage will just be feeling they're happy to be here on stage in front of the big crowd. So everything from now on is a bonus. But they know they can beat K-Corp. They know they've got it in them, but it's whether each of these teams can go out on stage and play at the level expected of them.
Man, what a stage to be on for so many of them. The rookie performance, the first time they've ever been in front of a crowd like this. There's a way that, you know, London was wonderful. London was similar to this. The Copper Box had a similar energy, but this is the World Championship. This arena is twice as big.
Hold on.
Copper Box, and
the blue wall's disjointed. Y'all aren't paying attention.
The EU section here. And they brought the wall with them. Well, hopefully K-Corp brought the wall on stage as well.
Oh, hear them trying to get it. It's hard to get a chant going with a crowd this big.
It's gonna be really interesting too, though, because we always talk about home court, and Optic's got it now at this point. We've seen 2 major champions, or all 3 major champions was home court. So Optic has to play to that crowd.
Will they be able to pull this one off? This is going to be quite the comeback here. I mean, we've talked about the stakes, we've talked about what it means to every player here, but do they actually have what it takes to pull this one off? Is there actually enough on the side of Optic Gaming to give them a chance over K-Corp? Let's get the thoughts from the chat here in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag KC, hashtag OG, depending on how you feel about that one. Bates,
I'll just go first. The green wall is going down. Blue wall too strong. What's the color? The color is blue once again. And KC Optic, we've seen him play already. Absolutely dominated him so far. I got KC.
Gotta say, Optic Gaming, very consistent. They'll be consistently 13th in the world, and that's what's gonna happen here. So K-Corp as well, blue wall.
I mean, I'm going to be going with the team that's performed better so far in this event, and I hope that the players go out there and play at that level here. I doubt it's going to be the highest quality of games. A lot of nerves going to be on this stage, but I'm going to be going with K-Corp just the same as you guys.
Well, you know me. I always agree with Bates. I'm going to go K-Corp. We're always on the same page.
Okay, I'm also going K-Corp. Is it this one-sided, though? Is there any hope for the Optic fans?
It should be. Yeah, it should be this one-sided.
Yeah, I think out of this matchup, it really just comes down to Optic doesn't have the players that can match K-Corp's offensive prowess. Mist is only so much he can do in the back line. Landlu, I hope he's not playing the Merc Johnny. But Landlu, he's really got to set like a calm-esque, Arsenal-esque tone up front. I don't think that he has that in him. If that's not there, K-Corp just gonna roll over him.
Have the Optic fans shown up in chat? Let's take a look at how you guys are voting at home. It is still the K-Corp fans there. They are the underdogs in every way. The color is blue as for now. There's one chance, though, Optic has to prove everybody wrong. So we will get to that match here in just a moment. I mean, what is there a player you're looking at specifically to step up here? I mean, we talked about how strong Mist is, but is he the difference maker, or is it the team around him?
I think for Optic, it's more about how K-Corp play. If K-Corp underperform, then that's a chance for Optic to counterattack. They're so counter-heavy that they're going to need K-Corp's performance to dictate theirs.
Well, let's get onto the stage for match number 2 here in the arena. Fans are ready for it. I know I'm ready for it as well. The players are ready. A best of 7 to stay alive. Win this, you get to keep playing. In the blue, of course, it's K-Corp. In the orange will be the green wall of Optic Gaming. A best of 7. Let's get to the gameplay. Let's get down to the stage, into the Verizon Skybox with the Vibe Tribe.
An elimination match between 2 teams that have built their walls brick by brick. Which one will stand taller? It's Optic versus K-Corp.
And you know Optic Gaming salivating at the idea of getting revenge up against KC. They met previously in the Switch stage. It was a sweep, and they're here to prove their worth as a team and their ability to battle back against a team that was so dominant against them earlier on.
Here we go. Only one team can survive and advance to face the Falcons tomorrow with a spot in the top 8 on the line. Nolly was awesome when they met in the wild card stage. He had 8 goals to lead everybody by a vast margin as K-Corp swept OG. Will it be a different story now as we got the Ecto meta from Illusion?
And if we look previously at worked out in their matchup against Furia, and what was so difficult for K-Corp to handle was the defense stopping and shutting down Astro. He was held scoreless against Furia, didn't get a single goal to his name, and he's the MVP. There comes a demo, follow-up from Dries, and then Alu with the shot, top corner and in.
Great start here for Optic Gaming. You see the pressure. Missed with the initial flick into the demo. Dries plays it high and leaves Alu with a free lane, top left corner swat as Optic start things off.
So it's Dries with the Ecto. It's never gonna not look ridiculous, but it worked out. The assist on the opening goal. And there goes Astral. Looking to get one back immediately. Always a heavy scoring threat. As mentioned, it was Nolly last time out. He has been great, as has Astral. Itachi, the story perhaps of this team with his long history getting to this very moment. He's on the ball right now, trying to set up Astral. Nolly coming in from behind, and he's gonna have to wait for that lateral pass.
Oh.
That's interrupted by Alu.
Here we go, defense standing tall from Optic Gaming. Look at the passes between each other, but not another shot, it's saved, but rolls in anyway. Not enough power on the touch.
Missed with the power. Hands that off to Dries. Dries says take it right back, and he tests the defense. Astro can get the touch on the goal line, but if he can't stop the ball, it's just another goal for Optic.
Even if it doesn't fall in, there were bodies waiting to slam that one home. Optic with a 2-goal lead to start things off. Couldn't ask for anything better. In the first 90 seconds of a series, they must win to keep their world championship hopes alive. Missed. Shot saved away by Astral this time. Follow up here though, and that's going to be bounced away.
So close there, lots of good chances again, but you're seeing Mist here offensive-wise stepping up. That's huge for Optic. Again, we all know the potential with Mist when he gets on the ball, but right now, you see K-Corp, they're looking for a way in. 3 minutes remaining. Optic with an incredible start to the season.
Wow, and Optic Gaming are faster in the air. You would normally assume K-Corp with the speed and mechanics on their side would be dominant with that aerial gameplay, and it seems though Optic Gaming have confidence when they're going for these air dribbles, winning 50-50s. That's a big one in the corner, but still holding possession is Optic Gaming in the midfield.
Confidence going to be a big factor for both these teams, and you wonder maybe if the confidence has been shaken from K-Corp after an absolutely dominant wildcard stage. They only dropped 1 game. They run into the wall. That was Furia as that's bounced away out of the corner. And late follow-up from Itachi, trying to drop one down. Astral just a little too slow, lagging behind on the play.
Organization lacking on the side of Carmine. There was a good chance in a drop-down pass, no follow-up. But here they are again, transition down. Nolly off the ceiling. Then Itachi fires on the net off the backboard. No follow-up again, but they keep possession and hold on to this, looking to add to their tallies of shots.
Great awareness from Mist. We saw Itachi coming up. Decided to get that block out, but now K-Corp still looking to move downfield. You're seeing Alu, he has to try to chase that down. Now the ball into the corner where Itachi is trying to look for a way in, but the defense from Optic has been very set. They haven't really let too much go. You talked about Arturo shutting down Astral.
Yes.
Not too many shot chances, but here's Itachi looking for a chance. Missed a great 50. It's going to bounce off the sidewall, and Alu will put it back in the midfield for now.
There had only been 1 shutout when they met previously, and of course, part of that 4-0 sweep. K-Corp shut down Optic completely in Game 4. It is a vastly different story now. Missed just a little bit faster than Nolly, but only as far as Astral. Bring it in, try and drop one down for Itachi, and the defense is not rattled at all by K-Corp's attack.
The best way to break down Optic Gaming is going to be consecutive shots. That's what G2 did so wonderfully in their matchup. They were able to thread the needle several times, get a couple shots in. And with those passes, with the onslaught of shots, eventually you will break through, because Mist, he can get 1 save, but to get back in time again for the 3rd, 4th shot, it's highly unlikely.
You can see as we approach the final minute, Optic low on boost right now as K-Corp trying to move upfield. And even though K-Corp had consistent pressure, and they've been able to keep this in the orange box for a while, their drives to come up empty. Astral will leave that for Itachi, trying to get the communication, trying to make sure that they have enough boost, but they have to make the most out of these drive stacks. 40 seconds left in game, they're down by 2.
Another brick in the wall as the defense from Optic has been stifling. This is bounced off of Alu, and Astral forced to play under a lot of duress right in front of his own net, down to 25 seconds now. And Breeze bringing it right back in for Mist. And what a save by Nolly, at least giving K-Corp a chance, but they've only got 15 seconds, and they just cannot escape the blue half of the field. Mist coming to the corner, and he can burn a lot more time away.
Long clear, final 10 seconds. This one is gonna fall into the blue end, and it starts where it finishes with Optic in control on the offense. A great start for them. Everything happening in game 1 in favor of Optic Gaming.
Yes, sir. Lovely performance out of these 3 boys. Didn't have to do too much work, I'd say, on the defensive side. There were, of course, some fantastic saves, 5 in total for Optic, 4 to K-Corp, but I wouldn't say they got stretched too thin, able to find solid rotations back and forth between each other. And this, at the end of the day, is what they'd hope for. Not too many shots to deal with. K-Corp would put 1, maybe 2 quality shots on net, but then wouldn't press forward with anybody else as that third man.
Big things to take away here is Astral, only 2 shots out of him. 64 points from Noli. Zeros across the board there. Things just seem not to work here for K-Corp.
After the first couple of days of the wild card, there was a lot of talk about, all right, well, if we want an MVP candidate, Astral fits the bill.
He's been quiet,
but he has been very quiet over the last couple series, or at least the last series and the first game here today.
Right, and now looking at this series here for Optic, it seems like, again, that preparation work, that game plan for them is paying off here. So it really comes down to seeing how things work as this series continues on.
And we are seeing that same level of shutdown against Astral in the Dickies Arena.
This is awesome.
This is absolutely ridiculous. The biggest stage these players have ever dealt with. And we got a wave going on in the background. Can't ask for much more out of these crowds.
So is this one going to go for a half hour too? Let's go.
Come on. But we do head to Aquadome for game number 2. K-Corp, ball's in their court to make some adjustments, and you'd like to see Astral get more involved.
You'd also want to see that consistency if you're an Optic fan. They figured things out at the start, but this is a best of 7. Plenty of time for adjustments to be made. So far, you see K-Corp coming out of this one with some strong offensive strides, looking for a bump. But again, Optic able to turn things around. If Optic can continue the scoring run, because the scoring didn't necessarily stop towards the end of game 1, maybe K-Corp with this point can get back into things.
And normally I preach the word of quality over quantity, but against Optic Gaming and how good of a defender Mist is with those goal line saves, you have to bait him out of the net. You have to get that player involved in the defense early, then put some shots on. There's a shot from Optic Gaming, a big transition. They don't find a solid goal, of course, but getting some possession and turning this thing around is definitely what they're here for.
A lot of similarities in how you would attack version 1, how you would attack Optic. Get the lead defender away from the net.
Take him out.
They have just not been able to do that at all. Breeze could make that save, and Itachi will get the first goal for K-Corp.
And they figure it out. You see Astral again with space. Itachi goes up, it's a light touch. Everyone from Optic trying to get a piece of that ball, but no one able to make contact.
I think they were expecting the initial save to come out. That's the only reason Mist wasn't on his horse, trying to get there as quick as he could. Defense let him down, and Optic fall behind. Itachi redirects is just off.
Defense from Optic Gaming now being tested. Breeze looking for a 50-50 hungry here as the touch does go behind Mist. And then good back pass to keep possession. Keeping it between themselves, it looks a bit dangerous, but there's all this space on the field for Drees to get the boost. Nobody's even pressing them at this moment. Finally, one does come, it's Astral. We've got some solid shots, but it's just been back and forth between the midfield and trying to play these corners out as KC.
Kind of rare to see Drees without a lot of boost because he's been very conservative with his boost.
Big demo.
Throughout the wild card, and Itachi will dump this one in. So at least somebody's shown up for the blue wall as Itachi lights up the scoreboard.
It was only a matter of time. Look at that. Great touch from Itachi, but K-Corp's offense there, the entire premise of it was just put Optic, lock them into their own half, take all their boost, and just bully them until they get things going.
Astral. You talk about bullying, Daz. I think Astral is here packing a punch. This one, he got his flip off the backboard, and he uses it the last second he can. And that one stings if you're Optic Gaming.
Astral and Itachi now tied at 18 goals apiece, including the wild card stage. And now Alu looking to get some of his own. Oh, another shot from Itachi, and threes. Barely got to this one, but there it is. Shot after shot, not letting them out of the zone after that initial save. They do this time, though Dries will leave it for miss. His shot is a little wide, and Itachi had to make sure.
Optic was going for a quick counterattack, but K-Corp able to get back in time, even when they think they catch him out and they get that pressure. Carmine Corp have definitely made adjustments here. Halfway through game 2, it's 3-0. It's a completely different vibe, energy here on Aquadome.
And if we reflect back onto game number 1, what worked out for Optic Gaming? Small touches right after you cross the midfield line. You remember the give and go that worked out in their favor. It opened up space, and a lot of KC were predicting earlier shots and gave them that space. And it seems as though Optic Gaming don't want to use it as much in game number 2 in Aquadome.
Well, Optic found a crack in the blue wall. It has been shored up significantly, as it's been all K-Corp here on Aquadome. Nolly looking to get involved in the act as well. And Alu beats Astral to the punch. This goes towards the K-Corp back wall. Dries will leave it for missed, and maybe not by design, as Optic are sent packing.
You can tell things have improved here with the rotation from Carmine Corp. They're not letting much through on Optic, and Optic have to make the most of their opportunities.
Okay.
He missed.
Okay.
Oh, it's off. Follow-up will go in. Alu sets it up, and Miss knocks it in.
And we get some control out of Optic Gaming. That first touch from Illusion, past one defender, past 2, off the crossbar, and Mist is there to be an example of how to finish a shot.
Well, here we go. Can Optic mount a monumental comeback? Answers no. Astral off the kickoff, caught him napping.
They gave him one, but K-Corp strike back twice as hard. Look at the cheat. Dries, he saw Astral was trying to get in front of him. Astral with the dodge on the demo and able to get that kickoff goal, and it's back to a 3-goal lead.
Well, at least everybody had 100 boosts to celebrate that goal they gave up. 1 minute 30 to go now. As this goes right back into the Optic half of the field, and Dries will have to collect from the corner. He did get that corner boost, but Itachi still onto the ball, still bringing it back in via Nolly, and K-Corp pick it up right where they left off. They took a break for a moment to concede 1 goal, just to give them a little bit of hope. But now here goes Itachi, and he thought about it, backs away, doesn't need to be hyper aggressive now with a 3-goal lead, a minute to go. All the work's been done for K-Corp here in game 2.
The grip has loosened a bit on the offensive side. I haven't seen as much of a tight and dominant control, but still up by 3 goals is going to be K-Corp. And they play the way I've anticipated coming into game 2. A lot of shots consecutively in a row. They're trying to make sure that Optic Gaming spread thin with their defense, and Astral going for some more mechanical plays off the backboard. K-Corp have found their stride, and they're getting comfortable on the pitch.
So 30 seconds remaining in game 2. And we see another pass.
Follow-up.
Good follow-up, like you said, from Tachi. Now missed, trying to see if he can do things all himself. Leaves that one to go straight down, but no one there to be able to put that in. And as time ticks down, K-Corp have woken up, so to speak, in this series. This one, all the blue wall. As the final few seconds tick down, Astral play it off the back wall. Noli puts it in midfield, and Optic will try to see if they can get one more in regulation. That one's set to hit the ground, and it will. We got a tied up series.
The rivalry as old as Rocket League Esports itself, Europe versus North America. 5-1 in favor of EU so far here at Worlds. Nothing, though, between K-Corp and Optic Gaming. 2 games in. 1 dominant performance out of OG, 1 dominant performance out of KC.
And the series has balanced out. And you would expect that when these 2 teams are facing elimination in the group stage. You lose this series and you are going home. Give everything you've got, leave it all there on the field. As now we take a look at the Mobile One High Performance replay. A really good setup there from Itachi. I think he had a standout performance to just get the ball rolling and then eventually allow Astral, who has not held scoreless in this series now, 2 goals to his name.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, Karmine Corp have to wake up here. Like we said, elimination match. You have to be able to bring your all, make those adjustments, and for them, this is the exact response everyone on the desk who went with Optic, or Karmine Corp, expected to see them finally being able to lock in and play together.
I have one demand now. I believe we've finally had our first L from the Echo in RLCS history. So Dries must get off the Echo.
He's got to swap.
He let everybody down.
He's back on the Octane.
Let's see what we got here.
I want to say he's back on the Octane, but
yeah, he's got to be back on the Octane. I'm pretty sure he went out and came back. He is definitely on the Octane, and here we go. Dries out of the corner to start things off, and he has Astral right in his face. Here comes Nolly again, and it doesn't look like K-Corp have even had a break in between games.
No, they're looking to end things right here. You almost see a play develop there. Nolly with the start, and Nolly strikes first for Karmine Corp.
I mean, from the kickoff, 19 seconds in, it has been all Karmine Corp. A solid challenge from Dries, but the clear's going nowhere. Alu's stuck in the net, doesn't know what's happening, can't recover in time, doesn't get the challenge, and then it's a free one for KC.
Nolly started off slow in this series, but starts strong in game 3. And you have to leave it all out there. He's showing up for his team, but can he keep consistent? See K-Corp looking for a couple of passes in. Optic struggling to get control of this game.
Nolly absolutely owned Optic Gaming the first time they met. Now he gets his first goal in game 3. It's been Itachi that has been the superstar here, and it just seems like it's a different guy every series, almost every game for Karmine Corp. A vicious three-headed beast as that one's set out to the corner by Astral, and Nolly will send it down the side, but Mist is right there to meet him, doing a lot of his defense at midfield rather than right in front of the net.
Demo from Mist could open up some space. Alu now up for the challenge, and look at how confidently Nolly wins that and has allowed K-Corp to move forward just because of that one challenge. Then Astral gets a shot on the net. It's off the post, but all of this play stemmed from that one challenge out of Nolly.
K-Corp making the most out of the room that they're able to get, but it's still a 1-goal game, and Optic are trying to mount that counterattack, but will they be able to do so? As Itachi has a lot of time, 34 boost, use the flip. It's a great challenge from Dries, gets it past Astral.
He's got space, 2v1.
Nolly's up early, Mist trying to get it around him, but it's a great challenge for Nolly. Alu will try to play this in the corner, but with that clear from Astral, it's gonna give K-Corp a lot of space.
Another demo. The physical play has been prevalent here, and it almost yielded a goal. Missed with another miraculous save off the respawn, falling back into his own net, and now Itachi gonna take this himself. He's over one, going for the bump. Astral there too, and just not enough for K-Corp to expand their lead, but it still is early. It feels like so much more time has elapsed, but Optic Gaming has all the time in the world to get back in it.
You're right, Stacks. It's not enough to expand their lead, but this is everything that they want out of this series, out of this game. They're fine with a 1-0 lead so long as they can keep pressure and applying it as frequently as possible. But a big transition play does work out in favor of Optic Gaming. Missed on the challenge, wins it, and then Dries is out of position. We're back down the other end. Optic Gaming, they might connect 1, maybe 2 passes max, but holding pressure, it seems like they can't even do such a thing.
I mean, but both teams doing really good in some of these 2v1 situations we've seen out. Alu was last back after both teams challenged in the corner. He's able to buy some time. Missed though. What? Missed coming in when the team needs it.
Far and few between are these shots, but here comes Mist into the top corner. If he's just getting one look at net, he's gonna make it count. Crossbar and down, all tied up.
We talk about Mist for his defense time and time again, but it's his offense that has been superb for Optic here at Worlds. His 3rd goal here is 24th of the tournament.
That was
leads the team.
His first shot too.
Yeah, crazy. He is wildly efficient as Dries will drop one down to Alu. This goes all the way across where Mist is going to be waiting for Astral off the backboard, no pressure. And threes, trying to quickly counter, but the pass not able to find Alu.
We just simply need more on these clears. They've got to find a teammate. It's one punch forward, but then it's given into the hands of K-Corp, who are abusing the backboard. All three players from Optic scrambling, and they find one big clear, but still nobody moving forward. They don't have the boost to sacrifice and move up.
Not a lot of boost, and you can tell the touches are just getting away from Optic. They're going for the long clears to see if they can get some space, but lack of follow-up only pushes them into their own end more and more as they try to get a way out. Alu flick over, does get it past Astral, and will play it into the corner. So now Optic with a chance here. Going into the final minute, they're looking for a way in. They're looking to take the lead here in this series, but K-Corp has been making it tough on them.
How about that effort from Alu, too, with Astral chasing him all around the field, having to weave through traffic. And there's scores here with 49 to go. Put the team on his shoulders.
Look at this 50-50, dead center of the field, but it's Optic Gaming who comes out victorious, and they can get a shot as a result.
Alu just gets a little piece of that, able to put enough power behind it that even though K-Corp rotates back in time, they're too little too late, and now the pressure's on them. 45 seconds, they gotta try to equalize.
Hard to imagine that anybody from that old Allegiance roster would still be at the peak level that they're at today. But Allegiant is. He sets up Drees. It's missed with the assist, and Optic up 2.
Look at Nick Costello work. He takes it all into his own hands, and Drees just has to follow it up. You asked for it, Turtle, you got it. Optic playing as a team as they take this game and put it in their hands.
They have finally been able to find each other, Daz, on the other side, off the kickoff still, holding some pressure. They were under so many shots, so much pressure themselves on defense, but buried themselves out of it and are able to be efficient on the offensive side. While they haven't had too many shots, when they get presented an opportunity, they will make it count.
Final countdown of Game 3 as Optic seem to have it in the bag. They fight back, come from behind, and take a 2-1 series lead as the green wall is halfway to surviving and advancing.
Keep this one up. It'll hit the ground finally. 2-1 is the series score in favor of Optic. We saw the player interviews, we saw Astral. They were confident coming into this series, but now they're scratching their heads. You said it yourself, limiting Astral was needed. He had no shots this game, Turtle.
And while they were under all that pressure, if Astral's not getting a good look at the net, K-Corp's offense has been severely injured. And it seems as though Optic Gaming are going with that play style, trying to get in front of Astral specifically and let the other shots come through. Hope you can get the goal line save and be efficient on that transition, which they absolutely have been.
Astral left without a shot again. K-Corp is going to take a timeout here. Earlier than we're used to seeing teams take it in a 2-1 series, but I kind of like it here because you've got a K-Corp team that they know they're better than this offensively. They know that they can run up the score against Optic. They have not been able to. It's been Mist who has been phenomenal offensively for OG. They've got to find a way to slow him down.
And that's going to be tough, too, because Mist seems like he's been playing very consistently over the course of this series. And I think for K-Corp, the timeout definitely needed. They want to talk things out. They want to do it before it gets to a match point situation, Turtle. They just have to be able to kind of be on the same page and share the ball a little bit.
I don't see a problem at all with this timeout. They could tell that Optic Gaming had momentum because that series, the first half, you're thinking, okay, this is just a ticking time bomb for when K-Corp are going to take the win eventually. They had all the shots, they had all the pressure. It came down to one play, one opportunity for Mist, and that shifted all the energy on that stage. Optic Gaming took advantage of it. Now they're the ones in favor, and for K-Corp, they want to stop that, kill the momentum early on before things get too out of hand.
Because they can't get out of hand very quickly on this stage, in front of this audience.
But don't forget, they are denying Astral right now, but don't forget what that man is capable of, okay? You could throw 3 players at him like they are right now with Optic Gaming, and he could probably still outplay you 50% of the time with a 1v3. Astral is just that dang good, and if he starts to heat up in this series, it might be the end for Optic Gaming, so be cautious of that dangerous player.
He and Itachi both have 2 goals in this series. It's not like they've been stifled, but at times, yes, they have kind of disappeared back into the magician's hat and vanished They've got to be ever present now with K-Corp getting close to having their backs against the wall.
And with Astro being quiet, I mean, Itachi has what it takes to step up. He scored 7 goals in their series against Furia. So that man alone can put the team on his back. It's going to require all 3 of them as we're headed into game number 4.
When your life is on the line on the world stage, you got to make the most out of every second. And you see K-Corp, they're trying to do so now, already starting off with some offense, putting a shot on, gets a double commit, great 50 from Astro, almost able to find the back of the net, but it's just off target.
He did get a boost steal though, going out of the corner. That could slow down Optic greatly. They do have boost to work with. Maybe a little fortunate that K-Corp weren't able to starve them out very early on. Astro coming in, that's Itachi. Nolly waiting back at midfield, trying to get around Mist, and Mist, I think, slowed him down just enough to keep him off the scoreboard.
Chance here, Drees trying to put a shot on, and Itachi able to save it out. It'll go into the corner where Astro has the ball. He'll pass it to Noli. Noli, Astro looking for a demo, forcing Alu up quickly. And you see Itachi, not really the best aerial there. Drees 50ing it down. Mist trying to help out, but Mist is out of boost. Has to go back.
Wow.
Optic have to retreat. K-Corp get some time here.
And look at the 50s. That was 2 consecutive wins in a row from Drees. That stalled all the time for his teammates to get back, get some corner boost, rotate into position to keep this pressure alive. And that's why you've seen them thrive on offense. They don't get a goal as a result, but it's got to be depleting the energy of K-Corp. Here comes Mist out of his own corner. This could be a good take, and doesn't find it as he looks for Drees.
Drees looking for help and finding none.
Oh, that's a big clear. That's a big clear.
What a pick! Astro gets on the scoreboard from way downtown.
No one home for Optic Gaming, and Astro will send it all the way downfield. You gotta protect the net, and Optic failed to do so.
I'm not too surprised as well. This happened a lot for Optic Gaming against G2. They were able to smack the ball, get huge clears that would go off the backboard. Nobody had time to rotate because of the size of the clear, and Optic Gaming might be too eager to find the first goal, as it does go in favor of K-Corp.
K-Corp getting out to a great start, following their timeout. Timeouts, you know, we've seen so often teams have been able to turn series around with them. Not the case with K-Corp. They're yet to win a game after calling a timeout. 0 for 3 so far, but promising start in game 4. Has almost got away, but Nolly's there. The defense, or the offense, getting a little lackadaisical there for K-Corp and allowing Optic to get a cheap shot on net. As Alu has to get around Astral. Itachi coming in, low 50, and Alu is there to help out. Only until Astro gets back into the play, crossbar, and popped away.
Only able to make it back in time quickly, ends up getting bumped on the play, helps out the momentum. But now the passes are coming out from Optic. Still haven't been able to score yet in game 4. Drees trying to start that off. Chance there for a follow-up, but blocked out. K-Corp double commit to stop Alu from taking that shot.
Now, I have seen a few spacing issues out of K-Corp. 2 players on top of each other frequently and finding themselves in the same rotation. That's a dangerous look if you are KC or a fan of them. You're gonna need to be careful, make sure everybody's spacing the field, and have that challenge perfectly timed for when a shot does come in out of Optic Gaming. They've been dealing with more pressure than ever before, but still they are holding Optic Gaming scoreless.
This pace feels like it favors Optic. Everybody has been able to play kind of slowly and methodically. Nobody's been starved out. Missed, Flip resets it away on the crisscrossing double kick.
There it is!
From Alu ties it!
There we go, you said it. You can't give this team time. Mist has the whole defense jumping, and Alu gets the right touch when it matters.
We've got Nolly and Astral. The communication not there. Both players going for the same save. They have been finding themselves in the same spot, same rotation, can't space the field, and because of it, now you're all tied up.
Oh, that's a good carry.
Looking for more, and denied this time by the blue wall. That has suddenly found themselves in a tie game in the final 90 seconds, and maybe yet another slipping away from K-Corp. Mist coming on, won't get around for a shot, and he couldn't leave it for Alu either as Astral's there. He's been so quick in this game, guys, but it has not been enough for K-Corp.
You can see Optic looking for a breakout. They are not waiting on K-Corp to figure things out. As Itachi, that's a tough challenge. Goes straight to Astro. Does get a good initial touch.
Off the ceiling.
Does he have the read? Whoa, it's blocked out. Dries denies.
Dries had to find that read early on. We've come down to the final minute in game number 4. All tied up. Do we get sent into OT, or does one player make that move downfield and end things early?
Dries may be looking for what could be a golden goal at this point. A
Double tap, double tap.
Tough to come back from. Astro's shots wide and deflected out to the corner, where Mist is going to concede the boost to a teammate. That's great heads-up comms there at the back. Under a lot of duress now. Astro didn't have it. Nolly does, up high, and Alu will just flick it away. It's good enough to keep K-Corp at bay for now. 15 seconds though. Astro right back to work. A second flip reset, and there is Alu for the save with the final 7 seconds before overtime. And it looks like we're headed there as this is bounced out. In front, and Itachi with the save. Dries has got to bring it to ground, and we have a shot winner off the crossbar. We get overtime on Utopia.
Noli tried to end it in regulation. The shot didn't work out. Now Mist gets a free ball off a kickoff, and Optic can play this overtime where things look dire. They're still in.
Let's see how Alu deals with this one off the corner. He's been winning so many 50-50s, the challenge game, in favor of Optic Gaming. But mechanics are on the side of K-Corp, as we saw Astro get a flip reset, even at the last second, almost a shot towards the net, crossbar down. K-Corp looks strong mechanically, but Optic Gaming, the defense is holding strong.
The difference here between a match point situation for Optic and K-Corp tying up the series.
Good pass.
Middle. Astro tries to get a piece of it. Missed. The only low on boost. Has to buy some time and does with that clear. Optic able to get some space out in front. They're looking for a way, and you see Mish trying to get some demos out. Dries takes the boost and goes back, but he's the only one on his team with boost. He's gonna have to stop K-Corp's advance, and he does so with a couple of great challenges as a minute goes by in overtime.
Not the biggest fan of Mist kind of chasing that deep into the K-Corp corner. He didn't have any boost, and there was not gonna be any for him to take, but it worked out. It didn't cost Optic yet. This goes back whence it came. Now Astro, he worked on it. Put another one on the whiff counter, and here comes Mist. Here comes Optic, only as far as Noli. Alu blocked by Alu. And now, from the backboard, that in the way. Drop down for Dries, and still Itachi, through traffic, manages to save K-Corp.
K-Corp under pressure, communication seems to be better. Haven't seen too many double commits in the OT, but they've definitely had to deal with their fair share of pressure. And Nolly does give this one away to Mist. Itachi's looking for a clear, intercepted, and you've got two players driving around looking for a bump, and we're headed back down the other side. Both teams exchanging blows.
And they're doing it fast too. No room for error here. As Itachi bumps into Mist, trying to play that out. Astro picks this up, and it's an open field here. Noli pass.
Midfield pass.
Shot. Bang! Carmine Corp tie up the series.
That's it. That's all it took. One midfield pass, one on-target shot, and we end it here. All tied up. K-Corp have battled back.
They just sent K-Corp an invitation, gave them all the time in the world. And what a pass over to Itachi. His third strike, and more importantly, ties up the series for K-Corp.
Wow.
Their first win after a timeout. It couldn't come at a better time.
Oh boy, oh boy.
We got a series.
We got a guaranteed Game 6 situation.
Great.
As K-Corp end up battling back and figuring things out.
Yeah.
But my goodness, even then, it went the distance, Turtle.
I don't want to be that guy, but no bias, everything aside, I wanted to see the double flip reset from Astral. That would have been one of the craziest passes I think I've ever seen. I'm still thinking about that, even after we get into a couple of minutes of OT. And we'll see what K-Corp were able to manage. There was a few saves here and there, but all came down to one one gap in the defense from Optic Gaming, who look to be rock solid so far.
It does seem like, Optic has definitely been improved, much improved since the last time these two teams have matched up. In that game in particular, it looked like Optic was kind of dictating the control, the pace for a little bit. But then once Carmine Corp kind of got things rolling, you could see it. Over time, things are intense, teams exchanging back and forth drives, And K-Corp thrive in that environment, and they showed it there.
After it looked like we were destined for Champions Field about an hour ago, there is nothing between K-Corp and Optic, and maybe we could be headed there this time. We know they'll at least get 6, as Daz mentioned. And there is another tally mark on the whip counter, as Astral is going to go up to the sky. He's got Itachi to his left, or to his right rather. Couldn't hit him. Alu avoided by Nolly, and this shot's going to be well off the mark. Alu trying to bring it back in. Couldn't quite get in Astral's way, but it is Optic with the upper hand to start off Game 5 on Wasteland.
Good aggression from Optic Gaming. See Mist, who's dominantly that third man, actually getting aggressive and up early to the challenges. Alu. Then back down the other side, Itachi, a big clear, goes in his favor. And I'm curious, what are we going to get out of K-Corp? Do they try and thread the needle again with more midfield passes? I think that Optic Gaming are certainly going to recover and fix a lot of those tight issues, which is why I think we're seeing more and more offense from them. But slowly, it seems as though they lose stamina throughout the game, as the last game started in favor of Optic, but towards the end of it, and of course the OT, K-Corp were all over them.
Carmine Corp and Optic have done nothing short than, I think, shocked and made their mark on a lot of us over the course of the last few months, including the Spring Major and now the World Championship. But only one of these teams can continue to move on. As Astral passes to Itachi again, this one will fall into that back wall. 3:30 left here, as we're still scoreless in Game 5.
Pressure has been critically important. That lack of pressure from the Optic defense was what sunk them in that overtime. This is bounced right back towards Itachi, a little awkward, but Astral was there for the pass, could not get the shot off. And now Nolly away from Alu towards Astral. Could be dangerous, but again, bounced out to the corner.
Another midfield pass.
Well defended by OG this time around. That demo, though, opens things up, and Astral couldn't get on top of it for a shot on target. Missed opportunity for K-Corp. Here comes Optic.
It's so reminiscent of the G2 playstyle when K-Corp get on offense. You go from corner to corner, prioritizing the midfield passes, early connections, then you get a shot on net. It broke down Optic Gaming. It might now be able to break them down again, but they are scoreless. Defense showing up out of Optic, and they have to, otherwise they're looking at elimination here in Game 5.
Waiting to see if Mist can get back into the fray. Offensively, his shot there denied by Itachi. Didn't have a lot behind it, so an easy stop. And now Astral dancing through the defense. Mist is right there, though. Final boss at the end. Could not overcome him. Double commit there, though, from Optic. That leaves Illusion all alone, and Nolly almost made him pay the price for it.
You can see K-Corp slowly starting to turn things on. They're not letting Optic have too much free time. It's a tough save there, but Alu makes the follow-up from Nolly's off target. And Astral looking to take control, but K-Corp have had this ball in Optic's half for so long. That being said, they still haven't been able to have a successful drive, and now we finally get to see what Optic looks like when they break out.
You remember what happened before whenever K-Corp looked this strong and held this much pressure. It was one opportunity, one transition from Miz, who was able to battle back, but a double commit might lead into an opportunity if Nolly's fast enough. Top corner and down, and they will look to hold possession.
That costly double commit from Optic. Maybe a little lucky that it was not any worse, but it did cost them field position. Cost them possession as well. They're back on it. Missed. Lined one up for threes, but it did not yield any result. Nolly has his pocket picked. And Alu could go up for this. Instead, he's going to opt to stay on the ground. And now Drees waiting to stop Itachi. And Astral with a backflip. That gives Optic a chance, but then they double commit. A little bit of my turn offense almost turned into K-Corp's offense. Down to 45 seconds. And Optic need to find a way to get out of their own way.
Here they go.
Drees not able to do much with it. Time ticking down. Chance here, we could go scoreless into overtime. But Optic on that press, they're looking for a way in.
And what a 50 from Alu to hold possession. Moving forward, get the 180 on what was actually happening in favor of K-Corp. And this ball has been grounded. Haven't seen it float up too much. I think if we're going to play the dribble game, I'd have to give the advantage to K-Corp, but you never know what these players out of Optic Gaming are capable of. Midfield passes back and forth. Next, and then there's a big miss. Then the follow-up saved from miss. It's still on target, off the post, and it's in. Itachi able to capitalize. 4 seconds left, and K-Corp go up.
They out-pressure him. They don't turn off the ball. K-Corp now. 4 seconds left. It seems like they have this one in the bag.
2 critical mistakes at the end of the last 2 games from Optic Gaming, and they will not recover from this one either. K-Corp on match point.
What a way to turn this around.
Ridiculous.
What a way. As K-Corp has fought their way throughout this series, Optic have been playing on another level, have been matching their energy and their pace, but Carmine Corp will play things down to the last second. If it's in overtime, they'll play that too. They are not afraid to go all the way here, as they're 1 game away from moving on.
That's what K-Corp needed to do. Consecutive shots. Bait out the defender, which specifically missed. Bait him out, get him out of the net, try and pull him through, and have him extend his rotation out, forced to go for a midfield boost. And we do, in fact, have a timeout called on the field for Optic Gaming.
And a good thing, too, because you go back to their series with Renegades, they opted not to use a timeout. And then they just got blown off the field on Neo Tokyo. So at least they've learned their lesson. They're using the timeout, but now they've got to make good on it. K-Corp took their timeout earlier. They got a win out of it. That kind of turned the series around for them. 2 now in a row for K-Corp. Now Optic Gaming has to, first of all, they've got to get something out of Mist offensively. He didn't have any shots there. He had a couple looks at the net that were a little bit wide. He unfortunately, as unfair as it is, has to be the guy that does it on both halves of the field.
It's so frustrating. Do you send Mist forward and jeopardize the best defensive player on your team and try and leave Alu and Dries to pick up the remaining pieces, or do you just put him in the backfield, be stuck on defense, and hope that you can get an opportunity? Camera is on Mist. That's the player who can make a difference. But when do his teammates start to step up? I think Alu has had a fantastic game with the 50-50s as well as Dries, but with the shots, that's where we're looking at them to make an impact.
With your tournament life on the line at the World Championship, your best player has to touch the ball as often as possible. Doesn't matter where it is, in front of his net, in front of their net, he has to be the guy that's going to lead Optic to Champions Field.
He can't do it alone. Everybody needs to step up. Optic Gaming, if you're the team that is supposed to be a contender in the World Championship, now is your time to do so. Because this could be the last time out you take this season.
And if we look on the other side, I mean, we could definitely say the same thing for Astral. We wanted him to step up. He's got to step up. But Itachi was able to get a lot of clutch goals and put the team on his back when they needed it most. We're going to be heading over to Neo Tokyo. This is where everything is on the line, Stacks, for Optic Gaming.
OG gotta come up in a big, big way. Gotta have the game of their lives. Otherwise, they're gonna wonder for the next 365 days what might have been. Missed over towards Dries. The defense from K-Corp up to the task early on. There will be no early goal off the opening kickoff. Nolly, a decent stop. And Astral will send it away. K-Corp weather the early storm.
Early storm, but this one's gonna last for a while. These 4.5 minutes are gonna tick down very slowly. And it's up to these players to not make a single mistake. As one team's trying to close this out. The other one is fighting for their life at the World Championship.
Oh, here comes Dries. I want to see him make an impact on the field. He again has with the 50-50s. I've always been impressed with him and Alu's ability to win those challenges, even against the mechanical K-Corp, but there needs to be more creativity. Miss thrown forward. That's the player we were all highlighting. Who else steps up? Dries. Double tap off the ceiling. Doesn't lead anywhere, and there's space given to KC.
At times, the Optic attack has more resembled a Texas rainstorm. You see the clouds rolling in, it's building up, but then you get a couple flashes of lightning and it's all over. Blue skies after that. Nolly again to the corner. It's been K-Corp that has, I want to say, dominated this series, but they've had the upper hand, and it's Astral that gives them the advantage in Game 6.
You talk about Astral, but there's also Nolly. He's chasing that one off ball. Everything works perfectly here for K-Corp because everybody involved is playing together. Astro knew he only had a small window to put that shot on, and he does it.
And that pass, that's nasty from Itachi. The first touch, perfectly in control. He gets the wave dash, sends it into the midfield, and Astro's able to bury it home. Another shot might go in favor if he won the 50-50. Of course, it's saved by Optic Gaming. Green Wall standing tall as they knock out the second goal opportunity, but still led in the first one.
They've given up a goal, and now their season is on the clock. Optic have to show up here, but they let another one slip by. Itachi puts 2 up for Carmine Corp.
He will not be denied. Itachi playing like a big man now. 2-0. K-Corp starting to put a stranglehold on this. Optic have to turn it around immediately. Almost like you feel like this kickoff has to go their way. And it is as Alu bullies his way through. Missed. They got the right guy on it, but he can't stay with the play. And that gets around Drees. And nobody else can keep it in. K-Corp again, the better of the two. And it could be the case when the clock hits 0.
Itachi playing out of his mind. I think he has been the MVP of the series. Here he is again. 2 consecutive 50-50 wins in a row. Goes to midfield. There's no opportunity for a shot, but still that allows so much pressure to be held for K-Corp. And now the other way, it's a fast shot. Nolly, we talked about Itachi. Nolly's making a name now for himself on the field.
Halfway through game 6, and K-Corp are in full control. They're sitting with a 2-goal lead. Great cushion here, but Optic are still trying to strike back. There's plenty of time to do so, but as the clock ticks down, those opportunities are going to be less and less.
And as great a defender as Mist is and how much we talk about Optic's defense, it doesn't matter how much defense you play. If you can't score on your own, eventually they have to throw the sink at them.
You win.
That's going to be deflected out by Itachi as well. It just seems every time they get anywhere near the blue net, the blue wall is right there in front of them.
How tall can the blue wall stand? Because all they need to do is hold on an Optic team that is kicking and screaming, trying to get their way back into this game, back into this series. See this there, leaving it for Drees. Drees plays it across. You see Aloe here in the midfield. He's trying to wait for a chance to get in.
Yeah.
But K-Corp so smart, keeping the ball close to Itachi, and then Astro able to get a quick follow-up to send it all the way back downfield.
K-Corp's ability to slow down the pace of play has been far greater than Optic, who, of course, granted they're down 2 goals, are panicking every time they get the chance to slow things down. Here comes Mist. It's an early touch. He can't keep it to himself. Given away into the hands of Ali.
To highlight how great a team overall K-Corp is get a bump in front. And Astro throwing one across, just wasting more time off of the clock. It was Nolly, as we mentioned, who dominated OG the first time around, but it's Astral, 70% goal participation.
Oh, look at Itachi, look at
Itachi with 80, and he almost added another assist. Nolly's shot, just a little wide, but this is all they need, guys. They just need Optic not advancing downfield, and they just can't when K-Corp is breathing down their necks like this.
Absolutely. Confidence oozing out of the veins of K-Corp, winning every challenge, taking every boost, starving Optic Gaming out of their own half. They've got 25 seconds to get back into the series, otherwise they're eliminated from the World Championship.
20 seconds left. Ball on Optic's end. They need a drive and they need time. Drees can't catch up to it. Itachi plays it across. They may have a chance here. Miss, no, denied again. Optic out of boost, out of time, and out of the World Championship. Carmine Corp do it.
That's it.
And that goal will seal it. They continue to move on.
Survive and advance. And a date with the Falcons awaits the Blue Wall, Carmine Corp. And they're all business. Maybe a little bit of relief that they got the job done on Neo Tokyo, that they avoid Champions Field, but they realize the task that's ahead of them. They have not made it into the playoffs yet. This is a team that is built for dubs, and they will not be satisfied until they're lifting the trophy at the end.
I mean, this is just ridiculous, and it's all thanks, in my opinion, to Itachi. That man was seeing the future, activating the Sharingan out here. Unreal. Really putting up a performance, and Itachi was able to put the spotlight on him, which is difficult. You've got somebody like Nali and, of course, Astral on your team, and the spotlight's on you. That really speaks volumes about what that man is capable, especially moving forward against a tough team like the Falcons.
And when you get to this stage, and when you play in an elimination situation, sometimes you do things you didn't even think you were capable of.
Yeah.
We asked a question at the beginning of this series, which wall stood taller, and the color is blue. Carmine Corp able to take this series in 6. They don't let it go the distance, but for Optic, as they end up falling in this series, I mean, they still put on quite a performance, but their run doesn't here.
We look back at the Mobile One high performance replay. Nolly coming up big in the second half of that game, that save, and then the dagger right through the heart of Optic Gaming. Itachi with the assist there as well. He goes 5 goals, 4 assists. Great performance out of Itachi. Undoubtedly the MVP, as you mentioned, Kurtle. Almost 80, actually a little over 80% goal participation.
Crazy.
To lead the blue wall into a date with the Falcons. That, of course, comes tomorrow. They get to rest the rest of the day. But with that matchup looming, it's hard to kind of sit back and be satisfied.
And I think that Falcons are definitely bruised right now, but still, the levels are going to have to be activated. I think you need even more out of Astral and, of course, Nali. I think once they all three can pull those individual performances together, that's when they get the most deadly. So we'll see if that's possible, if that's capable tomorrow. But my, oh my, that was a delightful series. I think we got almost everything we could have out of Optic Gaming. Just almost there. You saw them get a couple of chances, move forward. Counterattacks were clean, but holding possession was definitely the most difficult task for them.
I mean, you heard the desk before we got into this series. It felt like things were heavily in favor of Carmine Corp. They were expecting this series to be just as dominant as the last one that KC had, which was a sweep. But Optic Gaming, who has been a team that has been improving over time, really left everything they had out there. And again, like I said, they showed that they can be a contender here, but at the end of the day, they couldn't take the series. Carmine Corp, they earned a date with Falcons.
Yes, they have. So it is the former NB dropping out. Carmine Corp advances. Orb standing by on stage with our winners.
Thank you so much, Stacks. Please, Dickies, please give it up, all right? Astral and K-Corp. Making it happen when it matters the absolute most. I mean, I always like to begin very simple. Your thoughts on this series, what was going through your mind? You said you were a little bit nervous there towards the end.
Yeah, the series was really nervous. That's why we took the timeout really quick, because the nerves were getting so high for no reason. But they played good. That was actually a nice series to play.
So why do you think you were the victors in the end? What was it that made you guys pull through?
Confidence. Full-on confidence, because at the start we didn't play like we wanted. And again, the timeout helped us playing like we want, and the confidence was pretty high, and I think that's what made us win.
What do you think is your biggest strength as a team?
Sorry?
What do you think is your biggest strength as a team?
I would say, yeah, mechanical and confidence again, but the confidence has to be in the start of the series and not in the middle of it. But yeah, probably mechanical and pretty unpredictable, I think.
I mean, when you picked up Nolly, it was uncertain if you guys were going to make it here to the world stage. Obviously, a 4th place in the major. Does it already feel like you guys you've gone further than you thought you were going to be? Is it #1 that's the only thing on your mind?
Of course, we went further, because when we picked him up, we had literally like 10% of chance to be in the major and then towards. And making it here make us to be even more hyped, and just we want to play and win.
Play and win. Now, next up, you got Falcons. What do you have in store for them coming up?
I mean, they just won players, so we will see in threes.
Listen, fierce competition. Please, Dickies, give it up one last time for K-Corp. And now, we have to send the break before our next matchup, but before that, we have a little special treat for you guys. And that is, we have a new Rocket League anthem in collaboration with Mobile One, Monster Cat, and Coven. Please, do enjoy.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Hi,
Rocket League fans, I hope you're enjoying the Worlds event this weekend. If you haven't checked out our new single, All We Needed, that we just released on Monstercat in partnership with Mobile One, we're just about to bring you the video that we created to celebrate fans just like you. And when the weekend festivities are over, you can go onto Rocket League and make All We Needed your anthem for free, thanks to Mobile One. Good luck, guys. See you on the pitch.
We see the world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place, we push away 'cause it's all we needed to come through and
This is perfection! This is popcorn! This is press! This is Dickies Arena!
Hey guys. Oh. Rocket League.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track. Upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild. Rocket League Edition.
Another 6 games done, another team out of the World Championship. In the War of the Walls, the color is still blue. 2 times they have played, both times K-Corp has come out on top. Appreciate Optic making the run here, making the competition exciting the whole way, but their run does end here.
And Optic Gaming almost made the whole entire Desolate silly once again. They absolutely played quite admirably.
I don't know. After game 1, I was like, no, even with it, if you told me that Optic was going to play that way in game 1, I'd still pick K-Corp after that one, Greg. And they were just, it was too much.
It was the timeout, really. That was the big moment that switched it up. We knew K-Corp had the potential to underperform. We saw it earlier in the tournament. But on the day where K-Corp plays their best, they're always going to be Optic, and that's what we started to see as the series went on. Timeouts are so vital on this stage to ease the nerves and get players playing at the standard we expect of them.
That's a very good timeout as well. Most teams would wait to be down 3-1, wait till they lose 2 games in a row, but they saw that they needed to fix something immediately to get back into the series. They won 3 straight after that. K-Corp, they also out-demoed Optic, which is not something a lot of teams do. 3 demos per game to about 2 for Optic, so they even played Optic's game better than Optic.
And you gotta love the execution. I mean, K-Corp, ever since this whole event started, they've been absolutely lights out, generally when they push on the offense. It's been quite effective and efficient. So I can't say I'm too surprised to see them knock off Optic today, but they look good doing it.
K-Corp improved the gameplay throughout this series, but there's still a little bit more left to do for them. If they're going to go up against that, I think, who are they playing tomorrow? Somebody great. Falcon. They're playing the Falcon. They're playing Falcon.
Great, yeah.
They're going to have to be a little bit better. I still haven't seen the same K-Corp that we saw in Wildcard, same K-Corp that we saw in London. It's a little shaky, but around the money after the timeout, they did start improving.
But you have to credit Optic, too, as well, because every time Optic plays, I think every team playing them, everyone's like, we could see more out of the team, but that's because Optic plays so well on the defensive side to make you feel worse than you actually play.
Well, that does conclude our Group B action for the day. Let's take a look at the bracket as it stands after our first day here in the Bowl. You'll see Optic and K-Corp there. That's the match we just concluded. K-Corp will be playing, in fact, Falcons. That'll be happening tomorrow. Fury going to be taking on the Club. Both those matches waiting for tomorrow. Moving on to Group A, though. 2 more matches today before we are done with the Rocket League here at Dickies. And we've got Renegades versus NRG closing out the day. But for now, another quarterfinal elimination match, Endpoint taking on Space Station Gaming. Finally gonna see SSG in the house.
What's the uh-oh for?
SSG about to perform in front of 13,000 Endpoint. They're gonna have to be fighting the crowd and alongside the great players from North America.
Well, we've seen both these teams have low moments, have high moments, but I think both are peaking when they need it most.
I'm happy to win SSG, good team. I think we can beat them though.
I don't know, I don't think we should lose to that team, even if I feel like not 100%, they're just not good.
SSG's strengths, their team coordination is unparalleled.
Endpoint strengths are Archie, and that's about it. I have Daniel and Reddles, and they're like 30 times better than the opponents.
SSG's weaknesses are that they overcommit. Because they go for bumps all the time, they leave themselves susceptible to open nets. We're going to let them come onto us and then counter-attack when the time is right.
Our game plan to be Endpoint is just like demo them and just give Dan open nets and call it a day.
We can be the best team here because our vibes and communication are very exceptional, and we should be able to out-communicate a lot of teams.
We have the most heart compared to like any other team. We persevere through everything.
So everybody's saying that we're going to lose. Well, we're not, sorry.
Hey, Endpoint, try your best. You guys are amazing, but you still won't win.
Space Station, you're going down.
For one side, a tale of overcoming adversity. For the other, a journey 4 years and 5,000 miles long. Metza's back at Worlds and he's brought back up. Here comes Endpoint and SSG!
will have to lead the Catalyst if they want to end up getting this dub.
We saw during the break, we saw Space Station players just walking out to their PCs and the crowd was going crazy. This crowd is going to get behind them, but Endpoint, the away team, has to show up early to silence everyone.
There's always a question as to whether these players can hear the crowd when they're in the game, when they've got those headsets on. One thing's for sure, that Endpoint team walking out there have heard the support for SSG. They know who the favorites are in this arena, and they will hear elements of it while they're in the middle of that game. And Endpoint, a team we have seen the mental falter at times, especially when they're up against the crowd.
At times, but generally I like to think that they're so even keel that, you know, a lot of firepower that SSG can bring out, they still like him. It doesn't mean they don't know who he is. But I think they've got enough of trust in each other that they can feel pretty good about what Space Station can bring to the table.
And what Endpoint will need to do here, something that they couldn't do against Simper, they're going to have to be clutch. They're going to have to be able to finish the OTs. It comes down to Meta holding down the back line, RG being clinical on offense, but also Wave filling in all the gaps. Every single gap there's an SSG is going to create plenty of space. Brothers is going to be chasing constantly. If Wave can dodge those demos, give Archie some time to be great, they're going to have a good shot.
And we talk about being clutch. Space Station lately, not history of having the ice as well. Game 7s haven't gone their way, like overtimes haven't gone their way. So Space Station is here though. We know Arsenal wasn't feeling well through the wild card, but he persevered and he's back.
RC, baby! He's got the hair out, he's feeling good, he's ready to go! Even when he was a little bit ill, he's still ended up digging deep, having one of the best land performances we've ever seen. We called the RC flu game, double touch shot, and then he had to run off the stage.
And watch out, because I saw on Rizzo's stream, he was doing backflips.
Uh-oh.
He was doing backflips, so I think he's feeling good.
The young man there, Daniel, this is the loudest noise you'll have heard around him in an arena, but they're all going to be cheering for him. Everyone's supporting Daniel. We all want to see him succeed. One of the youngest players at this event, but you know, he can feel it.
He's trying to hide it.
You can't hide it. Don't hide that smile.
Yeah, come on, give him away, Daniel, come on. That's okay. But
He's locked in.
You bring up a good point, though, Gibbs. They have had a bit of a tough time closing out games, and I think that's the other side of the coin, right? Steve said it, too. It's all about the ice. Anyone has more ice, it might not be Reynolds. He's got plenty to prove here, and he was ready to go back.
Yeah, Rettles, a big question mark around him as to whether he could play at the level that Daniel required of a teammate, and he's just got better and better as the season's gone on. One of the strongest players in the wild card, despite their 3-2 finish. But Space Station's MVP has always been Rettles' dad in the crowd.
Family support, that's what Space Station has as well as all, pretty much this entire crowd.
Yeah. There's so much personality on this team. We've seen it through many seasons of Rocket League. Rettles burst onto the scene with personality, literally stood on tables the first time he won a competition, and he's still here competing at the top level with what I want to believe is a full-strength roster around him right now, Bates. I mean, we saw Arsenal being sick and them still getting wins. He seems to be feeling himself right now. They've never been on a bigger stage.
Oh, this is the best team that Reynolds has ever played. This is the best SSG. Daniel replaced Typical, and they kind of play the same way, but it's a different vibe. Daniel's willing to do whatever it takes in order to get the W. Typical might have been more so about fitting his role and playing exactly how he wants to play. And then Arsenal, the best Rocket League it's ever played, and may ever plays at the peak of his powers. Reynolds has a great team, and Coach Chrome, he's always scheming. He's there late night, looking over the tape, trying to make sure that they have the best opportunity to beat whoever is against them.
The Space Station game and played against Moist. They went toe-to-toe. That was a close match there. Moist, I think everyone would probably consider the favorites here, but Space Station really battled them. They would love a rematch in that playoff bracket.
And so far today, we've seen the quality of some teams be a bit lower than we'd expect of them. But I think Space Station have always been a team that play at their level on stage, and it's often that concern as to whether they can reach the high heights of the best in this team.
It's such a different stage, though. I mean, you were talking about can the players hear the audience? Who cares about hearing? They can feel it. There's 13. There's so many seats here. It's literally the space here is insane. I feel like the reverberation of the goals when they happen that shake the entire stage as you stand upon them. It's hard to fight the nerves. It's hard to just get in your box, Greg. And when you're like, oh, let's just play Rocket League. It's the same goal, same ball, same octane. I can do this. When the world around you is shaking.
I mean, this is going to be the first experience like it for a lot of these players. And I think going out in front of a crowd when the crowd is this loud, you don't realize how much it's going to affect you on the stage. But of course, it's when things go wrong that it affects you the most. If you make a mistake and you hear that crowd roar, it's going to amplify that moment exactly.
That's never fun. Always the tough mental question. And that's part of what I was alluding to earlier about feeling pretty good about, yeah, sure, it's Mets's first time back, but you have a lot of experience over there, and he knows he's been around the block a few times. And
he's made plenty of mistakes in his time, and,
yeah.
he will be able to get over them so much better each time. And I think that's the big question for younger players like Daniel on this stage. Yeah. Can they get over them? They've had this full season to do so, but can they do it here on the biggest stage?
And I think that's a point too. Daniel's sitting in that middle seat. Like, I don't think that's normally the captain's role, but here I think it's more to protect him. So he's away from the crowd a little bit more, and he's kind of just sitting in his box,
taking it in right now,
just getting ready. But he's taking it in as well. He's looking
for a friend in the crowd.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Greg, we can see Chrome and Eclipse behind their teams here. How much more difficult is their job in this arena?
I mean, for a lot of these coaches, they'll be feeling the nerves and might fumble their words between games, say the wrong thing. That's so much about the preparation leading up to this. What are the words you use in the right situations to calm your team, to get them to play slightly differently without making them make more mistakes? For example, if you say, let's play more aggressive, they might stop making smart decisions, and the opposite is true when you ask them to play a bit more calm. They might get passive. So using the right terminology on stage is the skill of the coach in this biggest moment, and they'll be feeling the nerves themselves.
Well, that's kind of an interesting question as well, because I feel like you have this very aggressive team like Space Station, right? And I feel like in general, Endpoint tends to be a more counterattack focus. So does it really matter when it comes to terminology when their styles are so diametrically opposed? I think you know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough with every coach. The words you say mean so much more in these high-pressure moments. If you slightly tread over the line, you might turn a player from being comfortable to uncomfortable.
Diametrically opposed. See, when you have Greg and the Cheese both on the end, Michael Square, the dictionary needs to start coming out. My goodness. And basically, what I see going into this matchup, and I always love framing it, and I always love asking this question to everybody on the desk. What is the key matchup, player v player, that everybody should be watching at home, everybody should be watching at Dickies Arena? Who's going to decide it? Who's going to end up being the MVP?
I think the group I'm fascinated to watch here is Metzenaris, Arsenal, and Reddles. It's not a one-on-one matchup, but the veterans, the people who have been on this stage before, how much of an impact can they have? This is the most veterans we've had, world veterans we've had on the stage yet in the arena, with 3 here it gives.
It's going to be interesting because it comes down to Arsenal, I think, just as a whole. See how he's playing. He hasn't been confident. We see it after every match, tweeting out, like, I'm not feeling great. And that's in-game as well. So if he can get going early and don't pop off too much, like, don't get too excited, Arsenal, because he knows what happens when he gets too excited. Then he starts playing a little bit poorly as well. So I think it is trying to dial in Arsenal. That's where Metzenaris comes in, making those big plays on defense to just keep the game close. I think Endpoint is trying for a low-scoring series here to take the win.
And if Metzenaris makes a big mistake, that's where we start to ask questions of Archie, a player who is one of the best in the game when he's confident in his team. The moment he starts trying to take over and start dominating the ball, that's when he's not able to flourish in the space because he's always charging down the ball. So trust in Metz is so key there.
I feel like it's difficult with specifically looking at Metza making mistakes because of how much he locks down the back line. When your third man is making the whiffs like we saw in the last time they were on the stage here, it's really difficult to Chiefs to build up a win.
Yes, it's never good when the guy who has to buy time for you can't buy enough time. It's never going to be a good day at the office. But that's what Gibbs was talking about. You need to have a low-scoring series here because I think he's right about that. You do want to keep it close. 0-1, 1-1, overtime, stuff like that. That's probably where Endpoint would have the most success. If you start to getting into
you
a
have to calm this crowd down. You have to calm them down.
Kind of keep it on lock. And back to what T-Bates was asking about players, I think a lot of it for me is about Reddles over on Space Station because, like you said earlier, he's the guy who's been performing incredibly well all throughout the wild card. And you need to keep that momentum going and be like, hey, we're still in this, we got to go, and come out here with a strong start from him. I think really gets that engine revved up and going for Space Station.
Is game 1 the series?
No. Not in a best of 7. It can't be.
No, not in this one because Endpoint honestly opened up so strong, especially because I think that's when Archie has the most faith in his teammates, to where he'll be a little bit more carefree, a little more roam-free, and that makes him like a Seiko-esque type player up in front. But then, so they can steal game 1. But in game 2, once SSG starts getting into their own rhythm, it starts flowing a little bit. They start taking a couple games. Archie's going to start playing a little bit more passively because he might not trust his teammates as much, and after that it's wrapped. So it could be any of that.
I am really interested to see Daniel, though, because the first time we saw him at a winter major, his first series was not good. He was nervous, and he was making a lot of mistakes. And now it's a brand new venue. This is the World Championship main event. With this crowd, nerves are going to play a factor again. So we'll see if he's calm enough in those first games to decide the series.
And you can see some of these players, and you can see Chrome, the coach there, wearing layers on top. It is quite cold in this arena as well. And this is something a lot of these players might not experience before and they might not prepare for. And it's little things like that where you go up for your first game, you get cold on stage, your adrenaline hits, that makes you shake a little bit more, your hands go cold, and it's something like that that could be the difference in a series. So experience on this stage is so key for all of these players to be prepared for the rest of the tournament.
Well, they're currently working through a technical issue. We'll get into the game as soon as possible here. I think it's going to be fascinating again, Base. Like, this is the longest Rocket League tournament that we've ever had. This is, and for Space Station in particular, they've been here since day one. Endpoint's only played like twice, I think, where Space Station's played 6-something matches. And you'd think after playing through the wild card in the group stage that you'd be like, okay, I've gotten used to Worlds. I know what Worlds is like. And then day one of the arena rolls around and you're back to square one.
Yeah, it's such a long journey. And if it was the same thing, if we were still in the pavilion, I think a lot of fatigue would come to these players. But everybody's been waiting for this moment. The complete venue shift, this is what was advertised. The pavilion's not really advertised. Dickies Arena is advertised. So once you make it up to this level, you see the stage, you start to get those goosebumps coming, and you start to be ready for the moment. And it's either now, it's here, now?
Here now, and if any team is going to feed off that energy, it's going to be Space Station Game. And out of all the teams, like maybe a European team going through wild card would get a little tired. That's what's going on too, but this might be a long technical pause.
Yeah. Good luck, buddy.
Pace himself. There it is, though. But
those are deep squats.
Space Station will feed off this energy. They absolutely, more than any team here.
Again, coming back to the importance of game one. If Endpoint's able to come out and dominate game one, and the crowd's sitting there on the edge of their seats ready, especially if there's a shutout, right? They're on the edge of their seats ready to cheer for every Space Station goal, and then they gotta wait 5. Goal coming, right? Like, how much momentum does that swing in favor of Endpoint?
I feel like Endpoint always have a bad game in them, so they need to start strong. You know, like they've always got, like, you can...
No sweeps for them.
Yeah,
no
so you need to get ahead. They don't seem to be able to reverse sweep and like come back from deficit. They need to get ahead early because they will just drop a game from where they have a few mistakes, they have a few missed opportunities. They are consistent in their game plan and they're consistent in the way they play, but they haven't got the same mechanical ability of a lot of the teams in the top of this tournament. So they need to be able to start strong, maintain that ability throughout.
You know, it's not often achieved that I'm like, I like that we have a technical pause, but I'm really excited for this match. I want it to be the best as possible, and I think the fact that they're having to fix an issue like this is giving all the players a little bit longer to be like, okay, it is just Rocket League. We are just on the stage. It's just a computer.
Do you get to dial in more, just hang out?
Well, I'm just hoping it gives us a little bit better Rocket League.
I feel like there's a couple different types of people. Like, there's some people who want to just sit down and go through it immediately and just get it started. So, like, and I think there are other people who are like, okay, I have time to adjust. We're okay. This is good.
His legs must be burning right now.
He's the hardest working man here.
Yeah, fair play. And I think the moments like this is what you get at the arena. We're going to see some crazy fans throughout the event, and I think we're going to we're going to get some interesting chants. I didn't think we would be getting someone counting squats at the event.
He's almost 50.
There we go. Well done.
I mean, that's more than I've ever seen anyone do in one go.
It's more than Greg can do, yeah. I mean,
really,
Greg, and we need you out there, doing a squat off.
I don't think I'll be squatting in this suit. We might have a wardrobe malfunction.
There it is. Even Chrome getting involved.
Let's go. Utmost respect.
And just put it on the break plate.
I think we've talked about a lot of the players, but I think we've kind of jumped over on Endpoint's side. We haven't said too much about Relating Wave.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a fantastic type of supporting role for, in general, everything that Endpoint likes to do, offense, defense, really does kind of be an as-needed type of guy. And I don't really know what to expect in terms of what he can handle here from Space Station.
He's one of the most underrated players in RLCS. Endpoint kept getting results, kept making it all the way. No one was talking about Wave. Very subtle in the way he contributes towards his team.
Yes, but then in spring, they make a roster move, bring in Archie, and you expect Archie to be part of every offensive goal, because that's what Archie does. He makes all the touches, but it was actually Wave with the highest goal participation through spring split. So he was getting involved more on the offensive side when they made that move. So he's going to be a key factor on the offensive side, while Metanora's going to have to hold down the defensive line.
Wave is one of those players where he's not going to be the best player on a championship winning team. but he can be the second best player in championship winning team. So when you have a Seiko and Wave, that's a good duo. You have an Archie and Wave, that's a good duo. So he saw those players. What do you say, Gibbs? He led in score or something like that?
Led in goal participation for his team, which is very unlikely because Archie was a top 3 goal participant player on his former team through fall and winter. So you expect Archie to be the one there, but no, it was actually Wave.
So that statement there, T-Base, I'm just going to sort of bring that up. You're implying that Metzer has to be the 3rd contributing player on the team.
Or second.
Yes. Or he could be second or third. But I'm saying Wade himself isn't going to be the best. If Wade's the best player on your team that day, you're probably not going to win the championship. That's the way I view it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I understood what I thought I understood what you were saying, and I realized that you're recontextualizing. So that makes way more sense.
I mean, as we're describing this, though, all I'm hearing is Archie has to be number 1.
That's right. He always has to be number 1. He's too talented. Pure talent-wise, he's up there with the Alpha 54s. He's up there with the Seikos. He's up there with the Joyos, the Vatis, and the Rises. I know Rise is listening. He's up there with all the best individual players in the region. Oh, that's disrespectful.
Oh, no.
That's some disrespectful nonsense.
Oh, no.
Sir, you need to erase that board right now. You need to erase that board right now. That's disrespectful.
She wrote both boards and handed it to him.
She framed them.
That'd be brilliant.
Oh, man. It's crazy to me how the clips with the attention to detail. I'm going to make sure he looks good on camera here. It's been here so long, though. Season 4, the first time, I believe, Metzenaris played the World Championship.
Every time he's at a World Championship, he makes the moves. He's top 4 every single time he goes. So Metzenaris, a lot of people count him out because, again, he's not going to be the best player on his team either, but he plays that role. He plays the role he needs to play to get his team's wins, and he's still here, 5 years later?
Is Endpoint like FaZe? You know, they're always that team that pushes top 4 in Europe or in North America, and then they got it in them to win one every now and again.
And let's not forget, Spring Regionals online, they took BDS when they were at their best, to the distance. They took them down once as well. So Endpoint definitely has it in them to be one of the best in the world. But we got to show up on land. We got food. Bring it up here. Bring it to the desk.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure.
Oh, pizza and popcorn, too.
Make sure you enjoy that popcorn, young man.
Getting snacks to go through the tech pauses. Of course, there's going to be a long day ahead of us. We've got an amazing match coming up afterwards with NRG Renegades.
And then ones.
And then 1v1.
We got some ones, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, you see, it seems to be that Archie's setup was the situation that was having the technical issues. So you can see him pacing behind his team there. Seems to be maintaining a good mood, but you know he wants to be in free play right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, I kind of wonder if that irritates Archie a little bit.
Honestly, it might be in Endpoint's favor because Ice and SSG in the crowd right now. SSG, they walked in the crowd with electric form, and now I can't read that.
No, the best Rocket League player was cerebral palsy right there.
Oh, okay. Good thing you got it, guys. I don't.
We're just cheering everyone. Everyone coming in.
Oh, that's the UNT boy. Shout out North Texas.
There we go.
Okay.
Just a little bit for teammates. Yeah, you know those guys.
I know these guys. I know him too as well.
I'm pretty sure, everyone knows him here, and I think they're all going to be cheering on Arsenal. As soon as he scores a goal, it's going to be the loudest it's ever been.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, Gibbs, for the people who are watching at home and would love to vicariously live through us that are here in the arena. What has the vibe been like? What is the coolest or most unique thing you found so far?
I think one of the coolest things is when we're in breaks, when you can't see anything, and so the players go up and they'll have to do their setups and all that. But those moments when the players walk out, when there is no spotlight on them, but the crowd doesn't really know. But as soon as you hear that first section cheer for them, then everyone else around is like, "What are they cheering for?" Oh, it's Space Station, and then they all start getting loud, and that just happens organically, and that's so cool to see. And that happens even with Cashers, one of my favorite moments back in New Jersey. Me and Turtle, I was like, Turtle, we're gonna walk through the arena.
Yeah.
And when we walk through the arena, the crowd starts roaring, and then I stop. I'm like, Turtle, go, just go. And they're all just cheering Turtle's name, and Turtle's like, it's his first world championship. He was loving it.
Wow. He's not in a bad outfit for this arena because it is cold.
Mr. Sasquatch, who are you rooting for?
But this is what it's all about. It's about the fans, right? We all love the fans. We love what they bring. So even though it's a long pause, we get to see what you guys can deliver, and you guys can deliver.
Excuse me. With his homie, bringing the arena.
What's Cloud9 doing right here?
They don't play today. They don't play today. Sorry.
Play a little bit later there. Yeah, I love walking around the arena too, in the concourse area. There's so many teams have set up their booths, so you can go and talk to some of the people from that organization, possibly buy some merch. There's some fun games set up. There's a bunch of, we've seen the people with the concessions. It's a full-blown event here.
Yeah, we even saw that Team Dignitas tweeted out like, hey, we got a booth here. We're here all weekend. We're out of the tournament, but we're going to have fun anyway with the fans. And we're going to see apparently Jack later as well, like in that 1v1 and Jorius. So, like, they're still hanging around and they're still going to entertain and have a good time because you don't get these moments a lot. This is the World Championship. We're finally
That's what we like to see, baby.
Oh, you're able to read that one, ATV. I see how it
They
is.
zoomed in on that one too. Zoom in even closer so they know. Yes, sir. Yes,
Speaking of that, I believe Europe is 6-1 versus North America in this tournament. Just saying.
Yes, that's a wonderful stat. Let's see if you pick Endpoint here then.
17-hour journey. There's so many people here from all over the world, and we've just zoomed in on just a tiny fraction of the 12,000 people here in the arena. And I think at this point we've got to appreciate that so many of these fans have missed work, traveled from around the world. A lot of these people, this is their first Rocket League event because they became fans in the last 2 years. And this is an exciting moment, not just for the fans here, but everyone in the Rocket League community.
Especially for these fans. This is the Friday crowd. This is the people that had to take off work to get here. We got some Saturdays and Sunday fans showing up, just the weekend warriors. But the Friday crowd, appreciate you guys being here. You can see how much I'm missing the players too, man. Space Station's talked the entire week about how much the fans mean to them, Bates.
Oh, man, the crowd will be on our side. It's like playing home court advantage at this point. Endpoint's one task.
I was doing squats.
Let's sit down, baby.
There it is.
Let's sit down. You did it.
Well done. There we go.
There it is.
Back to SSG in the crowd, though. The crowd is a home field advantage. It's something that we've seen so far in all the majors.
Yep,
in
3 for 3.
In LA,
G2.
In London, Moist. And I understand that the EU crowd did get loud for Falcons, but it was a different level when Moist was playing. And that plays a factor into an Endpoint's job as Cheese has been articulating, as Gibbs are articulating, as his Purple Grain has articulated, is that the games need to be low scoring. You let the crowd get into it, you're going to hear them, no matter what type of noise suppression you have in your ears. When 13,000 start screaming, Lenyo, there's nothing you can do about it.
It's going to be intense, and it's a good point that you bring up that the crowd favorites have won the last 2 events. Does that bode well for SSG's long-term goal here, Greg?
I mean, all the North American teams here are going to get cheered on well, but I think this is definitely the fan favorites. Walking around, you can see SSG hats, the little hand with far too many fingers, and a lot of, you can see all the banners with SSG references on. Definitely a fan favorite here. I don't know whether it's enough to bring them up to the level to win the whole tournament, but definitely enough to keep them going and playing at their best.
Yeah, but flags will fall, as Athena said, and Space Station's played in 11 tournaments, and their flag has fallen every single time. So they are a fan favorite, but these fans are waiting for that tournament win, and it would be so special.
Their flag falls, but it falls on Sunday.
Okay. You think I'm just saying, they've played in 11 tournaments. They have not won any of them. They are a LAN team for sure. They get that LAN buff. But when it comes down to it, Game 7s, they haven't shown up. So that's why Endpoint early on has to take a couple games, make it a little scary, make it a little bit close, and they have a shot.
I think anything within, I think a 2-goal deficit is well manageable for Endpoint to play for. That being said, if you come out as SSG and you're not putting things in a dangerous spot early on, like I think it's all about SSG. You have to set the pace. You can't sit there and play catch up or just like drive into the corner or anything like that. You got to be putting dangerous shots on target. You want to be like, we're controlling.
Yeah, they do have. I will say, Space Station has a wonderful clutch factor where it seems that we see a new version of this team when they're on match point. For me, I almost feel like I don't analyze, I don't understand who SSG is until either they're on match point or their opponent's on match point. And then at that point, we got a real ball game going. I want to find out what we're going to see. But we'll see. I believe the issue on stage has been resolved and all the players are in the lobby, so we should be moments away from getting into match number 3. Again, one of these teams going home. As much as we've been talking about both of them and giving them their due, one of their stories ends here. Space Station versus Endpoint. It's time to find out who it's going to be. So we got to know who you at home are picking to win. We're going to find out who we're picking here as well. But let us know in the Verizon fan vote, hashtag END, hashtag SSG, depending on which way you're falling here. And we'll go this way this time. I do think the fact that Arsenal is feeling better. Man, seeing him walking around talking to fans, doing backflips, if he's feeling that good and he was playing as well as he was when he was ill, I don't think Endpoint has a chance. Give me Space Station in this one.
If T-Bates has it, I leave this guy.
Space Station as well, but
Listen, we were just talking all this time about the NA crowd, NA home field advantage. I do believe that we have a fan favorite up in here right now.
I believe so.
You already know I'm rolling with SSG, baby. Come on!
Talk about tradition. And Reynolds' dad, every single major, will hand me one of these and then say, do not pick my boys. So,
what's he going to decide?
Endpoint. For Reynolds' dad, I'm picking Endpoint.
Wow.
Sorry,
Here you go, Dragon. Have it. Have it.
I mean, of course it's SSG. Anyone with an ounce of intelligence would know that SSG is taking this. It's going to be Space Station confidently taking it. I think even 4-1, 4-0 is likely on the cards here.
You're being too confident, you're scaring me.
4-1,
wow.
4-0?
I'm worried about the curse.
That's pretty far. I hate to say I agree, so it's essentially Space Station across the board.
I got Endpoint.
So give me Space Station 2. I'm a little worried now that everybody else picked him because I was on the end, but what can I do? I have to, as you said, it feels too good for it to not be SSG.
How does chat feel about it here? They've been favorites all week.
Goodness.
Absolutely favorites in this one. 87% on the board. Bates, this is the time for Space Station to shine.
It sure is, Wave. I'm actually ready for this matchup. I know the crowd is ready for it as well.
We got to do it, folks. It's going to be amazing. We got Endpoint in the blue. We got Space Station in the orange. A best of 7. First of 4 wins. Stays alive in the bracket. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox with Subi, Stumpy, and Cole.
Finally time. You've seen around the arena. You can hear it for yourselves. This is the match everybody was waiting to see. Subi Space Station Gaming, unbelievably popular around these parts.
I mean, it feels like they've turned Dickies Arena into the International Space Station at this point. Home field advantage for Space Station Gaming. And while they've showed flashes of brilliance throughout the season, so much potential shown, they had a heroic battle through the Swiss stages.
But they come up against Endpoint, a team from the UK with an honorary Finn, a man who has been to Worlds multiple times, has come second in a couple of them. It is his chance to carry on through our group stage. But you cannot talk about Endpoint without talking about Archie, their top performer. He has done a phenomenal job to keep them in this competition.
That's the way to raise the roof for Space Station Gaming. Arsenal with the early lead.
And no one you want to get the first goal other than Arsenal. He was feeling so unwell throughout the Swiss stages. He clawed his way throughout, and he's showing us he is alive and well and ready to take Space Station to victory.
Picking himself up off the floor from the illness, not the backflip that he did on Rizzo's stream. He has been instrumental to the success that Space Station have seen so far. It's been wonderful to watch. And this is going to be Endpoint's hardest enemy yet, Space Station. They're a favourite in the crowd and in the tournament.
Oh, that could be a chance. Archie could have left that one for Metsonoris. The man who's been in this team for so very long. Should have played off. It does fall for Wave. And that is an open net miss. And that is the disaster start that Endpoint wanted to avoid.
And if you're on Endpoint, you gotta just forget about that one. Opportunities are gonna come, and more will present themselves as Arsenal gets denied off the backboard there. Archie just a quick poke at net, and here comes Daniel. Big defense needed from Space Station Gaming, but Endpoint can't find the mark there. And first minute come and gone here in this series.
As it was mentioned on the desk, Europe right now is having an incredibly hot competition against all other regions. Europe versus the world. We are 13-4. It is gigantic in favour. And against North America, it's 6-1. This is the chance for Space Station to turn it around.
Which is great news for Endpoint, but not so much. Sorry, great news for Europe, but not so much for Endpoint, who are currently on a 5-series loss streak in EU. They need to get going soon. That's a slightly better look for them. Metsonoris coming in. Space Station reminding us they can defend as well as throw the all-out attack. Those bumps and demos that they're so known for. They started this first game a lot better.
And Reynolds has really shown those demos throughout the Swiss stages. #1 in demos per game, and you can already tell that's the game plan against Endpoint. Specifically trying to take out Archie, but Archie Launches that one, forces. Oh, nice save there from Arsenal to push that off the backboard, slow down the push from Endpoint, and Relating Wave. Good 50 to keep it alive, but Space Station, still have plenty of boost in the tanks.
Wave and Mets are both keeping that attack going until it falls to Arsenal to remove Archie from the conversation entirely. Brettle's the man who has had an opportunity to show that he is up there with Daniel. He had to fill in a little bit when Arsenal was feeling under the weather, and he has done that job incredibly. Archie on the right-hand side with the mid boost. Mr. Norris up just a touch late, and the speed from Arsenal has been brilliant in the competition.
And Archie is a player that we need to see so much from. He finished 8th with Semper in full, and it was at this tournament that it was Semper that knocked Endpoint, his new team, down to the lower bracket. So much to prove, but a man who has so much talent to do the Space Station's Daniel. Laniel has been so affectionately called.
Oh boy!
Oh! That one ends up going in. 2-0 Space Station.
And I love this push from Daniel. Not only gets the boost, big flick, but just there, just in case of a mistouch. And Relating Wave can't push that into the corner. Daniel there for the punishment.
The positioning from Daniel there is utterly confident, and the crowd begin their bows, chanting Laniel, knowing that he is one of their favorite players. I loved when he came on screen earlier on. Just during the walkout, set up their controllers. He was so loved around this place.
And it's so important for Space Station to not only get the first goal, but to extend that lead here. We've seen how brilliant teams have been after getting that first goal. 77% of the teams here getting the victory if they score first. And Space Station Gaming, while they did get that first strike, they don't look like they're slowing down whatsoever. Reynolds pushing the issue there, and Daniel keeping the offense alive.
Space Station Gaming looking hungry for that third. Oh! Look at the pace that he's showing. Metsonoris left stuck on the floor. Rettles is going to punish.
Rettles as well, just being so confident. Wave giving the ball to Metza, who did not read that whatsoever. I put that more towards Wave because while you passing into your own box to your player and sending it behind them, an error on the backboard, Rettles taking full advantage.
And right now, all Space Station Gaming is doing is poaching themselves in the offensive half, waiting for missed touches, waiting for miscommunications from Endpoint, and so far, it's paying off in dividends.
We've seen a couple of infield passes from Endpoint, but they're being closed down so easily right now from a Space Station Gaming roster that are completely having the read on their opponents. Endpoint needs to mix things up. Archie has the boost. He has Relating Wave in the center, who started slowly. This could wake him up, though. Endpoint with a reminder of how dangerous they can be.
Relating Wave had a couple of errors in this game so far, but he turns it on when Archie sends it his way. Outspeeding Rettles, destroying the top right corner of that goal.
I don't know if we've seen a better redirect other than that Justin goal that we got to see throughout the Swiss stage.
You sound like Dazzlerin, mate. Keep going on about that.
That's a compliment in my book. Arsenal launches high, crossbar denies, Reynolds post, but Archie covers it up. And Endpoint look like they've shaken out the cobwebs.
Huge save from Archie there to keep Endpoint within sniffing distance of this opening game. And he gets him down the other side as well. Endpoint wanted to put on some attack. Archie's getting more involved. He makes it to Metsonoris. Arsenal pulls him down. And Daniel with that early flick from the goal can see it away for now.
The mechanic saving Space Station there. Otherwise, Endpoint looked on to get a second goal, but nobody hanging around did not want to take the chance that Daniel, of all people, was going to mess up.
Endpoint just seemed to have sped things up a little bit, though. Space Station Gaming have to stay strong, keep on fighting, keep on in there. Here is Daniel. As soon as he rises, the crowd gets so expectant. You can just hear the buzz around the place when he's on the ball, but not quite a goal this time.
They just refuse to rotate out. I love how close they're playing offense. But Metsonoris, no boost left in the tank. That opportunity could have paid off for them, but still pressing forward. They need a goal right here, right now.
Metsonoris into the corner. The ball has to fall to an Endpoint player. It's not quite happening for them. Relating Wave. If he gets that second touch, it's missed by Daniel. Just going to go across the goal. Endpoint maybe would have had a chance there. But Space Station Gaming look like they have taken the sting out of the Endpoint tail. They're going to see this one away. The crowd are counting it down. You can hear them. SSG are going to take game one.
Game one going the way of the home favourites, with Metsonoris trying to keep this one alive, but nothing will be able to turn back time. Errors have been made. Space Station, the benefactor, there on the first match.
Well, and you also have to think about Endpoint missing that wide open net. It was an opportunity thrown away, and they could have tied the game up there. But get that one out of your heads. Game 2 is on its way. You got to stay cool and calm and collected up on that stage.
Somebody in the crowd having a sign saying, let's see some demos. They've come to the right team. Space Station Gaming, they are leading the leaderboard in those. They have been incredibly aggressive.
Well, they're coming to the right place for sure, because right now, Endpoint, second in this tournament with demos, which is odd for them because in all of Europe throughout the season, one of the lowest demoing teams, but they realize how important they are on this stage and realize if you can tilt your opponents off of there, you might take that series.
Well, I was seeing no signs right there that Space Station Gaming were tilted. Instead, they are taking this stage, taking this wonderful Dickies crowd into their own hands. A brilliant performance, and what I like from that especially, Stumpy, is that that wasn't the Daniel show. Rettles, and in particular Arsenal, so involved with all of SSG's play.
Rettles has been just so fun to watch this entire tournament. Sure, we speak about Arsenal having this issues. He was feeling a little bit sick previously, but was it Daniel who stepped up for that? No, not necessarily. It was Rettles, the man who's been alongside him for such a long time now. He knew that his teammate needed a shoulder to lean on, and Rettles stepped up. One of the best performers throughout the entire group stage. And even getting to this point, he has been immaculate.
Not only one of the best performers throughout this tournament, but one of the best leaders in the game. It has been so fun to watch the evolution of Rettles throughout his progression through the Rival Series all the way to the RLCS, and he's really put this team on his shoulders as he gets a big save on the goal line there.
Huge save, but it was off a relating wave double tap. That could be important for Endpoint, seeing Wave get in this game. He has carried Endpoint to games in his time. When Archie first joined, Relating Wave was the most refreshed player, looking like a brand new version of himself. Still gets to really feel comfortable in these LAN environments.
Arsenal!
Oh another huge Space Station redirect!
Incredible from Arsenal, receiving it from Daniel, turning around in the box and slamming it back behind the defender. Arsenal stepping up when he gets to the stage, when he gets the energy behind him, he just thrives.
We also had Rettles involved as well. He didn't get a bump, didn't get a demo, but just being there, sniffing around for that Endpoint blood, made it so much more difficult for Metsonoras, one of the best defenders in Rocket League history, to get his name to the ball. But they're coming back. His Mets on attack. He puts it into the top corner. And it's just not their day. It remains Space Station 1-0.
Accuracy woes continue to plague Endpoint here. They need to push forward. They need to get a goal, because right now it's starting to look like a major issue as Daniel avoids the Goomba Stomp there from Relating Wave. And Daniel, not much boost, but he's picking up little pads, pushes forward. Here comes Arsenal off the back wall, puts another shot on target, and it's absolute money.
Yet again, Arsenal steps up. Metsonoras getting tangled in the corner with Archie, and the genius play to go off that side wall, send it back behind the defender again. He does not want to shoot in the path of anybody. He wants to send it behind and wrong wheel any opposition.
I'm gonna go back to words you used. You think he's still feeling a little sticky?
I do not think he's got a Nicky Tummy anymore.
He's looking just completely confident right now out there. Could be a third for Space Station. And now getting every loose touch, every ball is falling to them. Daniel's taking to the skies. That's what you want to see if you're a Space Station Gaming fan. Endpoint just struggling so much to deal with it. Look at their boost in that top left corner, and Space Station almost full.
A heat map of this game, I swear, would just look like a red blob in front of the Endpoint net. It has just been white hot pressure from SSG.
Well, and that's what's been different in this series compared to when they played against Moist. They were so spread out because of that respect, the mechanics that Moist present. But right now, Space Station saying, Endpoint, show us something, because if you don't, we're just going to continue to press forward and just box you in your own half.
But Endpoint have had chances. The defense of Space Station Gaming has just held so strong. And Rettles, the man at the top of the demo leaderboard, removing Metsonoras from the pitch.
And then teeing up Arsenal again. He's already got some beautiful redirects in this series, in this game, in fact.
Oh, big ball.
Rettles is there, another touch. Is getting past the Endpoint defense. They are being breached time after time. Another Space Station Gaming touch. Relating Wave clears it, but where to? Only as far as Rettles. He's going to take a couple of touches for himself as well with no boost. Space Station Gaming having so much fun. That pinch goes goalwards, but Relating Wave will be there.
Well, and the big issue right now is Endpoint just forced to go with panic clears. There's no control, no, demo on the back line.
How do you control it?
No! Getting another one here. That's a hat trick.
The hat trick for Arsenal. How do you control it when you're removed from the pitch? What are you supposed to do? A tap in the end. But a full team effort from SSG.
The master tactician in this room right now is that guy in the crowd who had the sign asking for demos. They are proving so effective against Endpoint. They can't deal with them. Rettles, he's just sweeping them away. Every time Space Station Gaming attack Archie, can he win this one? Not quite. Endpoint desperate for a goal.
Endpoint being shoved aside and SSG looking just clearly dominant. This time Arsenal intercepting off the bump. He continues going with so much speed and pace. Endpoint barely catch up on the run back.
Suave and scary Space Station Gaming style. Arsenal, you kept thinking he was going to be out the play. The recoveries he was showing, sublime. Endpoint have to pick themselves back up. They have to keep going. We are so early on in a best of 7. Need I remind everyone? Sure, there's so much on the line. Top 12 if you make it, top 16 if you lose, but we do have time. They can turn this one around. They can improve. Things can change for them. Relating wave, another miss, unfortunately, and it's going to come back to their territory.
You just have to have better touches. There are a few moments where it just looks like rookie errors that come in, and when you lose the fundamentals, you're going to be losing the series.
Well, and that's what I was talking about there, Stumpy, is no control, and what a save. Daniel and Reddles combined powers to pinch that ball and keep it out. But right now, we need to see more control from Endpoint. It just seems really scattered and really not much method to the madness right now, as relating weight off the ceiling and Reddles pushes that one towards midfield. And Archie getting in, and Endpoint need to score now if they want a realistic opportunity.
I mean, so far we're seeing a similar tale in Game 2 than we saw in Game 1. Endpoint going 3 behind, having some chances. Space Station Gaming just defending it so comfortably.
A pre-jumping Daniel is a terrifying prospect.
Oh, they go again. There's Daniel from the goal. That one is maybe sneaking over to Balachi. Not quite. Norris has goal in front of him. He also has defenders. Can he get it past them? He can. It hits the crossbar. Endpoint get a goal back for the 2nd game in a row.
Finally, they get some blood away from SSG. Metz with a flip reset can get it over both Daniel and Arsenal. And who is there to clean it up? The top man in Endpoint, it is Archie.
And that's who you need to see the ball go into the back of the net. You need him to get a goal, to get the confidence built up right now. Archie, oh no, this is dangerous for and relating wave, bring him back within 1.
Suddenly things get really, really scary for Space Station Gaming. Archie gets involved, then he flicks it over the top for relating wave. 33 seconds. Can Endpoint get back into it?
A clear error from Rettles as well. Had a brilliant opportunity to clear it away, but just was completely unable to. 1 goal separating these two teams. The kickoff is vital.
The key kickoff of the series so far. Archie's been beaten by Arsenal. Relating wave has to head back. How good is his challenge? Rettles is there. The boost control is Space Stations, but the ball belongs to Metsonoris. He gets it over the top of Daniel. 1 more, it could be good for them. But the boost and the touch for Rettles, absolutely huge. They're sending Endpoint back again. Maybe
it's open.
To win the game, it belongs to Space Station.
Arsenal, yet again. That man has got 4 goals in Game 2. He has dominated Endpoint at the behest of every single European watching. A brilliant performance from him. Very rarely do we see people get hat-tricks, let alone
4 in 1 game, 5 in the series so far, and we're just finishing up game number 2. And SSGs can wipe the sweat from their brows as their team goes up 2 games to 0.
Surely, at this point, if you are Endpoint, you have to be thinking tactical timeout. Everybody at this stage, actually everybody in Worlds throughout, has had 1 per series, and they can be so effective. Space Station will have a lot more. I think Rettles saved that. I think he stopped Arsenal getting a 5th goal there, but they're still looking happy, still looking excited. The game's not over quite yet. Now it dies. It's 2-0 Space Station Gaming. They're winning it with a flourish.
If I'm Endpoint's coach right now, if I'm Eclipse, I'm just saying timeout. We just need to take it back because this crowd is the 4th player. They are lifting them up. You want to subdue them. The crowd is going to try and talk over us as much as they want. But Endpoint, they just need to chill everybody out a little bit. Getting an early lead is the biggest aim.
Well, and while it's not only a battle on the field between all 6 players, it's a battle between Eclipse and Chrome, both trying to download each other's playbooks. And right now, Chrome has the better game plan, coming out, really pushing Endpoint back to the back line. And for me, right now, I agree. We've got to see that tactical timeout, and they do call that right now.
We have just heard in our ears that Endpoint have indeed taken that tactical timeout. Now this can be huge. Also huge there is Daniel had 4 goals fewer than Arsenal, but only 96 points less. Even though he's not getting on the end of the goals, that's how involved Daniel has been.
Yeah.
All of SSG involved. You've been saying Rettles' name so much. Everything is working for them. Nothing is working for Endpoint. What can Eclipse possibly be saying right now?
Well, you've got to focus on hitting the shots that present themselves. We've seen 2 big ones that haven't gone in, and for me, if you see that opportunity at this level of gameplay and you miss that, it's going to be a rough night at the office.
My biggest issue with Endpoint right now is those fundamentals are so lacking. You look at Space Station, apart from that one Rettles miss off the backboard, there are very few moments that you can pinpoint that a fundamental mechanic has gone wrong. Very few whiffs have occurred, ultimately. That whiff counter that we saw on the wildcard stage, we're not going to be seeing that filled in from Space Station Gaming. I would also argue that Endpoint, continue on your demos. That is how SSG got, what, 2 of their goals? If you get those demos and you continue with how you go.
Look at this, here we go. They were just throwing some paper around or something.
Oh! Hey!
There we go.
I want Daniel to intercept that, but he is quite short. So.
He tried. That's basketball, there's no interceptions. But it's okay, we'll forgive you here.
I don't know what basketball is.
We'll show you later tonight, but either way, the players on SSG feeling so comfortable as we get a look at Eclipse and his team taking that time out. And for me, I've noticed that on the side of Endpoint, Archie seems to be one of those players where if he does get tilted, it's so hard to get out of his own mind. And that's on Eclipse right now to try and pull him out of there.
And it's also because ultimately, he is a player that is technically on loan, right? He's on loan from Semper.
Yeah.
Like, this is his team. He wants them to succeed. He needs them to pull through. But Eclipse has to wrestle him back. He has to get them alongside the veterans of Meta, of Wave in game number 3.
We do head to game number 3 with Space Station Gaming looking like everything is going their way. Arsenal already sniffing out there for more goals, almost gets himself on the score sheet straight away. And despite the tactical timeout that Endpoint have just taken, they have proven to be magic throughout their introduction to the RLCS. Space Station look better already in this game.
Well, and what they're doing is just cutting the passing lanes. They see those balls and realize, okay, yeah, I'm supposed to rotate out, but I've got to touch on this ball. I know I'm going to just disrupt this play enough, and it might just stay in our own half to keep the offense going. And so far it has. SSG looking so strong, and again, Chaos on the side of Endpoint. Another demo for Rettles.
Chaos continuing from Space Station 2. From last game, Rettles got himself a couple of demos, made sure that he was able to remove Endpoint players from the pitch. And if he continues that in game number 3, you have to look towards Space Station going on to match point. But there's still 4 minutes before we even get close to that.
Every time Arsenal's getting the ball, I'm just becoming expectant. I'm taking a huge breath of air, wondering what's about to happen. I'm sure everyone will be thinking the exact same thing as Archie sends it forward against Arsenal. Arsenal's there in that corner. That's Met, the ball's going to hit the ceiling. Metsa Norris just wants to follow this ball up, needs that second touch. Relating Wave, playing in front of the ball. That's what we need to see from him.
Just seeing those redirects, those opportunities facing themselves, that's what's going to inspire confidence for Endpoint.
Demo.
But if Rettles keeps removing them, then it's going to make any attack that they have even harder to form in the first place.
Here is Archie, puts that one to the backboard. Rettles has to see it away. Norris has missed, another miss from Endpoint. It actually works out well that time. Great touch Relating Wave, good finish. Daniel though with another save.
Previously, in our wildcard stage, we saw a couple of errors from Metsa Norris, and that lost them games, it lost them series. They cannot continue.
And so far, if you're an Endpoint fan, you gotta feel much better here in game number 3. 3 minutes have crossed the clock now as Rettles gets that big boost steal, but still, Endpoint yet to be scored on, and in games 1 and 2, all it took was 30 seconds for Space Station.
Oh, Daniel shows his mechanics of that attempted redirect. Looking good again for Space Station. Here comes Rettles into the corner. Metsa Norris, a good challenge. Arsenal is there waiting. Daniel's going to head back. Look how much boost he's got. He already had 61.
Oh, that's dangerous.
But that's it. A very awkward pass. Relating Wave comes in, sends it to the backboard. Rettles was already there, though.
Metsa was waiting on the right wing. He had an opportunity to pass it across, and yet he didn't take it. Look at your teammates, Endpoint. They are there to help.
1 or 2 missed incorrect decisions coming in from Endpoint, but you have to say they are playing just that little bit better. Good touch again from Archie, although maybe actually a little bit heavy. Now Daniel's in the area. Huge flip reset. He wanted to bump Relating Wave, who had to be so brave up there in the sky.
And great touch there from Rettles to poke it back into his own corner, trying to slow things down as Metsa Norris, good 50 there to keep it alive. And Metsa Norris got a piece of Daniel as well, so no follow-up for Arsenal, but he does push that downfield. And a big miss from Relating Wave. Arsenal steals the goal.
Relating Wave, hands on head, but with a laugh in the end. This is make or break. The trail turns blue. Metals in there regardless. The biggest error we've seen so far, and I'm going to be completely honest, I love Endpoint. You do not laugh that off. You need to just focus back up and get going.
I absolutely agree with you there. You've got to focus up. You've got to make sure that doesn't happen again. Because for Endpoint, they've looked so good. Big double commit on the back line for Space Station there. Like to see the communication be a little bit better as Daniel slows this ball down, going to push it towards midfield. Good challenge there as Rettles sees that pass coming, but Relating Wave wins the challenge, and Looks like Metzenaris pushed up too far, didn't have the boost in the tank for the follow-up.
The pass looks a little bit heavy there from Archie, but it works out almost okay. A demo comes in. Will this space open up Space Station Gaming? There's Archie wanting to get involved. That has to happen. Relating waves
big bump!
ball, and he's bumped as well. Metzenaris should be okay, but Daniel, he'd have had a sixth sense he could have turned around and put that one to bed. Archie is met by Relating Wave. Can Endpoint get this one chance that they crave?
Minute 20, Endpoint with that one just awful goal that came in against him. Space Station, they're running off that high right now. Left wall sees Rettles go high. Arsenal, he waits in the center, sees that Archie's touch is going to be weak, but Archie is able to land and catch, but blocked from the falling Space Station player. The Stratosphere, certainly their friend.
At this point in the first two games, Endpoint were 3 goals down. Now it's only 1. They will have
Daniel!
chances, but you have to keep an eye on the oncoming shark. Daniel doubles Space Station's lead.
Daniel's still in school, so you know he's going to read this one well. All 3 members of Endpoint bunched up at the top of the box, and you hear the chance for Daniel coming out.
Everybody on Space Station is just having a brilliant time. They were laughing, they were like emoting at each other when that goal went in as well. Everything is going their way, trying to buck that trend of European dominance so far at the World Championship.
The read's just so good from the backboard. The pre-jump from Daniel, that is outrageous. It just tees up Archie, but you love to see the fun and flair that Daniel's having. Metzenaris is coming into the corner. Endpoint trying so hard just to get something to stick. It's not happening. Space Station's cars scattered across the field, always just seem to fall in the perfect place to block them away. Metzenaris being beaten by Rettles, who's following up again. Wants to get it past Archie, but Archie does get a touch.
Final 15 of Space Station tick down the seconds, going through to game 4 with every single one in hand. It will not be Endpoint's game. Here in Dallas, we will be going to game 4 with Endpoint on their deathbed and Space Station wanting to put them to sleep.
We have never had a reverse sweep in an RLCS best of 7. If that is to happen, something astronomical is going to have to shift in the Endpoint camp.
No better time than now, and Endpoint already used that timeout. They have less than 60 seconds right now to try and figure out how to beat Space Station, but honestly, in my opinion right now, it's not a matter of mechanics that are winning Space Station games. It's a matter of game sense. They're just seeing exactly where the ball's going to be and placing themselves accordingly.
And that's my issue with Endpoint as well. Space Station have got all those fundamentals down. We can point out one instance where Rettles missed the ball. That's fine, that happens.
Sure.
It's a game of Rocket League, right? But then there was that touch from Relating Wave that was just utterly abysmal. Space Station, they laugh it off. They're allowed to. In the Mobile 1 high performance replay, we are seeing Space Station take the dominant lead.
Yeah, they are just dominant. That is the perfect word for it. They are the better team in pretty much every aspect right now, and the game plan from Chrome is working to perfection. They're not having to overextend. Every now and then, they're inviting Endpoint pressure upon them because the passes are being read, and there's been times where Stumpy and I have been silently screaming, saying hit it left, hit it right to an Endpoint player, and they're going to the backboard. Decision's not right, mechanics not there. But they do have one more game, at least, to change it.
They've got to make sure the peripheral vision is on point, and where they could capitalize is off of these kickoffs. We've known Space Station has been having issues with their kickoffs, just plagued with problems, but they come out of this one just fine. Daniel flip reset, ball coming down, waterfalls, but Relating Wave there on the crossbar.
There's already pressure on Endpoint's net straight away over here in Utopia. Just have to keep it at 0-0 for as long as possible. Maybe they'll get themselves a goal.
Daniel pre-jumping yet again, game number 4, and he is as confident as ever. He is the tallest 5-foot man I've ever met in my life.
I mean, it's so funny when you look at him on stage and then you see him play in game. It is just a complete shift. He just seems to evolve when the Rocket League play develops.
And Archie, he just responded with a pre-jump of his own, floats in net, blocks away an early shot from SSG.
We've seen 2 North American players using the Ghostbusters car, and now Metzenaris, he's got a car change of his own to mix things up. So that's something you like to see. Archie, he flicks it high. Will Endpoint be able to coast their way to a victory right here? It's been Space Station gaining pressure from the off. They just have to get involved. Arsenal's going to put this one across. Rettles is going to read that all day long.
He just comes from midfield, full boost all the way down.
Look at that.
Oh, and you want to see game sense? That's it right there, baby.
That positioning is perfect. He just full boost, full send, full goal, get the win.
Get the win. It's looking very close for Space Station right now. Mesinoris goes up. Arsenal, this touch is so easy for him to read all by himself and follow through in the air. You want to see more close control from these Endpoint players. You want to see more precise passes. You want to see something incisive from them. Space Station Gaming snuffing out every chance they have, and Daniel down the other end. He's getting all the touches in town. Archie so near to being beaten there by the dancing Daniel. Mesinoris with one of those risky passes across his own goal line, but that one maybe will work out better.
You know, and I'm always so confused when opponent, Daniel trying to avoid that bump. He does though, his relating wave goes up. Another pass off the crossbar, and Arsenal wants none of that, just bombs it downfield. Him and Reynolds in tow, trying to form some offense, and relating wave pokes this one over to Mesinoris. That one might, nope. Daniel gonna miss that one, and my goodness, I don't even know what's going on.
Just next to me, Stumpy had his hand in the air saying, wait a second, something's developing. That pass comes across, and it's disappointing. What keeps happening to these Endpoint attacks? Daniel almost scores. Arsenal's coming in as well. He's bumped out the way. Arsenal could kill it right here. You expect a huge save from Relating Wave. Endpoint continuing to survive.
Archie descended long, but Mets unable to get a touch on that one. Pinches towards the corner. Archie again whipping. We spoke a lot about him being that target man for Endpoint, but he has been far from perfection.
Arsenal's round the corner now. He's got no boost, but look how much respect he still has. Who's closing him down from Endpoint? In the end, it was two of them. The team dynamic not quite there. Space Station Gaming pulling them apart at will. That one almost sneaks in the back of the net, but instead it's easy Space Station Gaming defense.
And I've never seen Stumpy so mad. So many plays are possible.
It was open!
It was absolutely open, and we've talked about it, Stumpy. The accuracy needs to be there as Arsenal goes off of the bar and out.
Just a touch wide from Arsenal keeps this as a 1-0 game. With 2 minutes 10 left, Space Station looking as if this is theirs to secure. Arsenal has to go against Relating Wave. And RC, baby, gets the second in the game.
Close post and in, my goodness. Great vision seeing Relating Wave trying to play patiently and gets the nice touch to rattle it home.
There's one or two wry smiles on the Endpoint Gaming face cams. Over at Space Station Gaming, it's sheer joy and jubilation. This is clearly theirs to win. It has been for a while in truth. And they're trying to show off in front of this crowd. They want to put on a show. They want to put themselves in that conversation for world champions. That is why these teams are here. Space Station Gaming, they have that belief. And based on this, the way they've put an under-the-weather Endpoint, let's be honest, but still Endpoint to the sword, shows how good they could be, Snoopy.
I mean, they're just not esports athletes. They are entertainers, and they are putting on a show. Dickies Arena, are you not entertained?
Space Station Gaming, the home fans are putting on the best show of their lives. Daniel to go wide, Relating Wave to block, but who else than Arsenal?
So many goals in this series for Arsenal. What's one more to add to the collection? It just went straight to him. There he was. Space Station, the reads that they have, utterly perfect. They're not overextending, they're not forcing it. They are just playing pure controlled Rocket League at its best.
And it is something to admire as well. So many people have said, you know, they've not even won a regional yet. They haven't even come close to winning a major. And yet here they are at the World Championship, showing up, taking down Europe's #3 seed. That time they were unable to do it, but Rettles showing off another open net, just saved away by Daniel.
A team that was so close in London. They were so near to taking down Moist. It didn't quite happen. Now they're coming back with a flourish, coming back with a flair. Space Station Gaming on Utopia, having the time of their lives. Endpoint, they get themselves a goal. They get on the score sheet. It may well matter. The end for Space Station gets that little bit trickier.
Plenty of time to climb back in this one, but the kickoff going to be ever so important. Endpoint wasting no time to get that goal.
How is it approached? Endpoint needing 2 with 54 seconds left. So getting off the kickoff would be monstrous for them. Right-hand wing sees Relating Wave try and tackle
Great
Daniel.
challenge.
Does manage to. Now Archie with 50 boost goes up the door, but Rettles was waiting there, so choreographed.
Last time this happened, Endpoint did get one more goal. Will they be able to again? Is anyone there? There is Relating Wave. Rettles clears it away and then pinches it. A monumental touch.
And right now, Space Station Gaming just need to hold on for dear life. They need to burn this clock. They need to keep boost away from Endpoint. And Arsenal keeping that ball away from Archie. In Relating Wave, and here comes Daniel. Gets dumped by Relating Wave, and Endpoint needed now.
Get more opportunities though forming. Archie to shoot just the right-hand side. Finally putting that press on Space Station Gaming. But with the final 10 seconds counting down, it has to go in now.
Once again from Arsenal, exact touches that he and his teammates needed. As they go for these pre-jumps, the crowd, they're counting down,
this match was going forward to play version 1. It is going to be a North American derby. Two of the best teams come out of this region who faced off over in the Spring Major, who've been facing off this entire season so far, will be splitting the crowd, and that is going to be an absolute banger.
Splitting the crowd is exactly right. Whoever can come through in that one, you would expect when we get to Championship Sunday, they will be the big favourites, the team that everybody wants to see taking the crown right here. But Space Station Gaming, I mean, maybe Arsenal, maybe Retters, maybe Daniel. I can't even think who their best player was in that series, and that's how well they play.
Well, and that's a good thing, because for Space Station Gaming, if they're all playing in sync, it is so dangerous for their competition. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this is one of the most stout teams that we have in the playoffs.
Endpoint, though, they came over from Europe. They had an opportunity to take it against one of the best teams that we are seeing here. They need to go back to the drawing board. It went wrong. There were issues for them across the board. In the Mobile 1 High Performance replay, it is almost entirely Space Station Gaming's highlights. Endpoint did a very good job to get here with a player on loan. Throughout the season, they've done a wonderful time. However, Space Station, one hurdle too many.
Yeah, I mean, Endpoint, they have done everything they can to stay afloat this season. It was so difficult losing Seiko, who is looking brilliant right now for Team BDS, it must be said. But their story, their season ends right here. Space Station Gaming, do they have a chance at taking this crown in total?
Yeah.
Do they have a chance of taking this crown in total? Crowd, do they have a chance at winning Worlds?
That's a pretty convincing answer.
Yes, it is.
Good argument.
I cannot wait to hear what Space Station Gaming have to say, because that was just such a perfect team performance.
Well, all they really did was just press the gas pedal to the ground and did not stop. They outscored Endpoint 3-1. I mean, every time they were getting goals, there was no answer from Endpoint.
Well, we are ready to hear from your victors. In the middle of the stage, it's Orb with Space Station Gaming.
What is going on? Dickies Arena, please give it up for Arsenal and SSG. I gotta ask, straight off the rip, how does that make you feel to hear this roar?
Honestly, this is the biggest crowd I've ever been a part of. And just hearing y'all, like I can literally hear y'all through my in-ears. It's like white noise, so, you know, scoring the open nets, to hear all the fans, you know, makes me feel crazy.
I wanna take the time here, turn back the clock a little bit. Obviously earlier in this tournament, we all know the infamous, now infamous Fever game. Did you think, when you started getting sick, that you would still get this far in the tournament?
Yes, I did. I have full trust in my teammates. Like, we got Laniel, we got Annihilator, Slator, a major winner. I knew they would be able to pick up the slack from me, so yeah.
I mean, everybody popped off here. I mean, Laniel, 15-year-old phenom. How strong is the Laniel buff?
The Laniel buff is something we've never seen before, and he's only going to get better. I'm proud of him.
One final question, okay? With Laniel being here, is there anything you're sharing with him being a very young player? I mean, you're all young, but he's especially young. Anything you're sharing with him in terms of being on stage, handling the fame, the glory?
I don't really have to tell him anything. Like, he's already the most confident little kid I've ever talked to. He's literally like little me. So, you know, I just be like this. Dan, they can't guard you. Do what you got to do. That's all I say.
Wise words, my friends. Dickies Arena, please give it up one last time, or one more time, I should say, for SSG and Arsenal. Now, next up, we have Renegades versus NRG.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait,
Did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
Yo, did you guys see? Apparently the venue's sold out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently it took like 5 minutes.
No way. That was way faster than Coverbox Arena.
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently I need a rebrand.
I think my greatest strength is my ability to sort of look after the team and I guess do the team things. You know, off the ball, I want to be the guy bumping, doing the dirty work. I think that might not get the credit, but you know, setting up thieves for the solo play.
My greatest strength is being the mom of the group. The boys, they need to be fed. They need to be taken care of, and that's what I'm here for. You know, I'm a little old, we're getting up there in age a little bit, but you know, if they need a pat on the back, I'm there. If they need a massage, I'm there. If they need their toes wiped, I'm there. Anything that's necessary in order for the team to be successful, Fever. You need a hug? I'll come give you a hug just like this. It's just that simple. That's what my job is, to be the mom. I was being humble earlier, but that's just the facts.
I'm the best player in the world because no one thinks that I'm actually decent at Rocket League. So when I hit the ball, it surprises them, and when I do something half decent, half okay, they're thinking, what is going on? So yeah, the element of surprise.
I'm a freaking ghost on the pitch. You don't ever see me coming. I'm coming around the corner, I whiff. Oh, whoops. That was actually all calculated. The casters are even confused. Garrett, you want to hit the ball? Nah, you're not going to have that. I'm coming in hot. Fake a little shot. Fever's finish it up. And then you see me screaming in the chat, CJ, CJ. It's all about the presence. The presence on the pitch. You see me on the field, you get scared. Because you know the crowd will never ever be on your side. And that's why I have with everybody else. Nobody can match that. Nobody.
To the other teams competing, look out for the boys because when we're on stage in front of 13,000 people, they're not going to know what hit them. I'm going to be up there in their net, absolutely demoing them and putting them off their game. They're going to be running scared.
All I got to say is, on Sunday, I'm saying my championship speech, and I do a little mic drop. It's cemented. The legacy. Done. Mic drop. Why are you laughing?
I'm the best player in the world because no one thinks I'm good at the game, so I surprise everyone when I actually hit the ball. Yeah.
What he said. That was good. Can we keep that? That's the first time I've been stumped. I didn't know what to say off of that.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play.
Space Station Gaming gave Endpoint no quarter in a 4-game rout. What a sweep. We just witnessed Space Station in peak form coming here into the arena.
Endpoint stood absolutely no chance. You want to talk about domination during the time. Endpoint called timeout, and SSG was playing basketball. Paper basketball out there. SSG right here, right now, man. It was just purely clinical. They were pre-jumping in game 4. They were pre-flipping in game 3. They were just having fun. Endpoint, they've had a great, incredible season, but I think they ultimately met their match.
There was no worse of a start than game 1 when Arsenal, he scores first pretty early on. You're like, uh-oh. This is the problem, because Arsenal scored 1 goal in the final series, and wild card, he wasn't feeling that well, but then he's feeling it, then the crowd is involved, and at that point, what do you do for Endpoint? They had some issues with their accuracy and all that, but it felt like from the very beginning, it was all Space Station the entire way.
It starts to spiral when the crowd's really cheering for the team against you. It's very hard to come back into that series. It's hard enough to come back into a best of 7 when you're 2 games down anyway. But when SSG just got better and better, felt more and more comfortable, that timeout was negligent in the series. Negligible. Sorry. Negligible. Yeah, wrong word there. Poor Eclipse. I've just called him negligent. But yeah, negligible. And I think really right now, Endpoint's tweets already summarize the way they played at this event. They seem to be thinking about the end of the season. GG, go next is the mindset behind this team. I don't think they really had a chance in this series.
But you do got to appreciate what Space Station did. We said you wanted to come out here, set the pace, get on the board early.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely delivered on that front. No questions asked. I mean, if you started, like you were saying, if they get sighted and locked into those 0-0-0-1 games, it's like, ooh, I don't know. But no, it was gas pedal all the way down.
And Arsenal's playing well now. 2 goals per game in that series. So watch out everyone else in this tournament.
A few steals as well.
A couple steals in there.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Stats are stats. They ain't going to remember the steals afterwards, right? They should remember the number in the book there. Also, if you loved watching Daniel play, make sure you stick around after the conclusion of today's 3v3 action. We got some 1v1 show matches coming up. Daniel taking on Jorius, maybe the biggest height difference between 2 1v1 players we've seen out on the stage here, but I'm really excited for it. The 1v1 action, Chiefs, has been heating
terrifying.
up over the years.
I can't handle it. It's too involved and too smart for me. I need this safety and structure of 3v3 to
you have to blame
me.
your teammates. You got to blame your teammates. I get it.
That is genuinely the reason I think most people avoid playing ones. You have to blame yourself at the end, and you kids, it's a hard weight to carry.
I don't play ones. Yeah. I don't play ones. I get too frustrated. To be that mechanically gifted and that talented, and it's all on you. You have nobody else to blame.
Whenever I used to grind ranked, I'd think, oh, I'll play 2s until my teammate annoyed me. And I go, well, I play 1s. There's no teammate to annoy me. And then I realize I'm bad at Rocket League. And then I stop playing Rocket League.
It's a whole different game. Whole different game.
This is going to be pretty cool stuff. I think we're going to take a look at Group A as it stands after the conclusion of that match here. And, I mean, just to highlight, that 4-0 sweep for SSG, the reward for that is they get a rematch against version 1, Gibbs.
Man, oh man, the 2 North American LAN teams that online maybe are, 3 through 5 in NA, but when they show up in front of a crowd, they are some of the best in the world, but only one will make it to the final day. That's going to be nerve-wracking.
I mean, I know how Bates feels about version 1, and honestly, I agree with a lot of what he's been saying about how the lack of offense, that they're kind of just sitting on defense here. Greg, and you're wearing the purple though today. Obviously, we're thinking about that match. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Wait. Since when has our suit color dictated which team we're supporting? If I'd known this, I would have bought a nice gold
wearing
one.
A color that even remotely resembled anything on the stage.
Hey, look, the way SSG played in that stage, I don't think that any form of version 1 we've seen so far this season will be able to take that down. That was just so much firepower. Version 1 relying on defense to be able to win matches, and that's not going to work against that.
Well, for the record, I love the purple suit.
Thank
it's
you.
My favorite one I've seen all day, folks. Let's move on to the last match of the day. NRG, the General, on the stage defending their world title against the champions from down under here, the Renegades, back on the stage here. I am so excited for this one.
NRG, you can't count them out until they're out of the tournament, Bates. And with this crowd, and we know what they can do, world champions with all 3 players, but the Renegades have something to prove.
NRG versus RNG is the battle of the anagram.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to face NRG because back in Season 6, I beat them when I was on Chiefs. I'm always looking forward to playing against them and keeping the number on them.
I'm looking forward to playing Renegades. So far, I have a pretty bad record versus OCE in the past. Looking forward to playing in front of the big crowd and playing Renegades.
Renegades are the best team here just because of our vibes. We just absolutely peak in game.
I think what makes us better than Renegades is just our experience. I think we're going to be more prepared and I don't know, it'll be a good match.
I feel like the only really player you got to watch out for that on that team is Justin, but if you can shut him down early, you can keep pressure and dominate.
Watch out, CJ. After this, I actually might be on your top 25 list.
Yeah, Mr. NRG. I mean, come on, you guys are washed. We're gonna take you down.
It's the pride of Oceania, led by the Tasmanian Devils, CJ, up against the reigning, defending for 972 days, Rocket League champions of the world. Please welcome Renegades and the General and RG.
Walking down the red carpet, the General NRG, a roster full of former world champions and the reigning world champions, and Garrett G and Justin, and on the other side, the Tasmanian Devils that you heard from Stacks himself, CJ, Kami, and Fever, in his first ever world championship. CJ, a veteran on the stage.
And he's just smiling, walking up there. He's chatting it up with Justin, just having a good time. It's just two teams of friends battling out for a lot of prize money, but at the end of the day, these guys are going to go back, hug it out, and just want to put on the best show possible for these amazing fans.
A lot to ask for in RG here, as Garrett G rightly pointed out. Not the best record in the world against OCE, perhaps to the surprise of just about everybody.
But they got Squishy, and Squishy's the OCE slayer. So
does it balance out, Gibbs?
It might. I don't know. Garrett G, though, been to every single world championship. That is so difficult to do, to be there from the start.
Yeah, you and I were talking about this during the last break. There was a point at which I was like, oh, wow, he's on a streak. He's been to 8 in a row, and it's cool, and it was only over 4 years. But now we've been through the world shutting down and everyone sitting indoors and everything changing, and yet we emerge out the other side, and he's still right at the top of the game.
So difficult to do in Rocket League. Squishy, Season 6 world champion there on stage. Representative from Canada. And definitely one of those players a lot of people at home love, a massive YouTube following, a content creator in himself. But when he gets onto the stage, he's all focused, very dialed in as a player.
You say all focused, but that's the Squishy evolution. I think I saw a smile at the camera for a brief second. This isn't C9 Squishy, this is NRG Squishy. He's evolved as a player. He's been on this stage before, and he wants to get that second ring.
He's a world champion, one of the best LAN players there has ever been in North America, through DreamHacks, through world championships. But on the other side, the challengers, Renegades.
And there's Kami from New Zealand, one of those players we've known to step up for OCE and stand out, a long-standing representative from the region. And the question is now, can he play at the level of the Titans from North America on stage opposite him?
And the question for me as well, not necessarily from Kami, but from the mechanical wonder over in Fever. I mean, T-Bates always loves to say that NRG just likes to sit back and play defense. And
the gospel kumbaya and the great words of Rodis.
And I'm curious, because if NRG is still looking a little questionable and not where they need to be, does Fever have it in him to really break them down? Because they are still solid over there.
One thing's consistent across all regions in Rocket League. Young players with mechanics come through, and that's Fever. But another thing that we all love to see is CJ on the stage competing, doing well. Something we've not had the chance to see at many World Championships before, but finally, he's here in front of the biggest crowd we've ever had.
Can we point out just how big it is, right? We're coming into this event, we're like, does he get his first win at a World Championship? Yeah. And we haven't even talked about that in a while, because he keeps getting more and more of them.
A huge wild card, 3-1. No one expected that out of the Renegades. A lot of people thought Pioneers might be here, instead of them, but CJ is here, one of our good friends, so we're definitely rooting for him.
Love to see this team's clashing here again. And I am running out of excuses to give the NRG for their performance, though. We are in home territory. None of them were sick this time around. That crazy goal we saw on first touch from Justin is like 50% of their goal production at the event.
They scored 2 goals. They scored 2 goals, and that's it throughout this entire tournament. Karachi's the only player here who hasn't even scored a goal yet. Obviously, they've only played 1 match, and it didn't go their way. But at some point, do they find that form when the crowd gets behind them? I don't know.
In that series, though, their game plan looks solid. They just lack the mechanical creativity in important moments to score. And then the Justin goal is an example of that.
They lack the mechanical creativity, and we gave them #1 goal of the tournament so far.
Well, yeah, that's
that
what
was
I mean.
one.
That's one moment, and that's across the whole series.
So they just needed to do that the whole series.
I mean, it's not even just that. Like, if that touch that Justin goes for goes off the backboard, it creates chaos, it creates opportunities. You need to go for touches like that. Even if they don't work in the way you fully intend, it opens up opportunities for players to score on an undefended net.
NRG is in the same rut as BDS. You got to get the monkey off your back. No pun intended for monkey move. You got to get the monkey off the back. You got to be able to win a game on land. They haven't tasted it in a while. They haven't felt that. So when they're playing V1, when they're surmounting the pressure in game 1, Garrett wants to score it so badly, but it's not coming. And when it's not coming, the pressure is growing on them. Because now V1's counterattacking. They take game 1. Oh no, they take game 2. NRG needs to start off strong right here, and I think you'll see the true general.
And then to make matters worse, they go down 4-0 to version 1, and version 1 goes on in the tournament and gets stomped by BDS 4-0 as well. So V1's not even looking that good. So I don't know what to expect out of NRG. They've had a couple days. They've obviously had 2.5 months of prep. So far, we haven't seen it achieve.
Do you finally get to just let go of all the expectation if you're NRG? Is that ever possible?
Most definitely not.
It's always there. It's always there.
That was, I feel like, what happened in fall, right? The moment they said that they just it's chalked, we just kind of just stopped caring about it as much. They suddenly performed well and made it all the way to the grand finals. I think this crowd is not going to let them think it's chalk. They are consistently aware. In fall, there was no crowd, right? Here, they're aware of the weight of America that's sitting on their shoulders.
They want to win. The crowd wants to see them win. They're the general for a reason. There's a reason you always hear Daz run over there on that bias though NRG cash. You hear James Pop screaming. It's the general for a reason. That's all I got to say.
Is the Army in force, though? We're about to find out. Let us know who you think is going to win in the Verizon fan vote. #NRG, #RNG. And we'll just go down the line at Chiefs.
There's going to be some typos in chat.
There are. Wait, I didn't mean, no.
What are you thinking?
I'm going to pick Renegades. I don't like Sting, but they have looked good. Yes, boo away. Please do. But that's not my fault. Blame NRG.
Okay, I mean, the way I've been predicting this whole event is I've got to be proven wrong at some point as to whether a team is capable of winning a series they shouldn't win. And Renegades, I've started to prove that, but I do have to say NRG are just at another level in general. So I'm going to go with NRG, but I think Renegades have got a good opportunity now to take it. It's just purely on gameplay ability alone, NRG should take it. It's whether they play as a team, play under the prayer.
They should have taken so many series over the last season. I don't know. I'm right there with I want to believe. Gibbs, what you got?
I don't like talking about scrim results, but this one time I'm going to make an exception. People are saying NRG is looking amazing in scrims. Like, if they were looking mediocre, I probably wouldn't pick them here, but I think there is more to NRG than what we've seen at this World Championship, and I think they play at least one more series.
Remember earlier when I said I was running out of copium to give NRG, and now Gibbs is talking about scrim results.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
He pulled the one last card in the deck for you, Wade.
Literally. Bates?
Listen, I was going to pull the crowd, but I don't need to. I think I know exactly where the crowds go. Actually, I think I got a little bit of time. Dickies Arena, I know you can hear my voice loud and clear, so this pick's gonna go out to the crowd. If you're rooting for the Renegades, can you make some noise for me? Decent. Okay. Now, Dickies Arena, if you're a Dazzering fan, if you're a James Pop fan, if you're a General fan, if you want to see a Rito win today, can you make some noise?
Okay.
Give me NRG.
Yeah, okay.
Give me NRG.
I said old habits die hard last time we were on the desk here with NRG, but they broke my heart, and I feel I don't think I can do it again. I literally after that match I said I'm never predicting NRG to win again until they prove it right again. I'm not doing it again. Give me Renegades on this one. CJ's continuing the run here. I believe in him here. NRG's got they got a lot to prove to everybody. How is the chat feeling about it at home in the Verizon fan vote there?
Wow.
They still got the Army.
That makes
sense. They're still rooting for him to make it happen. We all want to see it? Can they do it? Both sides with so many stories here. I cannot wait for us to get down to the field. The General NRG, the defending world champs, but it comes down to this. If they lose here, we will crown a new champion in 2022. General NRG on one side, Renegades on the other. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox.
Two legacies hit the pitch. 30 World Championship appearances between all 6 players about to play this game, but only one can continue.
Individuals like Garrett G at 9 World Championship appearances. Kami on the other side, 6 for Renegades. A massive amount of experience here on this stage right now.
No doubt about it. Even Kami, more World Championship appearances than Justin and Squishy, who are both sitting at 5. This really is a battle of legacies. 2 teams with an opportunity to add another huge chapter in their story. But will it make you laugh or will it make you cry? We're about to find out.
Oh, no matter what, there will be tears. Up high off the bar, Justin puts it up. Squishy can push it back downfield. Renegades gonna get another boom and clear.
One thing that was really, shots already coming in for Renegades. The defense wasn't really a problem for NRG against version 1. It was the shooting.
CJ, that was the big player for Renegades in the shooting department all season long. And he struggled in some of his wild card matchups, but Kami really stepped up for Renegades there in the shooting department, and another knock on the door of NRG.
That's really where I feel like Renegades' hope lies. It lies with Kami's performance. We know what Fever's going to bring, and he brings it every time. But when Renegades are doing well, it's because Kami is delivering and producing on offense. Renegades trying to push forward with a shot taken away. Renegades generating a good amount of pressure they have to pull off here, losing the boost game in the blue.
And that's expected. Renegades are probably going to get more pressure than NRG. That's just the play style that the General brings, to sit back, be very passive against every single opponent. And that might help Renegades here, as they've been spending a lot of time on this blue side, but Garrett now trying to make the difference and not going to get by Kami.
Garrett, earlier in this season, it's been a long season that's going to end here for one of these teams, but Garrett was one of the best flip reset goal scorers. We've seen NRG in the past have that threat in the air, that solo threat. We haven't really seen that from NRG lately, but now we're seeing Garrett start to heat up with his shooting. That placement looked good, looked to be on target, but a great save from the Renegades.
Renegades double, didn't matter. The clear was good enough for everyone to get back into position. It forces NRG back to the midfield. Garrett, lobbing one up to Squishy. Wanted to pass, but CJ had it defended. Justin weaves around one. Get back Fever in the corner. It does scoop up underneath. Kami having to avoid an attempted bump. Now NRG putting on a lot of pressure, but the ball skids by Garrett.
Still looking for space, NRG. Justin gonna get this dunk, and a big block by CJ to deny the General.
And that has been something the Renegades have been phenomenal at. There's a demo on the goal line. Another save from Kami. Renegades on their own backboard, on their goal line, have been staunch defenders, keeping out shot after shot all throughout the wild card, and even now against the General NRG, holding out some shots. That save from Kami, it's not the first time we've seen him do that this week.
NRG also playing very physically on offense. Justin drops it down, a light shot. That goal line defense. Holding strong for Renegades. Now the transition. One touch. Does he got a second? And no, Kami, no boost. That's pull back out.
Not as threatening there from Renegades. Started off hot here in the first minute or so. You really look for the point man downfield for Renegades. CJ gonna get by one. Try and kind of scramble up that NRG defense, because you know they're gonna be so packed in. This one towards the net. Fever had no help behind him.
You can even see the look on Justin's face after that went in. He wasn't expecting Fever to come in like that. He didn't challenge. He just got caught in no man's land.
Maybe thought he had someone behind him, or maybe thought he could play the ball to the back wall and carry it out around the corner. Either way, Fever, he didn't get what he asked for on that play.
And again, it's Justin putting in that first goal for NRG.
He's been such a crucial goal scorer for NRG as well. Definitely the player I think a lot of fans look to step up his game, but as of late, I think it's been Squishy when he's been on his mark. NRG have looked a lot better, and it's that aggressiveness that I think we sometimes don't see out of him. So far for NRG, this has been a fantastic start. They're up 1-0, a minute and a half left to play, and they've slowly started to control this game the way that NRG wants.
Good little touch there, Garrett, leaving that ball for Justin, seeing Kami was there to return fire. NRG commanding the game well so far. Garrett up in front, taken away by CJ. And his challenge back to the Renegades corner. Since that pressure in the opening minute from Renegades, they haven't had many chances. Garrett frozen, too committed from NRG on the back line. But in the corner, Renegades are getting stuffed still. CJ diving in front, trying to push Squishy off the ball, but Squishy is the winner in there.
And it was tough to tell who exactly that was that missed that ball. I think it was Squishy who missed it on the sidewall that led to that brief attack. Rare whiff there. NRG still in firm control. You can see Garrett playing keep away, tipping it off to the side. Justin
flip reset.
Got his flip. Oh, shot, gonna be saved.
Just not enough power on it. It's not over. Squishy ends up kicking the ball away. He didn't have any boost. Not the touch he wanted. Another chance for Renegades, maybe. It comes off the corner. Justin's got it covered. Fever unwilling to commit. It's pushed out. Maybe another chance for Fever underneath. CJ having to protect the back line at the end of regulation. Justin, shot on, but just off the mark on the bar. Renegades, last push. Around the corner, Fever trying to read Squishy. Underneath, NRG controlling the game. And unless Renegades have some magic here from Kami. Nope, no jump from Renegades. Maybe from the corner. Justin's there. Put up by CJ.
He's got boost.
He's got the catch. Midfield, underneath on the 50. Bops it up back over to Fever. He doesn't have any boost. And it's good game for game one.
It's not been easy in those late seconds for NRG. You even think back to that series against version 1. They had the lead going into the final seconds. Beast Mode shoots it in from the corner. So you're holding your breath, just waiting for the Renegades to bring some magic. But this first game was very interesting, Corelli. We saw out of the gate, it was the Renegades who had all the pressure, NRG playing defense, and then it started to turn around. But the only goal we saw was that Justin flick when Fever got out of position.
And the game started, I think, in the pace that Renegades wants, right? The quick passing plays downfield. You saw a lot of pressure on the NRG side, but NRG really packed it in, and that defense stood tall, and then they started pushing up their line, and that's when it got scary for Renegades. They weren't able to break down the midfield too many times, and when they did, they didn't have boost or possession.
I really wonder if that's actually going to do anything to Renegades, though, because like you were saying, James, only coming off of that Fever mistake, and other than that, Renegades were pretty clean on defense. This is still anyone's game. We'll see how game 2 ends up.
And really, one thing that I wonder if we'll start to see out of the Renegades is some demo plays that has really been incredibly effective against NRG. You've seen it so many times, especially from version 1. They play this, you know, Jorby, you called it the dump and bump, where you kind of dump the ball off, especially in the corner, and then you wrap around and go for a bump on the goalie in net, leave a rebound, go in the middle. NRG has been vulnerable to that specific play tons of times against version 1. You wonder if Renegades will start to bring out something similar.
And one thing that we missed, we didn't get to see from Renegades, was Fever. And the way he interacts in the midfield, a lot of pre-jumps coming out in the wild card, and I think NRG did a good job just shutting him down, forcing him to go all the way back to his back line and kind of recycle himself out of the offense.
But we did see some chances. There was that play, I think it was Kami, who was going up for a double tap but ran out of boost. It was a good setup and it wasn't defended on the backboard. We did see some looks from Renegades.
Makes me feel like if Renegades can relieve some of that pressure and actually manage their boost a little bit better getting those clears, then maybe Kami will have the boost to do those plays. Maybe Fever will be able to get those resets and put real pressure on it.
Oh, double.
Kami and CJ both commit. Fever and a nice pop over to CJ, a good idea, but beat by Squishy.
Didn't mention Squishy's name too much in that previous series, and he did his job just fine. Now Garrett with a flip reset.
And he's going for that, and we even saw that shot already gone for, almost scored. Now another chance for Garrett, needs to get one. As the desk said, Garrett still scoreless, the only player here so far who's still looking for that first goal of the World Championship.
NRG had complete control of the midfield, got all the boost and never really left the orange half. Now Renegades have expended everything to get a big clear that's gonna help them. Fever comes from the left side, redirect for Renegades.
What a flick on from Fever, and what a welcome goal for Renegades. A big clear here from CJ down the line into the box, and NRG too slow to react.
And that type of play is exactly what Fever and Renegades were doing against Team Secret in the wildcard stage. You had Fever coming from either in the net or from the corners where the defenders did not see him, and he gets that small touch. Fever finding success there, Renegades getting on the board.
NRG punch it back over to the Renegades half. Justin got the pop-up, but only 20 in the tank, and ball knocked away. Renegades will continue having that success. They can keep challenging those balls in the third, and they keep having players to commit on the back wall. NRG are gonna have a difficult time getting into that Renegades net. Here's Justin with another push, and again, CJ uses all the boosts for 250s and stints the NRG attack.
And it really is gonna come down to the midfield. You see even there, NRG had a lot of time to play with it, but this is a good challenge from CJ to push it away. I think Renegades, again, you've got to look at the midfield and the way that NRG controls that ball, the time and space that they're given. They've been able to pick apart. Here's some space now for Justin. And Renegades there, Fever to clear it away.
Justin got a lot of power on that flick with low boost. You see the demo from CJ. CJ, pinch attempt. But Justin might be able to work with this. Lovely bump, it bounces in! NRG getting physical themselves. They've been victims of the bumps and demos, and they say now it's our turn.
Wow, that's great communication as well. Garrett punting that last man out of the way. Justin bought just enough time for Garrett to chase after him, and NRG able to tie it up.
That physical offense again working for NRG. Renegades get the kickoff win. Oh, the double tap was there available, but Justin cuts it out. NRG, again, not letting Renegades generate any pressure, and 2 touches for NRG lead to another goal.
And there it is, that's Garrett G's first goal, and maybe we'll start to see them come out of their shells. NRG having more pressure. CJ was just too slow there. It looked like he might have backflipped.
Yeah, and I think Justin got a piece of him as well as he tried to come across the box there again. Some of the physical play coming out for NRG. Another demo now, Garrett on Kami. Justin looking to go all the way off the backboard. Renegades keeping it clean for now. It's another one rings off and still denied.
Well, a confident Justin's really scary when he's up air dribbling that ball in the third. But CJ trying to get Renegades back into it, but the 50 goes the opposite side. Tommy wins against 1, but these touches, he's actually going to get back to it. Garrett was playing soft on the rotation.
They all win.
But there they go.
There's no one
Open
there.
for Garrett, and that's another goal. Squishy says, those are my points.
But I like this out of the Renegades. They're going for it. You see Fever trying to get that bump. CJ was going from the back line out. The Renegades are playing to win right now. They recognize they're behind. They recognize time is running out. But now that overcommit is going to put them in a very difficult situation. Down by 2, less than 2 minutes left. But look, already CJ getting some revenge off the kickoff.
And they were going for a demo there. That's why it was kind of a full court press coming out from Renegades. They were sending everyone to receive the pass and the bump. Now down by 2, make it 3. Squishy's gonna get another.
Just too much for Renegades to handle here. Garrett gets the nice 50. You see CJ tries to get up to Justin in time, and Kami, he was still landing from his last 50, sitting on the back wall, and that's the most awkward spot you could be in to try to handle that rebound. Squishy easily collecting.
And NRG starting to shift into a different gear, and you wonder if Renegades are going to be able to keep up. They've been getting out of position a bit too slow on defensive challenges. NRG speeding up. We'll see if they can keep up this pace.
Squishy. Nice little landing. Popularized by TRK.
Oh no, Garrett's there.
And then a great shot, Garrett! The old pivot! 5 goals for NRG.
And look at the read that Garrett had on this play. Squishy went into the challenge. Fever never came, but he tried to play it across into his corner, which you think would be safe, but Garrett G read it all the way across the field. It's 5-1 now for NRG.
Oh, that was killer instinct positioning from Garrett. He knew that Fever only had one place to go with that ball and read him like a book. Will we see 6 for a reset attempt? Not gonna go in.
Justin already in the air. NRG pressing. Maybe much more aggressive. The desk talking about how NRG love to play defensive, and for most of what we've seen from NRG over the months, they are a heavily defensive team, but in this last game, it's been nothing but offense for this team. They will not give up the midfield. They'll press up as far as they want to. Renegades, they've definitely given it to them a couple of times. They've taken a lot of risks. They've gotten burned on almost every single one.
And you can see how much more confident I think NRG are here in game 2 versus game 1. A 6-1 scoreline. Squishy getting a hat trick here in game 2, but so much more offensively minded here against Renegades. And you were talking about it, Renegades just haven't been able to break out with the ball. It's just been NRG in their face every step of the way.
NRG's been too fast. We even see that. Just push the ball downfield, push, 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 50, 50, 50, and then a chance will present itself. Another opportunity for Renegades late. Less than 30 seconds to go. Doesn't look like they're going to convert. Maybe we'll see the legendary scoreline come out from NRG on this one.
Renegades really trying to make that a non-reality. NRG committing on the play, and got to be feeling really good after this. I imagine Renegades take a timeout after this, try to figure out what exactly isn't working. We talk about the risk that they take not really coming to fruition. And as we come to the end, popped up a nice little scoop. NRG in commanding form against Renegades. Maybe some questions coming in, but starting to be answered.
And a matchup that NRG has owned for a while now. 11 straight wins against OCE teams here. And for NRG, a commanding one here, 6-1 in game 2.
And Garrett finally getting on the board this World Championship. That's huge. Squishy getting activated as well. Justin scored the first goal, and you're wondering, is Justin going to be the only one to score for NRG? He had 3 out of the 4 goals up to that point, but then finally, the cavalry started to arrive.
I really like how Squishy's been playing this whole game.
Yes.
He has been really clinical, and you were mentioning earlier that we didn't say his name a lot, but he's doing a lot of that dirty work in midfield. He's doing well controlling the ball. Renegades will call a timeout here, but it's not just Garrett and Justin that you got to worry about. And Squishy at the top of the scoreboard with a hat trick, but he's still doing all of those small things that the scoreboard won't show you.
And it's a point that I've been trying to touch on here, and I think Squishy showing us off here with a hat trick with 3 shots as well. He's the guy I think that's going to make the difference for NRG. His attack, his aggressiveness is what's important, because I think he sits in the 3rd man position a lot of times when NRG are on attack. But when he moves up that line and takes a little bit more of an aggressive stance, it's a lot scarier form that you see from NRG.
And also, one thing that's easy to forget is that Squishy has every mechanic locked down in the book. You know, he can go for these flip reset, double taps,
He's going for
resets. He can do anything, you know? And so being able to get Squishy out of his shell and be able to bring, I think especially in this matchup when Renegades have been giving NRG space, maybe you look to do that and then also get that confidence moving forward. Renegades, on the other hand, the one part that we saw working for them was Fever cutting through the back and trying to get that touch, but it's a thin line that you have to walk there. You know, you're trying to go from behind, get the touch, but sometimes you overcommit too much, and we saw that exact thing happen. And that's when the game started to get out of hand after that point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not winning those boost battles, and you're not even winning the challenges in midfield, you can't commit a player downfield, because all of a sudden it's a 3v2 the other way. And unless you're actually winning the 50s, if your 3rd man is actually holding the back line well, then it's not going to work. So for Renegades, I think the word isn't passive, it's just maybe being a little more defensive instead of trying to take more risk, be more risk averse.
Yeah, I think you have to slow the game down if you're Renegades, because we all know NRG is going to give you the space. I mean, that's the thing that we kind of make fun of NRG for a lot of times in these broadcasts, is how passive they can be, and it's paid off for them plenty of times, but you know that NRG are going to give you that space.
Yeah.
So for Renegades, they don't have to panic. They don't have to go up the sidewall every single time and then try and dish it off to the midfield. Bring it down, and then choose your options from there. Slow that game down. Make NRG come to you.
Renegades got their extra 60 seconds to talk it out, figure it out, and now it's game time. Push down to the corner, Renegades. Early in the game, we talked about their defense and how well they played, especially on the goal line. And will need some of that. Fever getting the boost steal, punching Justin off the ball. Renegades allowing NRG to come forward easily. So far, doing enough, but the 50s starting to go the other way as NRG pushed out against Justin, Squishy, and Garrett forced back.
And that was a really difficult read that Fever had to make off the backboard. That shot was going to be coming in. We've seen now both ends of the field have backboard bounces that were well defended. Strong starts defensively for both teams.
And offensively for NRG, you look back to their version 1 series, they shot 6% as a team in that series where they were swept. And just in that last game, Squishy went 3 for 4. And if you're Renegades, you really got to be looking out for the way they've been shooting, as this one comes down, a good pass across. Squishy, patient on his attack.
That was a great cut. Renegades, they're starting to lose control of the ball. You saw Fever earlier, he jumped off the back wall, a misread. That could have been disastrous for them. And now they're forced into a dump and chase game.
The time.
It's not where you want to be on defense. Squishy had all day to look at that ball. He's got 40 in the tank still, but it's taken away by Fever.
And if you're Renegades, you're really starting to feel that pressure your entire season boiling down here. And that is the way to handle the pressure. CJ had a lead block attacker and made the most of it.
And this is what we're talking about. CJ bringing that ball down, taking it into his own possession, getting a second touch. He knows he's got teammates there to support him, and a good bump to open up the net. Renegades on the board first here in game 3.
Getting that first goal, oh so important for that mental game. And more importantly, for the lead.
Yeah. You can see how much confidence he was playing with going off the ceiling to defend that counterattack. CJ looking good, and there's a miss from Justin. Fever will punish.
What a touch from Fever again. He's working inside the trenches in the box, and you can see the way he kind of circled around there to whip back around and put one on target. NRG, unlikely for them to have no one there inside the net. Squishy tried to dive across, but again, Renegades taking advantage of some space inside the box. It's been Fever every single time.
Confidence building 2 minutes for Renegades. Fever gets a clean kickoff. On the reset, just misses the bump in front. CJ trying to cut off Justin's approach, force him to delay, and we ended up helping Justin out there as he slipped underneath. And 2 come in on the pinch, and it works out.
Those pinches can be so helpful buying time, especially if you're pinching on low boost. Just like that, we've seen Renegades go for the pinch, now attacking. Beautiful control from CJ, who is trying to get that to the other side of the net, cutting it around. The defense sniffed it out.
Ooh, that could have been dangerous, but second man for Renegades, Kami was there. Justin with some boost, and a reset just lost control, and it's taken away.
Need a little more juice on that flip. Another shot coming through. CJ gets away from a bump. Still needs help to get out. Squishy trying to force the issue here for NRG. Justin once again receiving it at the top of the box. Another flip reset. Gets by one. Justin throwing a lot of fakes out for Renegades as everyone panicking to get the clear.
Playing keep away, but Squishy able to come in and support. Will that be enough pressure relieved? This is quite the attack forming up for NRG, but that clear is going to slow things down.
I think Justin stayed in the orange half for that entire minute. Was finally forced back to his own third. Now gonna find a hard pass over to Squishy. Over in the corner, it's a dead ball. CJ deleted. Garrett, last back. Kami's in control. A weak flick, and almost got the dunk on the read. Fever flips out of the play and pushes it away from Justin, but Garrett was ready for it. Comes wide, and CJ's there, who has been good on the 50 so far in game 3, breaking him out again with 90 seconds left for NRG.
Unfortunate side flip there from Fever, but now Squishy trying to drop it in the box. Garrett G was there. Justin having to go off his own backboard. He missed the touch. The last man's there. Fever on the shot, but somehow Justin gets back.
Huge save, but NRG, they can use less defense and more offense at the moment. You saw Squishy opting for the drop down pass when maybe he could have just gone for the rebound play, maybe even scored it right there. NRG running out of time.
Renegades hanging on and have taken control. Push up to the corner for Justin. 2 Renegades players defending the right side. Squishy denied by Kami again. Garrett trying to whip that ball around to Squishy. Successful, but Justin's on the retreat. Garrett has to let Justin come in off the board, and first to the ball is Kami.
And again, good work here from Renegades to deny the backboard. Once again, having to field it in the corner here. This is dangerous, though. Justin does a good job to win the first challenge. NRG starting to circle the wagons here on the Renegades side. It's Garrett with another fake. Now Justin, a pass back, maybe. Garrett tries to get a shot on target, and again, Renegades in the way.
Punch downfield. That's a lot of time off the clock. They need just a little bit if NRG want to take any chance in this game, but it doesn't look like it's possible. Justin denied again. The third's covered by Renegades, and the timeout works out in their favor. They split the lead in the series, put one more up. No sweep.
And I do feel like Renegades did exactly what we were talking about. I really like the way CJ was taking his time on the ball a lot more, letting the play kind of just develop a little bit more in front of him. He took it into his own hands a few times, and that's the guy that you want hot. He puts one away here, 1 of 2 in this game, and I think Renegades, a lot more of just a controlled game, especially on offense. They had a lot more boost to work with and space there that, of course, NRG is going to give them.
And it can't be understated how important that game was. This is your season on the line that you're playing for. There's no second chances. There's no lower bracket. There's no Swiss extra life. This is it. They were the Renegades going in down 2-0, had to call a timeout against NRG. And if they lose this game, it's pretty much
absolutely. How many times have we seen a 3-0 comeback fail? Every single time on land. There's never been a reverse sweep best of 7 on land. So it had to be a game win there for Renegades if they had a chance.
And it shows you that the Renegades are here to play. They are here to win. They very easily could have rolled over in that game, but they had that grit and determination. NRG was attacking the backboard as much as they could, but it was closed for business. Renegades preventing those backboard bounces. NRG, boom ball, didn't work.
And I think it's important to point out the tactics as well, taking that timeout before it was like too late, right? Sometimes we see teams take that timeout when they're down 3-0. They give them a chance to kind of implement a play style and test it out. And it paid off here in game 3. Into game 4 we go. Renegades with a lot more momentum.
And Fever, he wins the kickoff again. The last few kickoffs for Renegades. They've successfully shuffled that ball over to Fever. He gets one solid look pushing down the NRG side, and sometimes that's all it takes to build significant pressure on the end. Justin denied on the reset. To me, that's the big difference maker on defense. Oh, imagine if he got that.
It was close. And Renegades, they have to keep that box clean, but now Kami gets by one. Can he get by another?
And he got the boost steal as well. Kami doing work in the trenches.
Justin forced off the ball, and you saw Garrett. He was positioned for a 50 win, and it slowed down NRG's approach. NRG having to figure out where exactly to sit on the rotation now. Garrett and Squishy. That's a good win from Squishy in front. Garrett also not able to follow that ball up. Renegades getting to a lot of these challenges, making life difficult for NRG despite being unable to get out.
And again down the sideline, a pitch over to CJ, and Renegades up by 1.
Kami is playing so well. He takes that 50, goes down, hits the pinch pass. That might have been going in, but CJ there to secure the deal. That play, the genesis of it was Kami defensively, wrapping it around, quick counterattack, incredible play there from the Kiwi, and the Renegades have another lead.
Make no mistake about it, Kami has awoken. Garrett trying to put him back to sleep here. Nice pass to Justin. Oh, the save! 2 down in front, and it's Kami who picks up the save.
Getting the job done on both sides of the field. Kami, the last second making that save, but NRG, they might have a bit more here. Justin looking for more space in the corner.
Oh, pass to Garrett. Flipped it up in front. Renegades always have someone there. Justin against Kami, trying to play it slow. That's a good pop. Free ball for Garrett. First touch off the board. Does he get another one? Drops it down and has to pass it back. And it almost worked out for Justin. He did get the 50. He got the bump as well. Doing a lot of work. Things keep going right, but then they can't complete it.
There's a scrum there for a moment, battling for that ball. The Renegades, their defense holds up again. They shut out NRG in game 3, still holding them scoreless as 2 minutes tick by in game 4.
Oh, the shot from Squishy denied by CJ. Nice whip around the corner. Ended up being a tactical whiff for Justin. Oh, and now Kami whiffs. Garrett's got a one-on-one. Forced the 50 up. Squishy lets Justin shoot. Saved again. Kami gets another.
Another massive save from Kami, but NRG ramping up. That one comes across the box. Another attempt from Justin, and Renegades holding on by a thread.
And it looked like it got deflected by a defender, and that's what threw off the shot opportunity. Bit of a surprise there, catching both the defense and the offense, but now we're seeing some demos come out. NRG starting to have a sense of urgency, it seems, on the offensive end.
They're trying, but they're losing!
Oh! CJ coming up huge for the Renegades once again, and it's Fever to dish it off. NRG can't get back in time.
And Garrett was slowed down. I don't know if he went for a demo or if someone drove in his way, but that demo encounter slowed Garrett down to where he could not get back in time. And the Renegades, after the timeout, are looking unstoppable.
4 straight goals for Renegades in the last 2 games. NRG getting stuffed on offense despite trying every trick they got.
Oh, double commit into a challenge beat from Kami. It's not looking good for NRG. Kami will finish the job. But you saw the double commit right there. Justin beat to the ball. Garrett, no boost in the tank.
And NRG haven't had to play a lot of defense. There's no defense back for them now twice. Renegades on the counterattack, and the flub there in the backfield. 2 going for the same ball, and Garrett was just rushing to get in front of the net. Couldn't get it off the back wall. Renegades now running away with game 4.
NRG trying so many multi-touch opportunities in Renegades half, but one solid shot from midfield That looked like the most solid chance that they've had so far. But you gotta give credit. Kami coming up with so many saves. Fever has a couple as well. The defense from Renegades, not just on the goal line, but in the thirds. Garrett, nothing. Challenged again off the back wall. Squishy, another touch. Gets it around one. Maybe a chance for NRG to start the clock, excuse me, but they keep getting stuffed.
And Fever doing so much work there to slow down the ball in the corner. Kami with the pinch. You see CJ does get a bump, but slowing that ball down in the corners, making those defensive stops. Renegades have been doing so well with that, but now they're gonna have to defend. There's a demo. The shot was saved. Rebound will finally go in for NRG, but look how hard they had to work for it.
Justin went the length of the pitch. Garrett punching one out of the way with the demo, and CJ, you gotta give him credit. He made the first save, but the last man comes through, and NRG on the board with just over a minute left to play.
Plenty of time. That spark of confidence. Going for the fake kickoff.
Kickoff.
Justin with a full tank. Here he comes. One touch. Does he got two? Oh, it's denied. CJ diving in front. Not over for Garrett. Pushes it out. Light shot. Squishy wants to play the loss. Garrett keeps just away from Renegades. Here comes Justin again. Off the ceiling. Two touches on the ground. Off the bar. Garrett. Shot. Goal!
Coming up big once again. Justin with the second touch pass to himself, opening up the net. Garrett strikes through, and they're within one with 42 to play.
Oh, Kami was close, but not close enough. The General NRG are back in it.
All of a sudden, momentum has flipped. CJ trying to spin it. No pass as Garrett cuts it off quickly. Justin has looked deadly in the last minute, but a big clear for Renegades. They don't even need to score. They just got to hold the line. Squishy trying to break it down. Cut off a big challenge there from Kami. Two of them.
You can see the space NRG's been working with. Now Justin wants to use it a bit more. Renegades doing well to run off the clock here. Final 10.
Nice catch from Fever. A decent enough 50. Justin in the air. Denied by Kami. Justin punched off the play. Squishy waiting for his last chance. Pass over to Justin. Denied. Still in the air. Garrett diving forward. Off the rim and bounce. Shot one. Stays going. The hero for Renegades. We're tied up.
Kami. I mean, how many walls do we have here?
We got a whole house.
and Kami is acting like a brick house. He was unbeatable on the goal line. Kami defensively, they were slowing things down like you were saying, Corelli. You wanted to see that out of the Renegades. Well, they did that. Kami and Fever both successfully slowing the ball down in the corner, baiting NRG to come in and challenge, and then after they beat that first attacker, you can kickstart that counter. But the defense in those final moments, we even saw CJ go up against Justin. When Justin tried to pop it over him, CJ had the read, shut it down, and then that 0-second shot attempt, we've seen Justin do that before, but he has not had to deal with Kami, and Kami shut him down.
I'm not gonna lie to you, James. I saw the ball like shoot over to Justin, and he's sitting uncontested, and I'm thinking,
it's like,
here it is again.
Yeah.
Here it is again.
We've spoken a lot about legacy, and I was having flashbacks with that one coming off the corner. For NRG, 14 shots in this last game, and if you watch back this game, it's a lot of Renegades playing defense. They had to put up 10 saves, but NRG definitely had the offensive press, and our Renegades were just too strong.
Look at the saves. Kami 4 saves, CJ 5, Fever had 1. Certainly, the Renegades stuck on their goal line quite a bit, but we're seeing the experience. And this is one thing I love watching the Renegades. They're a team from OCE. They're sitting on an island. They don't get to have as much opportunity to play the peak mechanical players. But one thing that they do that I love to see is they play a cerebral game. They make adjustments, and they go in with a game plan that they rely on and they execute. And they're able to bait in teams like NRG, who are the mechanically better team, and they're able to take them down.
And you think back to that timeout, it's been nothing but green grass here for Renegades. As they have looked a bit different in Game 4 and in Game 5, threatening already.
Deep pass over to Kami. Nothing really developing there, but really just a midfield building touch. Oh. It's a nice kick from Fever, but Garrett was already ready. NRG have been sending 2 on every push. They haven't really been relying on a first man breaking out. They're always sending a winger.
Hold on.
Right, coming across. That's a good 50 from Squishy, but it leaves an opening for Fever and cut off by Garrett.
NRG They would love to get an early lead here, especially the hole they dug themselves early on. CJ trying to make a difference, gets a dunk, another touch, Squishy makes a save, now Justin flicks it away. Renegades can't break through the wall.
As a precarious spot for NRG, they get away without conceding a goal, but Renegades smell blood in the water.
No touch there for Fever. Renegades playing excellently on defense is Kami. Carry underneath. The 50 over to Squishy. Fever's late to this. Kind of a dead ball for now, but that 50 might put the game in play. Renegades can't catch Squishy out. He's got boost. He's got the reset. He's got the bar. The net's open, but it's taken away. I thought Justin may have been a little closer. I was looking away from the play.
And Renegades happy to see that one go the other way. Now they're turning it on its head. Another one off the back wall, and Squishy very patient there to play that one out. Wins a quality challenge. And Renegades losing possession. NRG happy to just blast this one away.
Oh, the pass over to CJ from Kami. No power on that touch. Garrett also not really getting the touch he wants out of it. Renegades not having nearly as many boost issues as they did early on in the series. And when they get starved, they're able to protect their own canisters. That's really what's helped them play such stellar defense. Here's another shot, a changeup, puts it down in front, and a great follow-up play to keep the ball out.
And man, the Renegades have been so good about cleaning up the trash in front of their net. Anytime there's a rebound, they've been the first to it to clear it out almost every single time.
And if you're on the NRG side, you feel like so many missed opportunities, especially looking at that last game. So many of these balls being lobbed across. That's two. Garrett's the last man, and it's wide open for Kami. It's going to roll all the way to the other side, and Renegades puts it home.
And this is when you really start to worry. Garrett and Justin both going for the same ball. That ball was hanging in the air for quite some time. No communications. You can even see the looks on NRG's face. They're struggling right now. NRG, they have to bounce back. Renegades, they're starting to break away with this.
And you feel like there might be a little rattled in the last two games. Squishy trying to break through. Oh, wow! From Garrett G, and hold on, they come right back into it.
He's never going to quit on the play. Plays the headhunter, bulldozer for Garrett, and whoops, Fulgia got the goal.
That is reaction time. You don't expect that play to happen. Kami got a piece of it, but I pinched out. Excellent reaction from Garrett G to backflip that into the net. And NRG, they stabilize. But I mean, you wonder when that NRG timeout's gonna come.
Yeah.
You feel like they just need a moment.
Well, certainly it would be after this game if they were to drop it.
But that's got to feel great to get that goal after being shut out for, or almost shut out for 2 straight games. Your last 2 goals didn't come till the very end. And it almost feels like it didn't matter because you didn't complete the comeback. But this time, they do tie it up. And now it's about withstanding that Renegades challenge game, which has been a nuisance. Really, it's been almost the death knell for NRG, especially these last 3 games.
I mean, you even saw that one 50-50 from CJ.
Oh.
Now we see the slow play attempt from Squishy. Will he stay in?
Whoa.
Handbrake around. Squishy playing offensively, but that's a beat. We'll see if he can get back in time. Squishy rotating out. Will hit it off the corner and gets the boost, but that's a nice challenge from CJ.
Oh, Garrett missing the ball. Squishy trying to doze Kami off, and see him scoop right under his undercarriage. Didn't really matter though. That's been NRG's problem. They send the house. They try to mix it up. They try to get mechanical, and then somehow Renegades find the touch and get another clear.
Well, the ramp up to their attack has been just fine. It's the counter from Renegades that's been really hurting NRG. They don't get back on defense. They've been really stretching out to force the offense here from NRG.
A good bounce though.
A dangerous bounce.
Oh, no one's in net.
It's open.
What? Squishy punishing Renegades last man. CJ, what is he doing?
Oh, that has to hurt.
Not what you want, and what is a crucial game here in Game 5, a side flip to open up the net for NRG.
Now Renegades have to respond. That's a perfect bounce for Kami. Only 30 in the tank. That 50 right over to Justin, but he gets bumped off the play. Shot! Top left!
Garrett G keeps that out. That one surely looked like it was going to go in, but now we see the defense come out for NRG. Renegades look like they had the edge in that category, but NRG, they're fighting in these final seconds.
Pushed in the corner. One last boom for CJ. He's looking for Kami, but already in the air, squishy. Got it over to the corner. Fever was playing deep second man. Got the pop-up though. CJ's already in the air. It's over to the entire Renegade squad. Kami's got to pop it up nicely. Back to CJ.
Fever's there.
Back to Fever. He doesn't have any boost left. Kami hitting it in reverse, and he dropped the ball. NRG recover and put the series on match point.
A fortunate ending for NRG there. You feel like CJ would at least have an opportunity to make the save. And NRG coming out on top again, putting on that pressure. 7 shots to their name. And for NRG, 1 away from moving on.
And it wasn't necessarily the prettiest game from NRG either. You saw the double commit from Garrett and Justin that led to that long-range goal for Kami, and you were wondering if that was going to be it for NRG in that game. And the only thing that really helped NRG get the win in this game, well, one was the incredible Garrett save, but also that side flip from CJ. If he doesn't side flip and he gets that save, who knows how this game's going to turn out. But even this play, Garrett, presence of mind, the vision to recognize he could make a play on the ball. That was the open net goal. That was the whole difference. And those weren't 2 goals that you'd necessarily write home about.
Right, and I think on Renegade's side, though, you have to know how vulnerable the NRG defense is, especially on the counter. Like we were just mentioning, they did it 2 or 3 times. Of course, the Kami goal was all the way across the net, but it was the counter just with players throwing themselves from NRG downfield. Renegades had wide open space on the NRG side to work with, and to be fair, they did punish them quite a bit, but you also have to create your own chances as well, because you don't want to rely on NRG for making mistakes. You want to create NRG's mistakes.
And it really just came down to one side flip from CJ. Otherwise, I had a feeling we were going into a long overtime with how both defenses were looking. The Renegades, this is 2 games now where the loss comes off of a critical error, but the kickoff is free for Justin, and NRG start 5 seconds off.
All smiles from NRG here in the first 5 seconds, and Justin had all 3 Renegades in front of him, picks the gap, and puts it away.
And this could be it for the Renegades. Neo Tokyo could be the place where their 21-22 season comes to an end.
Tons of cars in the scrapyard of Neo Tokyo. Kami trying to get in the way of the shot, and it comes off the bar, awkward. Kami saved his flip, just the right moment. And CJ gets a nice kick back over to Fever. Doesn't have enough control, and we haven't seen that mechanical Fever energy that we've seen so many times with Renegades. We may need that.
Oh, there it is!
Renegades, and they just caught the man! Fever gets the go-ahead goal!
We were just looking at it, James. We saw it. Both of them, Justin and Garrett G, pushed up so far, and it takes just 1 touch from Renegades to beat them all the way back the other side, and it's tied up.
And we've seen that multiple times this World Championship where Renegades instantaneously can get that pass out to the middle and get a quick shot on net. They needed that goal. Renegades back into it.
Justin shot. Oh, Kami having to avoid a bump, and he got the touch. See Squishy dive in front of it. Garrett doesn't have to buy time for Justin. The ball did that himself. Nice fake from Justin. Last man to beat. Oh, Kami drills him over to the side, but Justin ain't quitting. Leaves CJ with clearance duty. It's popped out. Renegades handling business right now. Defense is stabilized.
You really look towards Renegades. Try and slow that game down again. It was working so well in the previous game. Feels like NRG, it's been non-stop press from them. CJ again trying to use those sidewalls to clear it in the midfield, but NRG have denied it in the last couple games.
You were letting that ball drop, and you saw the NRG rotation kind of stop. Now they're letting Renegades get that ball out in front for them. Trying to punish the touches from Renegades. Pass in front, but no one can commit for NRG. Every option covered. CJ deleted on the play. But Garrett getting the 50 for Kami.
But that whole defensive stand, Jorby, was so good. You saw the backboard defense, Fever getting that tip out. CJ coming out to make sure that ball gets cleared out. Renegades, they're playing tight defense. You even see Fever looking for that ball. The shot's gonna be saved. Renegades taking a swing.
Justin, carry over 1, but it took his entire tank. Nice 50 from CJ. Fever quickly up to the ball. Does he got the dunk on Squishy? He does punch Squishy out of the play. Right back into position. Justin comes in to help out. Hops over 1. Justin denied by Fever with the ball in front of the box. CJ denies Garrett a chance.
Great reads from NRG, and Justin doing a lot of the dirty work to move the ball down the field again, beating another defender and finding the back wall. CJ with a great read. But the attack's not over yet. A demo comes out from Squishy, but the Renegades looking to ramp up their offense. Squishy with a bump on Kami will put an end to that.
Also looked like he got the mid boost as well. It's just huge pressure for NRG.
Squishy trying to push the corner. That's a good pass to Kami, but where can he go with the ball? He had no boost. Now Garrett on the side wall, looking for an opportunity. Pulling Renegades defenders up, weaving them out of the play. Squishy, another back pass to Justin. Keeps it close, freezes Fever. Whoa, a goal for Justin! Renegades can do nothing about it!
How many times have we seen Justin take control in the midfield? A perfect first touch to set himself up for success. And Fever, oh, so close to making the save. NRG up by 1 with 2 to play.
That was remarkable card control. I almost want to see that play again from Justin to see how he was able to get back on his wheels, get behind that ball and take the shot. Justin is elevating his gameplay. We've seen him stay on the ball much more, trying to make the defense make mistakes.
Now Renegades, Corelli, goes back to what you were talking about earlier. They have to find a way to stop Justin from scoring! NRG take it by 2!
And how? How do you stop this man? And the way he's played in the last 2 games in particular, using his flip, and Renegades can do nothing about it.
Did he do that with 4 boosts? It looked like he had nothing in the tank, and he pulls that off. Justin is taking this series into his own hands.
Fever wins the kick, or gets the kickoff ball. Ceiling reset. No dunk onto Squishy. And Justin carries the ball out again. Justin reaching prime form right now, and it's just saved by Fever. The Renegades slow coming, getting the clear. 1 demo, but no dunk. No 50 there for Justin. Kami actually on the retreat. Justin denied on the shot attempt. Squishy gets the catch. Justin bulldozing Kami out of the way. The Renegades forced into defensive duty, and it looks like it's going to be a long schedule for them. They finally break out. They get off early, but nothing developing for them. It's sent right back to the orange half.
No.
Oh, does he get 2? And it's just wide.
Close there for Squishy, but every single play, it's Justin getting the touch offensively and defensively. The first man up the field, the first man back, and NRG running circles around Renegades right now.
Time running out for the Renegades. Their season could come to an end here. Only 30 seconds left for them to get 2.
Kami can't weave around. NRG looking scary at times, but Garrett pops it and he leaves.
That was smart from Garrett, just poking that one away, running out the clock here with a 2-goal lead.
Oh, the touch, like give Fever a chance, goes hard off the back wall, and all of Renegades were playing a push across the box. Now there's no time left. NRG, 5 seconds left for them to do it. Justin, Garrett, Squishy, moving on in the tournament. Renegades going home.
Your defending world champions are still here, and they're here to play. A fantastic ending performance here, 4-2 over the Renegades.
And credit to the Renegades, they did not let up. The defensive stand that we saw, Kami getting that save at 0 seconds, denying Justin another world championship moment. We saw Renegades after the timeout win 2 straight. Seemed like the defenders of the title were on the ropes, but then NRG started to get their feet back under them, and in Game 6, it was Justin that took matters into his own hands, a hat trick and some great goals.
How fitting is that for Justin and NRG? CJ, everyone giving him props, hugs, tears for Renegades. But for NRG, we saw Renegades take those next 2 games after the timeout, and we thought maybe it's the same song we've heard lately for the last few months. Can NRG reset? Can they stop the comeback and regain the momentum and the control? They do, and they got something to prove. And it's hard to imagine that a team like NRG, a team as storied as NRG, would come into a tournament, to a championship for a title that they're defending, and they're in prove-it mode?
Yeah.
And it's a big win for NRG against Renegades.
Yeah, it was a trap game for them, especially. I don't blame anyone on the desk for picking the upset here. I don't think that's a crazy pick to come out with. NRG, they haven't been convincing walking into this one. But we've talked to some of the players. We were talking to Squishy this morning. He was saying, you know, everyone's underestimating us. Nobody's giving us the credit. And they've come out, they've put the work in. You talked about the scrims coming into this, or I think the desk talked about the scrims coming into this. They've been putting the work in here today, and the last few days, and it's paying off on a big stage like this with this many people in the Dickies Arena. NRG comes on stage and takes down a very strong Renegades.
And it can't be understated how much pressure that these players feel, how much anxiety that they have coming into events like this, knowing that all these months of hard work, all these months of playing in events, trying to get to this point, it all comes down to right now, to tomorrow, to the next 5 minutes, just waiting to get into that game. And we saw how much that can affect players. We saw the side flip from CJ, even NRG struggling with the nerves. This is the biggest stage that we've ever had for Rocket League. And honestly, it's been incredible to see so far. Renegades, credit to them. They've had an amazing season. They gave the defending champs a run for their money, but NRG, they're going to set their sights towards Semper and are going to be moving on to the next round.
NRG just a little better. Let's hear from the winners with Orb.
Dickies Arena. Give it up for Garrett G and NRG, who is the final winner here today. Garrett, I asked you just before we went live here, were you ever nervous about the result here?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Were you surprised by Renegades?
I mean, yeah, like I said, I have a pretty interesting record versus OCE, so every time I play in RLCS, that's in the back of my head. But they're an interesting team to play. Like, I feel like they always have a lot of confidence. So, yeah, I was honestly scared there after game 4.
I mean, you're all past the champions. Is there something that you can take from your experience to kind of help you in a situation like this when you're on the main stage, you're in front of the lights, in front of the crowd? So anything you can take from your experience to help you out?
I don't know, but it just feels good to be back. We've been waiting for this for so long, and I'm just so thankful for the crowd.
I mean, you are no secret to the world stage. You are the only player who have qualified for every single Worlds. Does that come with added pressure, or is that something that helps you?
I don't know. I just like to play Rocket League, so.
Rocket League is fun. Next up, you guys got Semper. Any feelings on that matchup?
I think they've been surprising a lot of people, so I know it's going to be a difficult one. I think if we can take that one, we're going to feel pretty good for Sunday, like taking down an EU team. So just not going to take them lightly, and hopefully we show up playing well.
NA looking to go all the way, of course. Can we go ahead and hype it up one last time, please, for NRG and Garrett G.
We've got one last thing before we head off. It's been great seeing you guys here. It was a great performance. But CJ, I know we've got a bit of an announcement to make. What's happening?
Yeah, obviously the boys knew a while out. Mum and Dad are here, but yeah, I just played my last event, so.
It's been an honor of my life. And you can see the impact you've had on the crowds, on all of us. And we've made something special for you. Look up to the Jumbotron and have a watch.
CJ, I wish you the best of luck with whatever you choose next. You've inspired so many people around the globe, so many Rocket League players, and whatever you do next, you know, I'm always going to support you.
I'll miss you competing against me, but obviously I'm kind of relieved that I don't have to verse the Renegades with you on there anymore. It's kind of not fun when I'm dead half the game, but no, I'll miss you.
What I think is in store for CJ's future, he's definitely going to get on the desk. Going to be a caster, maybe an analyst. In London, he was really good, like on the desk and casting, and I think he's got a really good future ahead of him in casting.
CJ, I just want to wish him luck with whenever he does, and
I'm gonna miss competing against you. I love you, and yeah, good luck with whatever you do.
It's been quite a ride, CJ. I still remember that moment that you brought me onto the team and you were really welcoming. I'll miss you a lot. You know, we've had our lows, but we've also had our highs. You've been a big brother to me. I'm sure you've been really motivating to Kami and Lockie to be better people. I feel like I've grown a lot around you. Maybe not on the gameplay side of things, but you've definitely, I feel like I've matured just being around you, and I really thank you for that, and I really miss playing with you. But you will do great things.
CJ to me is literally one of my best mates, my brother, also a long-time teammate, and yeah, literally couldn't ask anything more from him. Well, as CJ leaves, we may be ending as teammates, but we'll always be brothers.
CJ, thanks for bringing Rocket League to our family. The last 6 years has been so much fun, and to be honest, I wouldn't change a thing. I think this is the right time to bow out. You've been an amazing example to the other players on how to conduct yourself, and I'm really proud of what you've achieved. Whatever comes from this, you know you always have my 100% support. Love you.
CJ has allowed me to understand more of myself, funnily enough, being the coach. He's allowed me to step outside my zone and explore different aspects of coaching, which I thought I never would have done. He's allowed me to set the ground for what the future may be within the coaching scene. CJ, Cameron Johns to me, is not my player. He will forever be my brother.
Hi son, congratulations on an outstanding achievement as a player. I am really proud of your achievement. All I want to do from now on is do two things. One, have a shoey with you and all your fans, and also congratulations on a great career. Love you, son.
None of us would go back on it. You've been an absolute beaut for OCE and for the world of Rocket League. I've got you a little parting gift that hopefully represents a bit of our time, past and present and future. But you can say this better than I ever could. You're a genius, you're a charming young man with a great future. Just let the crowd know.
Chief, it feels a bit like my funeral or something. Thanks so much to everyone. Obviously, yeah, 5 years, been a long time. To start and finish it with K-Dog has been incredible. So, you know, as you said, we're brothers for life, and this is the best team I've ever been on. So to finish with you guys, yeah, love you guys, and hopefully you guys are back here, and I'll be on the desk and cheering you guys on, I'm sure. So thanks to these boys, firstly. Yeah, it's been a long journey. I guess I've never been the best player, never had mechanics. Here I am though. Never been able to hit an open net or anything like that, but yeah, to be making it back here to Worlds, it just, for me, it felt like the best time to finish it off. And yeah, as you know, I guess the meme is that I'll be joining the desk, so maybe it is, you know, finally time that I do that. So I'm looking forward to that. I won't keep you too long, just a few quick thank yous. Mum and Dad, to have you guys here means the world. First international event for them, and to be here is incredible. So I don't know if you're here or you're up in the VIP. You're probably Papa CJ, Mama CJ, thank you so much for your support. Without you guys never doubted me and let me sort of, you know, play a video game for a living. So, you know, it's pretty cool. So thank you guys for that. to the Renegades, to Josh, you're an absolute superstar. Thank you so much for the support. And then to Chiefs back in the day, like, the guys that have been able to support me, give me a platform. To Brielle back home, my lovely partner and her family, thank you so much for your support. I love you guys to bits, so thank you so much. Where the camera is. Thank you so much, guys. You're the best. And obviously to you guys, like I wouldn't be doing this without you guys. I'm here, like COVID was so hard not having a crowd and seeing your faces, I guess, in international events. So I think I've realised I'm pretty washed up, might not make it back, so I might join the desk so I can guarantee myself a spot. Yeah! Thanks so much, guys, and thank you to Yummy as well, absolute legend. So it feels right to be here with you in this moment. So thanks everyone, thanks all the OCE region as well for supporting us, and I think we're in a good spot with the Pioneers boys. Shout out to those guys, can't wait to see how we go. So yeah, CJ is officially on the desk, I guess. Thanks guys.
All right, guys, give it up. One final time for CJ's DJ.
What a powerful moment. Seeing the retiring of a legend there, and what an emotional moment. I was sitting here getting teared up, and I'm like, oh, why am I getting upset? I'm winning here. I get CJ on my desk moving forward.
Like I normally cry over his gameplay, but yeah, I was getting a bit emotional there as well. It's really great seeing his career, like how well he's done. And by the way, we're joined with Fear over here, so welcome to the desk. We're going to talk about ones in a little bit. But CJ, like we love him up here on the desk, obviously. We love watching him, but my last thoughts, CJ, what happened with that side flip? What happened in that side flip? Come on.
Yeah, speaking of which, we can take a recap of the match that just happened. I don't know if you can remember, it's Rocket League was happening before all the tears started flowing here. We can take a look at those highlights. It did feel like there was a few key moments where the series ended.
It was so close. It was a battle. Like, that was a great series to end on. Renegades obviously battling with NRG. At times, NRG going up 2 games, destroying game 2. You think it might be over, but those tactical timeouts, Greg, and they seem to work.
They always seem to work, and NRG starting to look like their former selves with a bit of confidence, with a bit of space, but I think we've really got to ask the question, Renegades, we need that confidence all the time. You know, when there's nothing to lose, when they're feeling it, they look scary, and that's something we love to see on this stage. When people are confident on the stage and they start to step up, that was really true of Renegades, especially in Game 3 and Game 4.
And Renegades especially, man, they have that persistence. They have that Australian presence, you know what I'm saying? Where they are always on top, foot pedal to the metal, but there's one player in particular who a lot of people have been doubting. And his name is Justin. And he has went absolutely nowhere. The same thing with BDS. He's way too talented, way too phenomenal. He started taking over the game after the timeout, said, listen, Garrett, Squishy, just hop in the backpack. That's what everybody used to do back in the day. And all of a sudden, it was just every single time he touched the ball, I still have that old fanboy, oh, what's he gonna do?
He's just
magical. He's just magical with the rock.
He just wins series sometimes. He turns it on. He's the best player in the world, and you can't do anything about it.
It was amazing stuff from him. But seeing Justin turn on was incredible stuff. Let's take a look at Group A as it stands after the conclusion of our lower elimination matches there. The quarterfinals done. Semifinals yet to come here. Version 1 will be taking on SSG, and Semper taking on NRG. NRG finally getting a win here, but does the road end there, Greg?
I mean, the plot armor is always in question with NRG. Are they going to make it all the way now? But Semper looked amazing in the wild card. Some questions about whether they can keep that performance up, as they weren't playing so well in their last game, not feeling so well there. So Semper need to come out strong to beat NRG that we saw today.
Well, we can take that's what is in store for us tomorrow for Group A. If you take a look at Group B. Remember that action that was happening at the beginning of the day here. We saw K-Corp win over Optic. They will face off against the Falcons, and then the South American battle for who represents the region in top 8.
Chamaco, he'll be on that for sure. We all know that. Just he won't be rooting for one team or the other. He just wants to see some good Rocket League. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And obviously the club and Dignitas matchup had 3 of the 1v1 players we're going to be seeing today. Fear for you, watching these ones players playing in a threes environment, do they play completely different to how they do when they're playing ones?
A lot of players play differently, but there's a lot of trends you can see from different ones players. I'm obviously, when I'm watching threes, are just so incredibly focused on just those guys and what they're doing. And I think some of the players who play a little bit more high flying might translate better to threes than some of the players that like to play real slow. Like I would say, apparently Jack, I wouldn't say I necessarily see tons of his one style because he's so controlled in ones and you don't have that kind of time in 3v3. But maybe a player like Daniel, who's just amazing, you know, best player in the game, I would say.
Yeah, the zoomy ones players. When the zoomy ones players go on the threes pitch, that zoom does translate well, and I can't wait to watch the ones games we've got going on this evening.
It's going to be great, absolutely. The threes action is concluded for the day here, but Fear, we got 3 incredible 1v1s. We've done this with the East versus West. What does it mean to see the 1v1 action on the stage like this?
It's insane. It's amazing. I am so excited. I've been following the one scene for a really long time, and I know there's tons of people out there who follow their RLCS but also love the 1v1s. And this lineup that we have, I don't know if we could have gotten a better lineup we could have possibly asked for, which is just amazing. And I love this East versus West style. These are going to be amazing games.
Which matchup are you excited for the most?
I actually think the most exciting match to watch is going to be Yan TRK.
Okay.
I think we're going to get that last, which will be awesome. But of course, I'm always looking for my boy Daniel to do well. So I'll be excited to watch that one as well.
Daniel versus Dorius. That might be the one I'm looking forward to the most. We got 3 1v1 matches coming up in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. Let them get set over from the 3v3s to the 1v1s. The show matches begin after this.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right, any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
my moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. Times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting.
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
Oh. Unlucky. Oh, what's up, Joyo? Yo, what's up, man? Oh. You alright?
My finger, no.
Did I break it?
My finger.
I changed it up, that's my bad. Man, I'm so bad at this.
It's time for our first ever Friday Night Duels. You've seen 1v1s before played online, across regional lines, but never like this before. The rules are very simple. This is an East-West showdown. We've taken 3 players from Europe and MENA, and 3 players from North and South America. Single game matches with the Beasts of the East taking on the best of the West. And now, without any further ado, let's meet our competitors. From the West, representing the club, KV1. From Space Station Gaming, Daniel. And from Furia, yeah. And from the East, from Dignitas, apparently Jack. And his teammate, Jorius. And from Team Falcons, TRK.
Well, 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 here we go at last. East versus West, some of the most impressive mechanical 1v1 players you will ever see. And right next to me, a beaming Johnny boy who has waited for this moment for years.
Oh, this is the best day of my life, Shogun. This is the day I've waited for a long time. I think a lot of people are excited for this one, but a lot of people might also be underestimating this guy right here on your screen, KV1. He's come up pretty recently compared to the other 5, but he really is making a name for himself, not just in 1v1 these days, but also in 3s. Taking down 2 guys who are staring across the stage at him. Dignitas players Jack and Jorius. He's going to get to do it twice. If he can beat Jack again. And here's the fan favorite, Daniel, also picking up a win today.
Yeah, I don't think we're exactly going to be able to turn around here and say, oh, is Daniel going to be able to perform on the stage? He's already proven that to us. So incredibly dangerous, especially when he gets the ball up into the air. Very difficult to try and pin down what he is about to do next. And here is the last man on here. It is the player that has had maybe the best second half to this season of anybody in the world, Jan, waiting to take to the stage.
Man with a plan. It's Jan XNZ. You might as well change the first letter of his name to an L. He is unbelievable on a LAN setting. But 1v1 is kind of a new game mode for him. He's picked up the game mode extremely quickly. Took rank 1 in the leaderboard just recently. The guy staring him across the stage, TRK, has beaten him in a best of 1 very recently as well. Jan's trying to get his revenge. He's been hunting down TRK ever since his loss at Gamers 8 to this guy right here, TRK. Some people think he's the best 1v1 player on the planet. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of agree right now. I think he's the man to beat.
Yeah. Got to know the players that he has around him as well, just to make sure that your name is the one that stands out amongst the Falcons. Is an incredible feat by itself. But here are the players next to him. For a lot of people, these are the players that got them into watching 1v1. Jorius, representing Team East, right in the middle. I'm curious how these guys are going to perform. When they walked out, Johnny, you said that they were looking quite happy.
Well, he won that duel.
Yeah, that was impressive. Would you be psyched out?
Yeah, I really hope Daniel wasn't watching that.
Jack, how do you follow that? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Jack's he's not got the same drinking mix as Jorius does. It's going to be tough to follow that act. But Jack will be looking to get some revenge on KV1, who just eliminated him from the RLCS World Championship early on today. KV1 also just beat Jorius in a show match the other day in 1v1, so Jack's got a couple of reasons to want to take down KV1. In fact, the only time they played, KV1 beat Jack as well. So, yeah, all the more reason for Jack to want revenge.
The way this works, all 3 players in each team are going to play against the player that is directly across of them. All best of 1s. No real chance to get yourself a time to just, change up the strategy. It's all about getting in there, playing your style, not playing reactive.
Oh, in fact, look at that. I think Jorius and TRK are warming up together. Like, this is kind of a new thing that we haven't really seen before, because usually you have 3 teammates sitting beside each other who are about to play in the same lobby. Well, right now, just one at a time. Going to take to the lobby against the other team, but they're all going to combine. We're going to play all 3 games regardless, even if the same team, even if the West or the East can win 2 in a row, give the opportunity for the sweep or the constellation.
I'm very curious as to what the off-game meta is going to be, because we are seeing, as you mentioned, 2 players playing against each other, but are we going to see them like peering over the side, hyping up their player, maybe giving a little bit of advice? We had a little bit of that coming in during Gamers 8, where you mentioned to me, the rest of the Falcons didn't even want to give TRK any advice.
Yeah, I did talk to Khaled about that. Asked him, do you give TRK any advice when he's playing 1v1? The answer was no, he doesn't. He just lets him do his thing. Khaled, who could very well be the second best 1v1 player in the world. It's hard to tell because he's been a bit inactive recently, but KV1, or rather Khaled, thinks that TRK is the best in the world. We're going to come to them later. First up, KV1 versus Jack. Now, Jack will fancy his chances here. I know he's very confident at the moment. He's been calling out everybody. But you've got to get it right first time, and that's maybe something that will not favor, apparently, Jack, who's more of an intelligent player who learns throughout a series. No chance for that today. You've got to get it in the first try.
We want to get our own predictions down on this one, because I feel personally, if it was any other tournament that I hadn't seen KV1 popping off like this for the last 2 weeks, I would have picked Jack, but I might have to go KV1 on this one.
I think I agree. After what we saw today, Jack did look nervous on the main stage in 3v3, so I'm leaning towards KV1, but this one, before today started, was the one that I was definitely flip-flopping on, as these 2 players did play each other today in 3s. Whoever gets that win surely has a mental advantage. KV1 is the one who did get the dub.
I've seen as well an awful lot of players that step up massively, where not necessarily that they play amazingly online, but they just play even better at that live environment. Best example I can give is Razebull online. Really serviceable 1v1 player. Razebull at Gamers 8 or any of the crew battles, entirely different beast.
It's going to be really interesting to see who can perform in front of this remainder of a huge crowd that we've got, the biggest crowd in Rocket League LAN history. There's never been anything like this for 1v1 before. A lot of NRG fans, after seeing the dub, have exited the building. I think a lot of other people have exited the building to wipe away their tears after CJ's retirement. Hopefully they're going to come back in. But we've got a lot left over to witness some great solo duelists.
I was talking to Bass, actually, during that one, who has been amazing to work with over the last few weeks, but I was thinking, just going, I don't know how we follow that. That is going to be unbelievably difficult. Shout out to CJ. I'm looking forward to working with him moving forward. I'm also looking forward to seeing the work that these 6 players can put down on the field. Dignitas look really happy, actually. They look confident, they look calm. Maybe it's nice coming in for the rare occasion where you're not exactly expected to win all of your matches. So, let's get ourselves into this. Stacks, take it away.
It's time for tonight's first duel. Introducing first, to my left, from Brazil, winner of the South American Fear Fest International, representing the club, KV1! And his opponent, to my right, from England, representing Dignitas, mechanically gifted, consistently goated, apparently Jack!
Let's get to it then. KV1, apparently Jack. We've both predicted KV1 in this one, Johnny, but we're 5 minutes away. Let's see how this is going to go down. First kickoff, and it's KV1's to play.
That has historically been a strength of KV1. Jack with a pre-flip save, but he's in a world of trouble already. KV1, 100 boost to Jack's next to 0. And he's going to try and chip away at him here. Doesn't even have to work too hard for it. Snipes the bottom right corner.
Yeah, KV1 just slowing the play down. The moment that Jack stopped moving, the moment that this goal was guaranteed, pops it into the bottom corner. No chance for Jack to get over to that one. So now let's see how this second kickoff is going to go. KV1 taking control from the first one. And again from the second one. He actually managed to take the first time shot. And he is going to double lead.
Oh my.
We predicted KV1, but KV1 is taking over.
So Jack's tried to force the kickoff to his right there, but unfortunately for him, that's what KV1 is doing as well. He's going the same direction with a bit more of a commitment. So I'd expect Jack to switch up to a wave dash recovery kickoff here, just to try and contain KV1. But no, he's actually just going to stick with his standard, and he's lost again. I've got to think that that's a questionable strategy. I mean, he's back to save this. But once again, just like the first play, he is in a world of trouble. 0 boost against KV1's 100, and he does somehow get a pre-jump save.
KV1 not quite able to tuck that one underneath the crossbar, but here we go, number 2. This time apparently Jack does have boost to play with. And had to move nice and early before KV1 can find his card. First time that we're going into the blue side of the field. Jack would like to find the wall. Hunts down. Good jump from KV1, gets control of the ball and over the top of Jack.
Oh my.
That was really risky.
Yeah, that's a bold challenge by Jack. He's just banking on the fact that KV1 would usually expect a fake challenge in that kind of position. But that is not something you could do too many times, otherwise KV1 will start to anticipate the early turn and outplay him. But this is great stuff for Jack. He's managed to boost starve KV1 positionally, and now here he comes with the pop bump. KV1 saves it. Jack still has control, but he must have thought he'd done enough there.
And actually a very heavy first touch gives KV1 access to Jack's boost. Jack sent for vacation!
KV1 takes the boost and just a little feint to the right has Jack flying right by him. Jack in so much trouble every time KV1 boost starves him. And at the other end of the field, it's KV1 making a 0 boost save. So managing your plays when you've got no boost under pressure, that's been the difference at the moment. KV1 is 1 for 1. Jack, I think, is 1 out of 4 for saves when he's at a disadvantage.
Jack's going to take over again. KV1 realizes he can't afford to get bumped. Oh, he's just so good at maintaining possession in the play. Now KV1 moving back in. Jack is doing a good job of trying to use the ball to shield his own name tag. This is a good spot. What a shot!
Wow.
That's how you get Jack back in it.
Perfect flick from close range, Jack. Sticking on the wall there for just a minute to make KV1 think that he might be going for a wall shot, then comes down, catches the ball, flicks it in the top corner. But KV1 still dominated the majority of the kickoffs this game. Jack, I think, would do well to play a bit more of a conservative strategy. So once again, KV1 has control of the ball. It's not as big of a win as Jack has boost to defend with, but this is still KV1 favored.
That's a good challenge. Will he take the shot first time? Yeah,
wow,
KV1 can only watch the ball go in. Apparently Jack, he is being very aggressive with these challenges. Very few of them are being faked out anymore. And I do like that though, because when he's tried to fake, KV1 doesn't change anything. It's just now more of a boost advantage.
I'm still so surprised that we haven't seen a big switch up from Jack. Okay, well now he does switch something up. So what he did there is he tried to drive straight into the ball and have it deflect off the roof of his car into the back corner. The key there is back corner, not back of your own net. As happens in many low-level ranked games, and players are just learning how to get to the ball on a kickoff fast enough. But that was intentional by Jack. That is a strategy. It's very tough to pull off. A bit risky, but he did make it work.
Good save by KV1. Apparently Jack takes his time. Oh, has he found top ends? Got the second KV1! Brilliant stop! Back to the midfield. 12 boost for KV1. Realizes that, gets apparently Jack to jump. 2 minutes on the clock. Apparently Jack, he's got past KV1 one time. Can he finish it? Yes, he can!
Look at this from Jack. He's starting to get a read on his opponent. We talked about how important it was to download your opponent quickly. If you take too long, you are going to start to struggle early in the game, and there's no time to come back. We're not in a series here. It's best of 1 between these two, but Jack knows that KV1 likes to challenge early. KV1 dipped behind the ball, tried to hide his nameplate so Jack wouldn't know that he's coming. Jack knew, even though he did not have vision of his opponent. KV1's done the same thing though, and he's taking his time, finishes off to put himself 1 goal ahead again.
Yeah, bad news here for Jack is that he is in full vision when he goes for that one. KV1 was not going to be surprised, was always going to put himself low enough on the ball so he could flick the ball upwards. And the lead is re-established. 1 goal up. KV1 maintains possession as he has done. I do like the way that KV1 is just, he's not trying to stop the car off the hit right next to the ball. Instead, he's allowed himself to bounce, as apparently Jack wants the Doomsy Dish. It's not going to happen. 100 boost, not quite the roll-up though that KV1 was after. Instead, he's going to try and force the one angle. Oh! Crisscross!
Yeah, Jack made it look a bit silly there. KV1 just faked the infield. Jack was completely stuck in the mud there, didn't know which way KV1 was going. And KV1's movement is just so elusive. gives himself a 2-goal lead again. He has crushed the majority of the kickoffs in this game. Just shows how good he is at getting that central contact on the ball. And just how much Jack has struggled to mix things up. He's in trouble once again.
Jack not going to try and first-time challenge. That's, I think, a significant improvement. KV1 again, just going to keep going. Jack did not believe he had the angle, instead tried to trip KV1 up on his way through. But that boost is going away. The car is gone. The only good news for Jack is that he's got 130 more boost. The bad news for Jack, he's not going to get a chance to use it.
Yeah, he went for the goal there. Jack wanted the wave dash and then the dodge into the ball to shoot it, but taking that little bit extra time to wait for the wave dash actually just gave KV1 a chance to demo him, and Jack didn't get any contact on the ball, so the ball was there to be scored. And what has Jack got left in the tank? There's still plenty of time left in 1v1 to score 3 goals, but Jack just can't get a kickoff win. He is coming out second best in every single one of them, and this isn't something that Jack usually struggles with to this degree, just showing the level that KV1 is at.
Jack goes all the way back. Oh my goodness, KV1. And even if it doesn't create goal scoring opportunities, more time off the clock. Apparently Jack tries to open up the angles. Now it means KV1's going to struggle to come from a blind spot. Hides behind the ball, puts himself back. He's got Jack moving.
My.
But apparently Jack didn't bite on any of those moves. Took the 50 and gets it over the line.
You know, KV1 was clearly expecting a pop bump. He darted away from the play, but he probably wishes he stayed close to the ball because Jack briefly lost control and managed to get back to the ball to get a strong 50-50. So whether or not that was Jack's first plan, it does work out. Now, KV1 thought about a wave dash shot there, pulled out, but he will take control once again. This is devastating for Jack's comeback chances.
KV1 is fully aware of it, daring Jack to move forward. Back off the backboard. The third of KV1 went into it, but instead, we're in roughly the same position we were at last time. KV1 nutmegged by apparently Jack.
Now that is such a bold move by Jack. He just called KV1's bluff. He says, I don't think you're really challenging me. I'm just gonna fake a flick and go under you. But he's only got 18 seconds left now, and if KV1 can just take another kickoff possession, the game is massively favored to him, and that is exactly what happens. Jack's done standard kickoffs, start to finish from this game. He has not switched it up, and he gets punished for it.
Just always the same thing.
I mean, I really am surprised.
Jack, he's bouncing left, KV1 wins.
Jack knows how to do a wave dash recovery kickoff, so I can't believe he's not gone for it. He must just not be feeling comfortable with it today, but now 2 goals in 30 seconds is not impossible, but when KV1 crushes kickoffs as much as he does.
Okay, that works.
That one's Jack's. He's got to go for this. He'll go for the big aerial play all in.
Not going to go for the reset yet on the second occasion. That was sublime.
Jack stays alive. 4 seconds left, and he goes underneath the pre-jump. Once again, just fires it from close range. But what has he got left? He finally won a kickoff there. He just needs to keep the ball up.
That's a dead-on kickoff as well. That's good for Jack. He's got the boost. He's got the ball. He's going to have the opportunity. KV1 on the wall. It wasn't the best pass for KV1. Takes over the ball, puts it down. 1 to the west.
He really did have to hold on at the end there. That was scary from Jack, but KV1's mastery of kickoffs really shining through there as he takes down apparently Jack in game number 1. That's great to see, though. No hard feelings from Jack. He's just been eliminated from RLCS by this man, but all smiles. You know that he enjoyed that game, I'm sure, just trying to find a way to win 1v1 on hard mode, because when you are losing every kickoff, it's so difficult to create goal-scoring opportunities, and Jack did a fantastic job in the midfield, definitely won out the midfield battle, but like we said, a failure to adapt to KV1's winning kickoff strategy is what caused Jack to struggle in this matchup. And there's so many different things you can do in 1v1 kickoffs these days. Yeah, he'll definitely be a bit annoyed at himself that he couldn't think of something until it was too late. He won the last 2, but it took 4 minutes and 45 seconds before he could figure it out.
Well, that's 1 down. KV1 having the RLCS that he would have dreamed of, even winning events that I don't think he came over here planning to participate in. So that is his job done. He now gets to relax. He gets to look across and see, all right, who's going to carry the rest of the load? And then he sees Daniel and Jan.
And imagine that. You win game 1 out of a potential, well, we're going to play all 3 anyway, so we could see a sweep here if the West can win all 3. But yeah, like you said, imagine looking to your side and see Daniel and Jan. That is a good feeling. So KV1's done his part. Up next is going to be Daniel and Jorius, which is a matchup we've seen quite a few times in the past, actually. They've always been extremely closely matched. Last time they played a series, I think Jorius won it with a 4-second remaining winner in Game 5. So this is a matchup that's got a lot of history, always been on a knife edge.
Jorius made a name for himself through these sort of matchups.
Oh yeah.
Stepping up when basically you sent him a DM saying, hey, do you want to play ones? Sure, that's how I'll make myself known.
I think he was actually just trolling him on Twitch chat.
Well, that's certainly how you make your name known around here. That's also not advice for other people in the arena. Leave Johnny's Twitch chat alone.
Daniel's been in incredible form recently. So since his loss to Jorius, somewhat recently, he's then gone on to sweep first killer.
That's no pressure at all, is it? Just
yeah. I think Jack wants the front row seat for this one. He's got the best seat in the house, but yeah, Daniel's beaten Jack 4-1 during the boot camp for this very event. So Jack will know exactly what kind of form Daniel's in, and I'm sure he'll be telling Jorius what to expect. But Daniel's got such a name for himself in ones. I don't think Jorius needs to have any advice on this matchup. He knows what's coming his way, and that is, perfect mechanics, great decision making, and pop-off potential, certainly. So this could be an extremely aerial-based matchup. We saw a grounded battle between KV1 and Jack. That was expected. I think this is going to be the opposite. Jorius and Daniel, high-flying, flip resets, probably at least one every play. Whoever comes out on top, well, whoever comes out with the better execution on their own all-in plays will have the edge here.
It's not necessarily two players that you look at and wonder, okay, all-in play, I wonder if they're going to be able to recover in time. Because that's always been there, and they're also very good at understanding when the play is not necessarily going to work and adapting it to make it just a little bit more awkward to save, whilst knowing that the save is going to happen, so they can get themselves into a good position to deal with the counter attack. But we are now ready. Stacks, take it away.
This is the second match of Friday Night Duels. Introducing first, to my left, from the United States, representing Space Station Gaming, the young prodigy, the Iceman on land, Daniel! And his opponent, to my right, from the Netherlands, representing Dignitas, the glorious, the victorious, the Jorius!
Stacks, that was amazing, mate. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I love that. I definitely love that one. We'll find out if the second part remains true in about 5 minutes. Glorious, without a doubt. Victorious remains to be seen. With these kind of plays from Daniel, it's going to be tough to pull off.
Jorius just looked over to Jack and had a smile. She's like, yeah, it's Daniel. He's not going to have any sort of land problems.
And if you're new to watching 1v1 and you're thinking, well, I expected more of what we saw last time, kickoffs, grounded plays. Well, actually, no, there's many different ways 1v1 can look these days, and Jorius and Daniel are going to show you a different style, a very aerial-based style. Oh, that's a great turnaround there by Daniel. Just almost caught Jorius out of his goal with a zero-boost wall shot. He's trying to keep up some ball pressure here to deny Jorius an aerial play. Hasn't worked out. Jorius to the top corner, but Daniel somehow gets there.
Daniel, first-time shot. Jorius, you're just going to have to wave it goodbye, my friend. 2-0. To your point, Johnny, it is styles that make fights. This are two players that are so flashy with the way that they play.
If knockouts were possible in Rocket League, we were never going to the scorecards in this matchup. These guys are throwing haymakers at each other non-stop. Seen two aerial plays. One of them's worked and one of them's failed, resulting in an open net on the counter-attack. Expect to see plenty more of that.
Going to see some of these goals between these two and think to yourself, hey, I thought the freestyle was another day. That is just the way that both these players like to go about it. Bamboozle you, put you into a position where you just don't think that they got it anymore as Daniel, 3-0. I think there were so many teams, Johnny, that were hoping Daniel was not going to be able to perform at this level at live events. Yeah. He's actually better.
This is interesting because we've seen Daniel struggle in 3v3 way back in the Winter Major on LAN. Since then, he's been a beast, and that, you know, a lot of people attributed that to his teammates, rightfully so. Arsenal and Rettel sitting right beside him. He is all alone here, and he is denying Jarius every single time. That's 2 for 2 now on saving Jarius' aerial plays.
Daniel decides it's his turn, delays it. Realized that the play had got away with him, so didn't decide to overcommit. Jarius just trying to level it out, but the ball got away from him. Instead settles for a boost steal. Can he scramble back in time? It's close, it's close, it's not close enough.
And you cannot leave the ball against Daniel. He is just one of those players who finds maximum power every single time. And when you're shooting the ball in that position with not a lot of momentum, the air roll is the key. That is what gives Daniel so much power in the shot. Guarantees that Jarius can't catch up to it, even if he's supersonic.
Okay, Jarius has gone from laughing about the first goal to full game of position.
Look at that posture.
That's what allows the blood flow to get going. Now Jarius, he needs one of these to work. Daniel is well hidden, but still, Jarius had it predicted. Still gets back. I mean, what do you even do? You think he's fully committed, and instead, it's right back in front of your face. Boost pick up here for Jarius. Again, it'd be Daniel trying to shield himself. Gives himself an angle to work with, and that pushes it back into the corner.
This time Jarius avoids overextending, so this could be the key to his offense here. Still threaten Daniel, but try to have a recovery plan if it doesn't work. Daniel's boost management is out of this world. He still had some left over there, albeit very little.
Attempt number 3 from Jarius. None of them have worked. This one finally will. Not for the first time they're used to trying to make the comeback. And Jarius is going to need to pick these battles so wisely.
Yeah, he didn't even need to use that reset there. Just the underside of the car, popping the ball over Daniel's challenge. Daniel deciding to just go straight for Jarius there instead of sitting on the goal line. He's going to keep mixing up his defensive strategy like that.
Well, it's Daniel's turn yet again. What are we going to get from him this time? Jarius is going to have to wait. Chooses not to go off the backboard. And it's... Daniel! Too good!
That is just a beautiful shot. Such deception. Daniel uses the flip reset to wave dash underneath the ball, changing its direction, changing its course to the one corner of the net that Jarius has no idea the ball's headed towards.
He did all of that whilst at the same time convincing Jarius, Daniel can land and go for a bump on me. So that's why he went for the jump and was completely in no man's land when it came to trying to get that goal away from his net. So 2 minutes. It has been all Daniel. With sticks like this, it might be all up to TRK to save the blushes of the East. As good as that was, though, from Jarius, it did just give the ball back over to Daniel. Are we going to go for a bouncing play? Not quite. Good boost management, though. Daniel, can he get back? No, he can't. Jarius played the field.
Yeah, Jarius sneaks in an early challenge here. It's not a position that you tend to see challenges in that back corner, but Jarius, he knows that he's definitely running out of time. I mean, this is plenty time left to make a 4-goal comeback in ones, but you have to be more aggressive, and that's what Jarius is doing here. He'll take more risks because he's in a position where he has no other option.
Jarius needs to get these plays to start working. Race!
He's back.
It's only down to 2 again, Johnny. This is the best part about ones. That 2-goal lead means so very little.
I think the biggest goal comeback I've seen in one game is 7 goals.
Oh, I threw away 8 against Wrongway Woody.
Here goes Jarius again. He's on a good streak here. Decides not to go for the aerial play this time. The ball was situated a bit awkwardly off the wall. Instead, rolls the ball at Daniel, seeing how he's going to react. Daniel does well, and he's managed to muscle Jarius off the mid-boost. Next up is Daniel. 1 reset, 2. Goes for the 3rd. Oh, Daniel almost scores goal of the day.
Now Jarius with his own opportunity. Power flick. Doesn't choose to take away that.
Oh my!
Daniel! For once, a decision-making blunder. And now it's Jarius that's floundering. He's on low boost, he's on no boost, he's in no chance land. 3 goals back up.
Yeah, Jarius there just sticking around. He thought Daniel was coming, so he popped the ball. Daniel just faked the approach, takes the free goal. Jarius definitely missed an open net there as Daniel went to boost. Mistake by both players, but they've counteracted each other. The result means that Daniel stays in front by a solid margin, and kickoff going perfectly for him. Yet another flip reset for Daniel, just one this time, but the floor pitch is good, and the dunk afterwards sends the ball to the top corner.
Okay, we've gone through all of the emotions now on Jarius because he was back to smiling after that one. I mean, what are you supposed to do except smile? Daniel had the floor pitch, he had the block, he has everything at the moment. And most importantly, he has that 4-goal lead. Jarius loses the kickoff, but that's in a good position actually for him. He can take the boost and at least start putting together whatever play he thinks of.
That's a great touch as well off the wall to get the attack going quickly, but Daniel knows exactly what to do. Just guns it straight for the ball. And Jarius is really hoping that this is a fake challenge. He's thinking, there's no way Daniel challenges me on a 4-goal lead. Well, there is a way, and now it's in your net.
Sorry, for all of the flip resets and everything else that we've seen from Daniel, that was the most disrespectful thing he's done in this entire game. Just stared down Jarius and knew that the ball was his. This should be one more back. It is. 4 goals, 32 seconds. Jarius better have some kickoffs up his sleeve.
And he plays for the big inside kickoff there. Daniel forcing the ball the same way, but not committing enough. Gives Jarius the win. If Daniel's noticed that, he's going to flip to the other way on this second kickoff, try and get into midfield play. Jarius actually tried to delay his approach, so very sneaky. Daniel barrels through the ball anyway, and he doesn't even try for the awkward angle shot. He's just letting the clock do the work for him.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep taking the ball left to right. Pinch from Jarius. Doesn't work, and instead that is just boost and possession for Daniel.
Nice game. Jarius played the win condition. He needed the pinch to keep his hopes of coming back alive. But Daniel was just far too good here. Superior in the aerial game execution, superior defense. And when it came down to that big moment where Daniel went for the boost, left his net open, Jarius did not seize his opportunity. He hit the bar on an open net. And Daniel did not give him another sniff at this game.
So that is victory secured for the West. Will it be a sweep? Does anyone tell Daniel that the series is over? That's still gamer mode.
He's probably straight back into rank to keep grinding, but yeah, Jarius and Jack.
Are we connected to the internet on those?
I don't know if we are actually, but they just can't get a win today. It's not, the stage hasn't been kind to them. I can't really blame them with how well KV1 and Daniel just played that. 2 players that we knew were going to be in form for this, and they really showed up and performed every bit as well as we knew they could, just as if the pressure wasn't even there.
Okay then, so we go to our last one. The player that you said, and many would agree with you, TRK is the 1v1 player in the world.
He's the guy everybody's calling out. Listen, everybody's calling him out, Jack's calling him out, Jan wants to go at him. Everybody wants to beat TRK, and I think that tells you all you need to know. When everybody in the entire 1v1 scene is calling out one guy, he's probably the best player in the game mode. So Jan is a guy who really, really wants this matchup. He lost to TRK, getting my 3-lettered players mixed up here, but he lost to TRK.
There's a lot of them now.
In this format. He lost in best of 1, and it was to a kickoff goal late in the game, and it was a 1-goal game as well. So if anyone in the world thinks that they've got TRK's number, it would be Jan, especially now that the sweep is available for them. They can just get the clean 3-0 East in shambles, and yeah, TRK, not for the first time, having to do all the work. He comes from a region where his team were the only representative at every single major throughout the year. His team, the only team that made it through to the World Championship as well. He's used to having to do everything, but now he's got to do it for Europe as well.
Right then, so I believe we're both 2-0 with our predictions.
Yeah,
Give me the percentage on this one. I'm assuming you're going to say TRK is the favorite here. What's the percentage for Jan?
Oh, it's close. I mean, I'm saying this is 55-45. It's about as close as you can get.
I'm jumping ahead of you on this one then. I'm taking Jan.
You've taken Jan.
I'm taking Jan.
You did say this earlier. I've got.
I'm not flip-flopping. No flake.
Shogun did say this before the series started. I think it was right before we went on air, actually. So you're on Jan here for the sweep. I've got to back TRK because, yeah, he is in unbelievable form. He just swept first killer the other day in a best-of-5 show match. TRK is definitely on form.
Let's go back to stacks.
Fans, this is your main event of the evening. 5 minutes of non-stop action between two of the best to ever pick up the game. Introducing first, to my left, the man who walked into the kingdom itself and claimed the crown for South America. From Brazil, representing Furia, he is Jan! And his opponent, to my right, regularly at the top of every single competitive leaderboard, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from Team Falcons, the 3 most dangerous letters in Rocket League, TRK!
Well, Stax was definitely wrong, right about one thing there, which was that TRK came over to this and decided in his spare time, whilst preparing for a World Championship, to get #1 on the leaderboard in ones. And the worst possible bounce. Let's see who can get this. Is it going to be a sweep for the West, or is the East going to have some bite back?
I think KV1 would like a word of Stax after this. 3 most dangerous letters in Rocket League.
Well, you know, maybe if there was only like a way that we could sort that out in the future. Let's say like a 1v1?
We might have to visit that one now. We've had a grounded matchup, an aerial matchup. Now we've got the clash of styles. TRK takes the 1-goal lead, spotting Jan's early challenge, getting a clean out play, not just getting the ball past, also getting his car safely past his opponent. But like I mentioned, Jan is the aerial player here. TRK is the grounded player. We're going to see a bit of both from both players, but this is a true clash of styles. One of the reasons why 1v1 is so interesting, and well, there's one other kickoff strategy. Fake on the diagonal from Jan, netting himself a free possession.
And the ball is still bumping up. TRK recognizing the trajectory, gets rid of it, but had to travel all the way back for some more boost. Oh, are we going to get a first? We haven't had it yet. First bump, dribble, take the player out.
And that was just precision from Jan. Never any doubt. TRK trying to go over the top of him to make the save. Very interested to see if Jan goes back to the pop bump, back to the air dribble bump, after succeeding with it on the first try, and see if TRK goes underneath him this time. Oh, that's a great pre-flip save there from Jan. Avoiding that kickoff goal that sentenced him to a loss last time he played TRK.
Oh, reset TRK! Whoa! He's got it every time!
What a save, though.
Oh, he's missed it.
Has he actually missed it off the post? Oh, my goodness. Well, he goes for the back wall demo. Jan didn't see it coming, but TRK's not picked up the boost while he's played for that maneuver, so another missed opportunity for TRK. But the defense is looking pretty good. That's a great save on the air dribble. Now a great save on the flick as well. TRK's completely out of boost, though.
The goals aren't going to come easy, goalkeeper in net or not. Oh, bump on it as well, but Jan kept the momentum going on the car. Keeps hooking the ball inwards, wants to make sure he can always have eyes on TRK. This is a good opportunity now. First time shot required. TRK's back.
Oh, wow.
And had enough wherewithal to take his time, hook back around the car and give him some angle to play with.
Yeah, that's a really bold play by TRK to just read the fact that it was going to be difficult to get power on that shot from that angle. Jan went for placement, TRK just took control. Jan still in control of the possession, however. TRK going this time. He's not interested in goal line defense, even though it has been working for him. That's a phenomenal bump though from Jan, and he's not going to make the same mistake. Secures the open net.
As soon as he had the trip up, he knew exactly what he had to do. Jan, absolutely no shot, tries all he can, there's zero boost, out of position. You're just not going to get there. I'm feeling pretty good about my pick here, Johnny.
You know, a lot of people asked about Gamers 8, why didn't Falcons pick 1v1 against Furia? Why didn't TRK pick 1v1 against Jan after the first matchup went in his favor? Well, it's because Jan is just a nightmare to play against. Even if you do beat him, it's not comfortable. You have to really work for every single play. Jan continues to thrive in a matchup that he's just picked up recently.
Oh, here we go. TRK delays and can't find the block afterwards.
That's the result, though. He's managed to boost starve Jan.
Another reset. Jan with no boost. Can he get that? Oh, TRK just couldn't set up the mechanics required. And now it's Jan's opportunity. First touch, not amazing. Drops it down, takes the 50. Lack of ball control just comes back to bite Yan. Now he's hooking back across. You can see he might go back corner. Yan! Oh, just needed to slide TRK forward a little bit more and pop into a position where his car can't reach.
You can clearly see that Yan is the more confident of the two players. He's the aggressor, and when he boost starves TRK, he just goes for it. He goes straight for the throat. TRK's kind of held back on a couple of plays where he had the boost advantage. Oh, what a call. TRK remembers the fake kickoff earlier in the game, and he manages to read it the second time around. He sees Jan's nameplate turning there, just chips it up and over it.
That is ridiculous to be able to spot that.
It's such
in
a small
second. Yeah, exactly. You're
difference.
reading a nameplate, not a car, a nameplate that moves sideways very slightly. And you just go, yeah, that's exactly it. That's all I need to see. Oh, good stop there from TRK, but it is still a good win there. Yan, reset, all the boost to play with, just has to finish it!
Unreal. His aerial offense is absolutely terrifying. TRK's done well to just get close to this with 12 boosts, but no chance. Yan is just too powerful in the air, and he continues to execute on every single one of his plays when he gets TRK in a rough position.
Ball's gonna bop up. It's not really all that easy for either of them, although Yan misses the boost, gonna try and scramble back, gets there just in time and avoids getting bumped, even gets the boost. Not got the ball anymore, but still scrambles back in time yet again. The double scramble. Yan decides to take the first time shot. It's just not allow him to reposition. Maybe set up TRK, who might hook shot. He's got it.
I think TRK's shooting is looking a little bit off. A couple of power shots missed before this one, but that is going to settle any nerves that he had with his shots, because he manages to get one off the bounce dribble past Yan, who turned after grabbing boost in the back corner. Still just a one-goal game. Midfield has been dominated by Yan.
Good. Flip over the top and just tried to jump on top of Yan. Now becomes a race back to the corner, and it's one that Yan won.
Yeah, Yan just so composed there. Knew exactly what to do. Knew there was no threatening shot coming. TRK wanted that mid boost on spawn, but he was a bit early for it. That left it up for Yan. Now TRK into the air. Now he's pulled back in some of his aerial plays. Will he go for this one with the reset? No, it's another mind game. It's the third time that TRK has not committed when he's got a reset in close range.
It's very interesting to see how Yan defends those as well, because he doesn't like to stay on his own goal line. He actively came out, oh, wait a minute. He actively came out to the midfield to turn his back to the play. Felt like he was more comfortable with his options from that position. That 100 boost goes away from Yan, but he steals the other one in the back corner.
And he avoided the demo as well. Otherwise, TRK would be scoring here. It's just a positional game all of a sudden, and I think Yan's just got the edge. TRK narrowly saves it and perfectly times the boost pickup in the back corner. I think Yan saw that, though. He'll know TRK's got boost to work with.
Oh, TRK. Will he take the first time shot? Yes, he does! Yan's not getting there. Yes! Oh! Yan's recoveries are too good!
And a save reminiscent of Ahmad's versus G2 at the Fall Major. This time TRK's on the receiving end of it, and there's just 10 seconds left to work with. 1 goal lead stands for Yan. It might be 2, and it is! The West are sweeping the East. This will feel sweet for Yan.
And maybe a prelude to what we might see over on Sunday. That is all to come. TRK, big smile on him. I'm sure he's enjoyed it. I'm sure all these players, win or loss, have enjoyed the chance to celebrate what we won Rocket League. The West take it 3-0. This has been a treat.
You know, the response online when the team for the West was revealed was a little bit on the fence, because the West has so many more phenomenal players present at the World Championship. We got First Killer here, we got AJ here. Everybody's thinking, well, where are they? What are we doing here with, you know, a majority South American team? But actually, South America has got an unbelievable 1v1 talent, as evidenced by the games you've seen here. And boy, did they perform well on stage. Yan was simply more confident in front of net. He trusted himself to hit his shots. And TRK went for mind games. Didn't work out. I think he was maybe just not too sure of himself in those moments. Just like Joreuz and Jack before him, unable to get a win against the West.
It's difficult to trust not necessarily your shots in those positions, but whether or not Yan is getting back.
Yeah.
He's just quicker. Every time you think, oh, he's out of the play, no, he's actually ahead of you at this moment in time. Never look at this goal, however. Beautiful. Over the top of TRK, who did fight back. This is a position that he would like to have seen even more. The hook shots off the bounce dribble always generate so much power. And we were that close, Johnny, to an overtime.
Yeah, overtime, constant tension in 1v1. It's a shame we didn't see one, but if there's ever a time not to see one, it's got to be off that save at the end of the game from Jan. Unbelievable stuff. Just recoveries for days from everyone on stage here. But yeah, okay, that's tied them up actually in historical 1v1s. Interesting to see if we'll ever see the tiebreaker.
Right, well, let's go to Stacks to round us out.
Fans, that concludes our first ever Friday Night Duels. Let's hear it one more time for all 6 of our great competitors here this evening. For all of our fans around the world, we'll see you tomorrow with our pre-show kicking off at 10 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Pacific. And for all of you here at Dickies Arena, we thank you for hanging around for Friday Night Duels. Please take care, travel safely, and we will see you tomorrow.
Seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get 2 paid in my 3 to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I need. This is victory. My fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. Here, now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment. Times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Answer those seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get 2 paid and my 3 wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it 'cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting. I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide but
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to go over any type of terrain. Yep, that's right. Any type of terrain. The Bronco Raptor, built wild, Rocket League edition.
You're making touch peering into the soft light. This unfamiliar glare of light.